Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. There I am right here. Here where I am right here. So I'm not there. You are there. I'm here. So here I am right here. There you are right there. So here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. So here we go again. Good to have you. Good to be in your company. Always a delight. Never taken for granted. With gratitude, you are always received anytime you do turn up. Please hang around and let's see where this takes us. So there it is. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So you go to every YouTube platform, they ask you to click on the like button. That's for reasons that it helps with the YouTube algorithm. So that's why, and it's at no cost to you. So I'm not quite sure how is any skin off your nose. I know a lot of you are actually watching me via a smart TV. So you can just whip out your phone and then just click on the like and make sure you're subscribed, and then carry on with the session. So click on like and make sure you're subscribed. And then, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation to come and join us on the screen. So you've delighted and you've been angered and you've been consternated and confounded by some of the views that you hear frequently on this platform. So here is your opportunity to come on screen and debunk that. Especially if you're a new voice, we are really eager to meet you. So if you're a new voice, then we desperately want to hear from you. A new and divergent voices expands continuously the conversation. So if you're a new voice, then please come join us to expand the conversation. Come join us to expand the conversation. And of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, I don't know why I still put it up. Nobody ever listens to it, but I put it up nevertheless. It's 3 easy steps. If you want to support the platform via that portal, then the link is always pinned in the comment section. So do that. So click on like, you must do that. That's compulsory. Click on subscribe, you must do that. That is compulsory. Now, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is highly encouraged, but it's not compulsory, but it's highly encouraged. Just so you can add your wealth to the conversation. So that's highly encouraged. And the one that says about your host cups of coffee, that's entirely at your discretion. So that's entirely at your discretion. Gladys is watching us from Atlanta, USA. So oftentimes they ask where are you watching us from. I never really do that. Maybe I should be doing that just to see how wide the spread is. Could you believe there's a guy called Okozie? He watches us, you would never guess from where, from Afghanistan. So that's how far we reach. Of course, we've got people watching us from China. Japan, of course, comes on the screen to represent the Middle East, the Americas, Europe, Africa, worldwide. So that is what is going on here, worldwide. So worldwide. So what are we going to be discussing with the world today? So we'll kick it off with this. So now, Emefiele may have sponsored Peter Obi's election. A Papa faction fires Labour Party for tackling Tinubu. So I'm going to have to look for the clip. I've just had the thought now. If I'd had the thought previously, then I would have looked for it. There was a time that Isaac Fayose was putting out clips on Instagram asking the same question, that who is sponsoring the Obi campaign? Do you get who is sponsoring the Obi campaign? Because there was a time about 4 years ago thereabout that the Financial Times of London, they crunched the figures to land at a $2 billion spend to land the Nigerian presidency. So it's not a cheap business. And certainly the monies that propelled the Obi campaign is not the $5-10 that was being canvassed globally. So who bankrolled that campaign is the question. And is this the answer? Emefiele may have sponsored Peter Obi's election. A Papa faction fires Labour Party for tackling Tinubu. So Papa faction fires Labour Party for tackling Tinubu. But then, of course, you would have presumed that their Papa faction really should be backing their own party. So we kick it off with that, only to go on to this. So now this is a storyline that I have been following. I don't think I've ever brought this story onto the platform, but this is a storyline that I've been following. A lot of you may have noticed the absence of Akeredolu's voice in the goings on, because Akeredolu, of course, was central to a lot of the things that brought Tinubu into being. He fought quite fervently the Amotekun space. He fought quite fervently the attack on the state. He fought quite fervently power to transit to the south. All of that he fought for has now come to fruition. But where is he? Ondo Governor Rotimi Akeredolu hands over power to deputy. So the guy totally, completely debilitated by ailment. So So we find out exactly what is going on in Ondo State. We find out exactly what is going on in Ondo State, only to make our way back via the back route to Emefiele. Stock market jumps to 15-year high after Emefiele's suspension. So there it is right there. And that is the verdict right there. So it is quite pertinent to note, Emefiele was the governor of the central bank after Lamido Sanusi was sacked. I think that was about 2 years left of the Goodluck Jonathan administration. And then he administered the central bank throughout the Buhari administration. So it looks as though the market had no confidence in him throughout his tenure, because the market bounces to where it left off just when he came in. Do you see? So it's a 15-year high, and the guy has spent the bulk of that, at least 2/3, if not 80% of that 15-year. It was under Emefiele. So that's the response of the market. So was it a genius move then by the man from Lagos State to have suspended this character? Stock market jumps to 15-year high after Emefiele's suspension. So quite what justifies that, we'll find out shortly. We find that out shortly, only to, we don't traditionally do this, but this is such a seismic moment in time. And I know that a lot of our viewership are based in this space. So we just touch base on this to see what the space makes of it. So we touch base on this to see what the space makes of it. U.S. ex-president Donald Trump arrested, detained in Miami. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So this is something, I'm not quite sure if you have a conviction, you can still run for the American presidency. So the Americans can come and explain that to us. But it looks as though by fair means or foul, they're going to stop, what's it called? They're going to stop Donald Trump by fair means or foul. I think there are about 50, 60 charges levied against him. Actually, let's just run through this quickly. Ex-US President Donald Trump arrested, detained in Miami. Former United States President Donald Trump is under arrest at the federal courthouse in Miami, where he will face 37 criminal charges relating to his handling of classified documents at his Florida Mar-a-Lago resort. Trump, who is the first former U.S. president to face federal charges, is expected to plead not guilty. This second indictment comes just months after Trump was charged by a Manhattan grand jury in a separate hush money case. Pardon me. Trump has denied any wrongdoing in both cases and has vowed to stay in the 2024 race despite the charges. He's expected to speak Tuesday evening once he returns to his Bedminster resort in New Jersey. Trump was placed under arrest by deputy U.S. Marshals and his booking process. Trump was placed under arrest by deputy U.S. Marshals, and his booking process and that of his aide and co-defendant Walt Noata have been completed. Correspondents report from inside the courtroom. The marshals are expected to take electronic copies of his fingerprints at some point during today's proceedings. They are not expected to take a mugshot of Trump, given his recognizability. Trump will likely enter a plea, and there will be a discussion of the conditions of his pre-trial release. It is also possible that potential restrictions are brought up about Trump's conduct as the case moves forward. Tuesday's proceedings will be overseen by a magistrate judge, expected to be Jonathan Goodman, who is the magistrate on duty in Miami this week. So there it is right there. There it is right there. The only thing that can save this guy is him becoming the president again, because I see jail written all over him. I see jail written all over. I wonder what the protocol is or what the rules are American presidents are going to jail. Certainly, I wonder if it would be the first one ever. He has certainly done sufficient enough to be placed in prison for some period, but there it is. So that's Donald Trump. So we'll wrap conversations around that if people are interested in conversations about it. So yes, good day to you, Akim Monri. Hello, George Blueshell. Favor Ape, good to see you. Prince Daddy. Fake news. It says, how can you be arrested if you have a court date to appear before a judge and left without any conditions? So I think that's already tried to be debunked that Trump news. One man, Trump is already on his way to New Jersey. Trump turned himself in and is being released, says Favor. Great platform, says Samuel. So yeah, so that's the one I highlight. So that's what I like to say. Great platform. So great platform. Let me take a micro musical intermission and then we dive straight into it. I think I've got a couple of video clips to play you, and then we will do the morning after the night before. Because, of course, the whole of yesterday's session was dedicated to who becomes the Senate president. We had nearly 9 hours of conversations around that, as if we did not know it was always going to be Godswill Akpabio. It was always going to be Godswill Akpabio, and it is now Godswill Akpabio. So that one has been bagged and tagged, and whatever his name is, first name is Abbas, he gets the House of Reps as well. So the full deck is what Tinubu has gotten now, the full deck. He's gotten everything that he needs. So there is absolutely categorically no reason now, no excuse for non-performance. So we'll touch base on that. I actually streamed the session in an earlier space just to document that space as they were doing it live. So we discussed that. And then there's commentaries being run by the Kenyan president, which I'd like to bring up for discussion as well. So you see, we're slowly moving out of the Nigerian space. We're talking about the American president. Pardon me. We're talking about the American president, and we'll also be talking about the Kenyan president, who has made some interesting comments. And those comments that he did make, they tally with some of the conversations that we have been having on this platform. We've been having these intermittent conversations about the dollarization of the global space and the global and movement now to de-dollarize the global space. And it is to that narrative that the Kenyan president comes in. So wait in situation to find out what the Kenyan president has to say. And we'll also be touching base with Buba Galadima, who has interesting thoughts. It's always an interesting thought with Buba Galadima, isn't he? So plenty to chew over, plenty to go through. We'll also watch a micro little video clip about not Goodluck Jonathan. No, you know, Goodluck Jonathan actually went to visit Tinubu. So I'd love to be a fly on the wall to find out what they discussed, but not Goodluck Jonathan. No, we'll also be watching a micro little video clip about Godswill Akpabio post victory and some of the first visits that he undertook. So plenty to chew over, plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on like just as soon as you're coming in. Make sure you're subscribed already. If you're not subscribed, then please correct that. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you want to share thoughts on any of these subject matters listed. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, etc. So let me take a micro break to get some water and reboot, and then we dive straight into the throes of it. First, the K guys. Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o.
Mr. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chief Wáìlà tí Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Oh, all right, there it is. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, amen to that, of course, on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, so it says, hello woman, always gives us a daily tonic. Greetings, everyone says, I think I should start doing this more, acknowledging people in the comment section. Greetings says, I missed that name, at Bafum. So he says, greetings. Oga, of course, you there, him there, your is trusted side man. This is Tumishi, joining us from Facebook. Rational Mind is our new Senate president. Congratulations to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind's fan club already in situation. So here is a favor. She comes in. Please let us talk about Trump tonight, one man. So, well, the topic is up if people want to pick it up. And of course, Alexander Kashi, ever trusted, always there. So a full house. But before we get into the readouts, let me get the video clips out of the way. Let's kick it off with the Kenyan president, who has an interesting message for you. Watch this.
Traders from Djibouti selling to Kenya, or traders from Kenya selling to Djibouti, have to look for US dollars. How is US dollars part of the trade between Djibouti and Kenya? Why? And we are saying that today, Afri-Exim Bank have given us a mechanism where traders in our continent can trade in their goods and services, and the Africa-Exim Bank will settle payments in local currency. That is why Kenya champions the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System that is done by our own institution, the Afri-Exim Bank. Why, members? Why is it necessary for us to buy things from Djibouti and pay in dollars? Why? There is no reason. And we are not against the US dollar. We just want to trade much more freely. Let us pay in US dollars what we are buying from the US. But what we are buying from Djibouti, let's use local currency.
Oh, all right. So that was the Kenyan president, something Ruto, his name is. So in terms of idealism, an excellent idea, it just a rallying call just to win ourselves of this dependency. So it's nice in rhetoric, but impractical in practice. So it's impractical. So it cites the example that let's say Kenya is trading with Djibouti, or let's even say Ghana is trading with Nigeria, and for that trade, because it's transnational, it's a transnational trade. For that trade to take place, they have to dollarize that trade because of course they spend cedis in Ghana and they spend naira in Nigeria. So for them to, and there is no US involvement, by the way, and that is where the frustration is, because of course, for you to access that dollar, there must be a slice that goes to the United States. So, and that is how they make their money globally. And that is the de-dollarization. That is the narrative that is agitating the world at the moment. But if you look at the example now that the Kenya president is citing, that, like I said, is nice in rhetoric, but falls short in practice. So let's say Ghana and Nigeria were trading, and therefore there's no dollar involvement there, unless, of course, for the facilitation of that trade. If you wanted to remove the dollar as a facilitator for that trade, then what determines the value of that trade? You know, what value, what currency is that trade denominated in? Because the naira has a different value from the cedis, so what currency is that trade then denominated in? And that is where it starts to fall short. So, like I said, nice in rhetoric, but are poor in practice. So, nice in rhetoric, but are poor in practice. So, hold your thoughts on that. Or if you disagree with me, then hop on, come disagree on the screens. This next clip, I've not watched it myself, so we'll watch it together. But this guy is always good copy, especially for the comedic value that he brings to things. So throw your mind to the Dino Melaye sort of quarters, and that is where we're going. But we're not going to Dino this time around. We're going to his daddy.
My big boss, all those on the high table, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the existing protocol and greet all of you on this auspicious day, the Democracy Day. For those of us who had been in trenches in politics for the last 45 years, knew that this time around the difference is very, very clear. We do appreciate Mr. President, and so far he was appointed, for having been on the right track so far. We do pray and hope that the action man will continue with what he's doing and make Nigeria a better place for all of us. Thank you very much, dear leader, for listening.
Thank you very much. So let's put our hands together once again.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. 24 hours is a long time in politics. That is what they say. 24 hours is a long time in politics. This same guy that was cursing and swearing at Tinubu and his generation barely 6 weeks ago, and look at him now calling him daddy. So that's politics. It's nothing personal, It's only that the message has not gotten through to Obi yet, how politics is being played. It's nothing personal. When you are in the trenches of the wars of it, you throw everything to defeat your opponent. But once the war is over, you adopt the language of Galadima. So that's just what happens. So it's not all of this are still raging about, but I will leave that space. We don't want to go heavily into that space. But that's Galadima now, a 360. See how quickly the people are turning. They've not even allowed for a dignified period of distancing before they slowly then come on board. Very quickly, they're just leaping on board. Bode George, Galadima, the rest of them, what's that guy, the spokesman, Boala, all of them, they're just hopping on board, hop, hop, hop. So hop, hop, hop. Hop, hop, hop. Here is a man that is skipping and doing pirouettes as though he was on Strictly Come Dancing. He has reasons to be joyful, and he goes to celebrate with his paddy man. Watch this.
But I'm not qualified to thank him. I need to call our leader, a brand new God's will. They asked me what's the question of this election. I say it's God's will. So let me, on behalf of my colleagues, invite His Excellency, Mr. Senate President, to please thank our brother on behalf of all of us. His Excellency, sir.
The Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Malawi Bidri, my dear brother, immediate past governor, performing governor of River State, yes, was wicked. My other colleagues, former governors, from my brother, Governor Galuji, Governor Maya, Governor Shumolen, also National Chairman, my distinguished brothers from the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. So there it is right there. The first visit that Godswill Akpabio pays, you'd have thought it would be to Tinubu. No, it was to Wike. The role that Wike has played in this particular electoral cycle, it can never be underplayed. It can never be underplayed. In many ways, there's a lot of arguments to say that Wike has been the kingmaker in this electoral cycle. The kingmaker. Remember when he went to Lagos State and donated 300 million naira to Sanwo-Olu's sort of space. So that had an impact because, of course, he was a PDP man. So he signals the rejection of Jandor and very much the endorsement of Sanwo-Olu, and he backed it up with money. So that had an impact, no question about that. And certainly, if you removed Wike from the Tinubu space, I'm not sure that Tinubu would have made it to Aso Rock. So he had an impact there. And all those visits to Aso Rock that you have been seeing Wike saying, the one thing we must have Akpabio there, our son from the South. So he had an impact. So in many ways, Wike has been the kingmaker in this particular electoral cycle. So that's how I see it. If you say it differently, like I said, hop on and come disagree. So hop on and come disagree. Let me rattle through some of these headlines and then we'll see what the conversation looks like. Tinubu plans to double Nigeria's crude production, raise 17.4 billion through sell down of NNPC's assets. So a lot, yes, the refineries must go, essentially, is where we are back again. And I think the refineries will go in this cycle. I think the refineries are gone before the end of this year. Nigeria's newly inaugurated President Bola Tinubu's administration announced ambitious programs and targets for the country's energy industry, citing a target of 4 million barrels per day production capacity by 2030 and also 12 BCF/D, I don't know what that means, gas production capacity from the 3.5 gas production capacity today. They said this can be done by mandating the NNPC and auxiliary organizations to close out outstanding divestments, strip NNPC of policy-making roles, and sell down NNPC's joint ventures to a minority position and develop an operating model that will eliminate cash calls with targeted raise of $17.4 million. So heavy on technicalities, but just make sure your brain is switched on for this one. That's all I'm saying. Make sure your brain is switched on for this one, because this one goes into the minutiae of the minutiae. So you can see from the terminologies. So let me take it from the top again, and I will speed through it. Nigeria's newly inaugurated President Bola Tinubu's administration announced ambitious programs and targets for Nigeria's energy industry, citing a target of 4. And by the way, Nigeria is only producing about 1 point something million barrels per day at the moment, and they are making this promise then within 7 years. Citing a target of 4 million barrels per day production capacity by 2030, and also increase in our gas production capacity. They said this can be done by mandating so essentially they are selling down NNPC. This was disclosed in the report by the Energy and Natural Gas Resources Subcommittees of the Bola Tinubu's Advisory Council, proposing changes to enable growth in Nigeria's energy and natural resources sector, viewed by correspondents. So this is a Tinubu initiative. This is not something that is already going through the system. According to the report, Nigeria is currently producing 33.5 BCD of gas production capacity, etc., etc. The forecast target for, I'm saying etc., etc., because really it's just technical stuff. The forecasted target for 2030 includes milestones of 12 BCF gas production capacity, etc. So it goes into technical details. I'll post the link in the comment section for those of you who are somewhat fixated. It's just really the broad strokes of it is what we're looking at. So yes, let me leave that there, because this is heavily laden with technicalities, which I can pretend to understand, but I will only be pretending to understand. But let me just give you this little bit here, and then we'll move on to another topic. The report noted that to hit those targets, Nigeria's oil and gas sector must address its current challenges, restore, grow, and sustain production to deliver economic growth. They listed highlights of present economic and sector challenges, which are $70 million worth of investment lost in the petrol industry since 2011, also due to the absence of PIA, so that's the Petroleum Industry Act. Insecurity is a major sector challenge. $46.16 billion was lost to crude oil theft between 2009 and 20. Listen to that figure, my goodness me. $46.16 billion was lost to crude oil theft between 2009 and 2020. So 2009 to 2020, I think that's approximately 11 years, isn't it? In 11 years, you know, so lost is not that it fell down the gutters and disappeared. It is in somebody's pocket. $10.7 million lost annually to PMS subsidy. So that's gone. And inefficiencies associated with the purchase, distribution, and sale of PMS. Governance and regulatory concerns have eroded investor confidence, diverting private capital needed for the development of crucial oil and gas infrastructure. Cumulatively, these have reduced the energy sector's contribution to economic growth and deprived citizens of necessary infrastructure and social amenities required for improving living standards. So essentially, they are going to unbundle that space. We've already done the Trump narrative, so maybe the Americans want to take that on. I will see what they make of that. Pardon me. But all of that, of course, excites the market, and the market reacts. So all of that excites the market, and the market reacts. Stock market jumped to 15-year high after Emefiele's suspension. So let's now, my goodness me. I hope nothing happened. You know, I have concerns that they might yamoto that guy in prison because he knows too much. He knows too much. The Nigerian stock market rose to its highest level, and I have shares. I have a lot of First Bank shares, by the way, which I've abandoned for decades. Maybe I'll go look them up again. The Nigerian stock market rose to its highest level since July 2008 on Tuesday, the first day of trading after the suspension of the central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele. According to a report by Bloomberg, investors are betting on a currency devaluation and sent the main index of the Nigerian exchange to above 57.4 thousand points, which contrasted with a flat performance from XYZ emerging equity benchmark. Sorry, so some of the technicalities I get lost in them sometimes. Okay, it's a short read, so let me just give it to you properly. The Nigerian stock market rose to its highest level since July 2008 on Tuesday, the first day of trading after the suspension of the central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele. According to a report by Bloomberg, investors are betting on a currency devaluation and sent the main index of the Nigerian exchange to above 57.4 points, 57.4 thousand points, which contrasted with a flat performance for MSCI's main emerging equity benchmark. The report stated that this move takes the country's stock year-to-date gain to 11.8%, almost double the 6% returns on the MSCI index. It noted that the rally, which followed increased gains on Nigeria's dollar bonds on Monday, reflected optimism over the policy signals from the newly elected president, Bola Tinubu. The head of research at Chattel Hill Denham, Tajuddin Ibrahim, I really detest the way that they name all these organizations in Nigeria after English-sounding names. Let me actually look for it. If you find out the name of Oshibanjo's chambers is some Oyibo name, Oshibanjo's chambers. It's some Oyibo name. Anyway, somebody can find that out and post it in the comment section. But I really detest the way they name. What is Chattel Hill Denham for a Nigerian stock firm? Why not the Alafin stock equity firm or something, or the Obio Vonita equity firm? What is Chattel Hill Denham? The head of research at Chattel Hill Denham, Tajuddin Ibrahim, stated, an improvement in the economy will enhance the performance of companies operating in the market. So did you actually need an expert to tell you that? So this is in quotation marks. An improvement in the economy will enhance the performance of companies operating in the market. So we did not really need your PhD to come to that realization. Since resuming office, the new president has scrapped fuel subsidy and recently suspended the Apex Bank's governor, Emefiele. The NGX, so that's the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the NGX banking index has since risen by 8.5% to 570.64, its biggest advance in more than 8 years. Ibrahim added, the exchange rate convergence is expected to lead to improvement in liquidity in the foreign currency market and will increase trading activities for the banks. Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on the Naira to fall towards its market value. The currency has fallen to 474 per dollar, with traders betting on further depreciation. So, I detest that word depreciation when they speak. The Naira is not actually being, as a matter of policy, depreciated. No. What you are actually seeing is the Naira finding its true value. So that's what's going on. Because there's been no policy position to say that they're devaluing the Naira, but what determines the value of the Naira really is the black market. how much people are willing to buy the dollar at the black market. That tells you the value of the naira. So if you are selling it significantly at the forex desk at CBN, then that's arbitrage. Actually, let me play you a clip that speaks to that space. Let me play you a clip that speaks to that space because this guy explains it better than anybody I've ever heard explain it. This is only 15 seconds, so pay keen attention. This guy explains it better than anybody has ever done.
That is the sign of landing of big money when MFL give you Jala in official rank.
So that's that senator, whatever his name is. That is the sound of big money whenever MFLA gives you dollar at official rate. So all of that has to go, and it looks as though all of that is gone. So all of that is gone, but this guy, is he gone for good? I hope people have been paying attention to this space because if there's a conversation that can be had around this space, I'm keen to have that conversation. Ondo Governor Rotimi Akeredolu hands over power to deputy. So there's been a push for him to do that for quite a good while now. Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has handed over the reins of government to his deputy, Lucky something or the other. Correspondents report that he submitted a letter to the State House of Assembly requesting a 21-day leave to undergo medical treatment overseas. In his letter, Governor Akeredolu stated that during his absence, his deputy will assume the role of acting governor. The leave commenced on the 7th of June and is set to be concluded on the 6th of July 2023, taking into account public holidays. The Speaker of the House, Olamide Oladiji, who made the disclosure, said the governor is a lover of peace and an apostle of the rule of law. So he's not really essentially an apostle of the rule of law because there's been a lot of outcry that the guy is incapacitated by ailment and is not handing over power. So there's been a lot of brouhaha in Ondo State. So they forced him to do this essentially. There have been ongoing, so just what I said, there have been ongoing speculations about a strained relationship between Governor Akeredolu and his deputy regarding the transfer of power during the governor's incapacitation. Correspondents learned that the sources within the government house in Akure, the state capital, revealed that Akeredolu is aware of his deputy's attempts to assert himself and his unwarranted desire for power. According to reports, the deputy governor has allegedly formed a faction within the cabinet and has made promises to a commissioner guaranteeing them the deputy governor position if he were to assume power. However, Ayida Tiwa vehemently denies these rumors, expressing unwavering loyalty and gratitude towards Governor Akeredolu. So that's Akeredolu then. Of course, I'm sure a lot of you would have noticed the absence of his name in the cycle. So that's then the explanation for that. Is debilitated by ailment. So debilitated by ailment. Oh yes, the man in the clip is Honorable Kazauri. Yes, thank you, Ribado for yes. I was searching for his name in my head. That is the sound of big money when Emefiele gives you $1 at the official rate, and he was there for 10 years doing that. So he was there for 10 years doing that, but was he doing more than that? So we go now to this last readout, and then we come into the room, see who's there to take it on. Emefiele may have sponsored Peter Obi's election. Papa's faction fires Labour Party for tackling Tinubu. The Lamidi Apapa-led faction of the Labour Party has slammed the Julius Abere-led faction of the party for condemning President Bola Ahmed Tinubu over the suspension of controversial CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. Correspondents report that in a statement issued by the spokesman of the faction, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi, I'm not sure that Abayomi Arabambi is a doctor, maybe an honorary one, certainly not a scholarly one. You've heard the guy is maybe if he's a doctor, then he went to the same space to get that doctorship as MC Oluoma. Correspondents report that in a statement issued by the spokesman of the faction, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi, the party congratulated the president for sustaining June 12 as Democracy Day in honor of the democratic sacrifice of late MKO Abiola. It called on Nigerians to continue to support the good intentions of the Tinubu-led federal government and also give condemnation where necessary. Arabambi said, "We congratulate Nigerians for witnessing the first Democracy Day under the present administration of President Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. We salute your excellency's doggedness and commitment to ensuring that our democracy is sustained along the religious, ethnic, and political lines. Labour Party identifies with various reforms going on in the country, the declaration of June 12 as a national holiday, and so many other reforms ongoing." So the declaration of June 12 as a national holiday is not a Tinubu initiative. That was what Buhari brought on board. So nothing to do with Tinubu, the declaration of June 12 as a public holiday. Chief MKO Abiola's slogan was Hope 93. And now we have a renewed Hope 2023, even though both were on the platform of Muslim tickets, but the variation precedent was the zeal and commitment of both MKO and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to, let me take that again. Chief MKO Abiola's slogan was Hope 93, and now we have a renewed Hope 2023. Even though both were on the platform of Muslim tickets, but the variation precedent was the zeal and commitment of both MKO and Bola Tinubu to a new Nigeria, which is not a symptom of religion. We called on the people to continue to support the good intentions of the government, whilst also condemning rightly when necessary. So let's go to Emefiele now. Okay, it's not too long then. Let me transpose through it. Emefiele. Arabambi stated that Abure's faction's decision to condemn the sack and arrest of Emefiele means that the rumors that the suspended CBN governor was part of those that sponsored the presidential bid of Peter Obi may be true after all. So there's always been that question that who bankrolled, because we cannot see where the money is behind. Peter Obi is a rich man, of course, but he's not a presidential campaign rich. He's not presidential campaign rich, certainly not. At the most, he probably have $50 to $100 million, and that's not presidential money. So who paid for it? That's the question. Who paid for it? And a lot of people have speculated this, but now from inside the Labour Party, we're hearing this. Arabambi stated that Abure's faction's decision to condemn the sack and arrest of Emefiele means the rumors that the suspended CBN governor was part of those that sponsored the presidential bid of Peter Obi may be true after all. The Labour Party faction stated that any government official who abuses his office as Emefiele did by running for the seat of the president and inflicting hardship on Nigeria through his ill-timed Naira redesign policy should be made to face the full wrath of the law. He said, our attention has been drawn to a statement credited to the Peter Obi-Abure-led faction of the Labour Party spokesman, Obiora Ifo, where he irresponsible. Let me have some water. I'm starting to hold on. George Blueshell is saying they bankrolled Peter Obi. I'm not quite sure your $5-10 was what paid for the presidential thing, George. maybe your bankrolled the Peter Obi. He certainly has the budget, or the wallet rather. He certainly has the wallet. Okay, let me take it from here. Arabambi stated that the Abure faction's decision to condemn the sack and arrest of Emefiele means the rumors that the suspended CBN governor was part of those that sponsored the presidential bid of Peter Obi may be true after all. The Labour Party faction stated that any government official who abuses his office, as Emefiele did by running for the seat of president and inflicting hardship on Nigerians, through his ill-timed new Naira redesign policy, should be made to face the full wrath of the law. He said, our attention has been drawn to a statement credited to the Peter Obi-Abure-led faction of the Labour Party spokesperson, Obiora Ifo, where he irresponsibly claimed that the suspension approved by the president is unconstitutional, vindictive, and not in good taste. Peter Obi's faction, out of deliberate falsehood and ignorance, even accused the new chief of staff to the president, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, of complicity for not speaking up since he is now with the president. We were all living witnesses to the travails of Nigerians, to the different anti-masses policies rolled out to Nigerians by the embattled CBN governor. And as a responsible party, we will not just sit down and condemn a lawful inquiry into the years of inglorious and corrupt reign of Emefiele, but rather called on the relevant security agencies to properly look into the action and deeds of the ex-governor. It is on record that Peter Obi and Julius Abere criminally appropriated to themselves an illegal Labour Party campaign fund to the tune of 12 billion naira and $15 million, the fund they had access to during the inglorious days of the grossly incompetent stint of the suspended CBN governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, through the deliberate affliction of pain and agony on the generality of Nigerians. Okay, 3 more paragraphs. The Obiora statement were laced with tribalism, egocentricism, and nepotism. And what this tells us is that all the rumors that Emefiele was part of those that sponsored the presidential bid of Peter Obi may be true after all. How do we explain that people with sane minds will be supporting somebody that kept millions of Nigerians on their knees for almost 9 years with records of impunity, poorly executed fiscal and monetary policies? For the first time in Nigeria's history, a sitting central bank governor was seen dabbling into politics. Yet Obiora never sees the reason why he must be investigated and prosecuted if found guilty. Also during his tenure, we were informed how DSS accused Emefiele of terrorism financing. He was accused of funding the activities of the proscribed. And by the way, we're not still clear yet, or I'm not still clear yet, if Emefiele is an Igbo man or not. Is he an Igbo man, or is he a man from the creeks? So that remains unanswered still. Also during his tenure, we were informed how the DSS accused Emefiele of funding terrorism. He was accused of funding the activities of the proscribed pro-Biafra group, IPOB, and others. As a party, we will not support any acts of witch hunting or support any move to suppress good moves at getting to the root of Nigeria's economic crisis under Emefiele. We therefore call on DSS and other security agencies to distinctly carry out their investigation workout, any hindrances, and inform the public of their findings, as Nigerians are waiting patiently to know why they were so impoverished under the policy reel out by Emefiele. When contacted for a reaction, Labour Party National Publicity Secretary Obiora declined to speak much on the matter. We don't want to be reacting to anything today. The moment we speak, we are giving them undue publicity. Virtually everybody knows they are imposters by now, based on what they keep saying. We are interested in speaking on issues of national importance and not reacting to these miscreants. But in this case, it's like giving them oxygen. So there it is right there. So he bats them off. So we come into the room then, see if there's anybody to take on the conversation. So we come into the room, see who's assembled. The majestic Ajale Koko assembled, of course, the trusted Ajale Koko. Bishop, almost certainly in a car somewhere. The progressives joins us from Ireland. Thomas joins us from down under, and Ekene joins us from Lagos. So that is the assemble. So let's kick off the conversation. So,
one man, good evening. How are you?
I do. How are you?
Body the inside plot. If you, with your indulgence, if you don't mind, if you can start with progressive. He came yesterday. We can't even have conversation with him. If you don't mind, if it is he is ready.
No, yeah. If it's ready, you know, it's always a good conversation with Akim anyway. So Akim, are you ready?
I'm good, man. How's things? Good evening.
Salam alaikum. How about you?
Is it even evening now or morning already?
Yeah, well, who knows? We function in ungodly hours. I wonder what this does to the body clock. But there it is. But more to it, what Emefiele did to the Nigerian state. So this headline, Akim, Emefiele may have sponsored Peter Obi's election. So this is the Apapa faction of the Labour Party making this allegation, accusation, expose. But what are you making of that first? Let's start it from there, because there's still the question mark on who sponsored that campaign. But what are you making of that? Have you heard that before? And how are you digesting it, Akim?
Thank you very much. To be honest with you, I've not heard it before. From the sections that it's coming out from, it seems that it's a bit of bad blood. So I can't really take that. I can't really say, okay, you know what, there's any form of truth in it, because the Apapa faction have issues with the Abure faction, and Obi has taken side with the Abure. Oh, sorry, there's a fire alarm going off in my place. I'll come back.
All right, run for your life. It's all happening now. Run for your life, Kim. And come back to let us know you're safe. By the way, I joke, but come back when you're in a safe place to let us know that you are safe. But as we await to hear from Akim that he is safe, let's hear from Bishop. So Bishop joins us. So Bishop, So Bishop, setting aside the fact that there's internal wrangling within the Labour Party space, but just to this headline, because this headline, it goes to a lot of questions that a lot of people are asking about the Obi narrative. Peter Obi, as I was saying earlier, is a wealthy man, but not wealthy to the level of being able to sign a check for a presidential campaign. But what his own party is telling us is that Emefiele actually sponsored that campaign. So if Emefiele sponsored that campaign, it rhymes, because Emefiele, of course, he has unfettered access to the Nigerian sovereign wealth. So what are you making of this then? Emefiele may have sponsored Peter Obi's election. So do you concur? And if you don't, who sponsored Peter Obi in this $500 million journey that he embarked upon?
Okay, good evening, compatriots, fellow compatriots, and wherever you may be joining us from. Good evening, one man.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you for joining us this evening. I encourage you to please do the needful. Click the like button for whatever is what. Like and share. If you have not subscribed, kindly please do so. What I say, I'm on my knees. And that's about it. This topic, honestly, I will take it with a pinch of the salt.
not. I won't dignify it with it's nonsense. I'll just confine it to one side. Apart from the fact that considering where it's coming from, it's not substantiated. So it's just like, just throw something to the dogs, just throw red meat. Then they just have something to talk about. I won't dignify it. Emefiele himself foolishly thought he could be in the race. So he was actually in the race also. So at what point he now decided to backroll another person from another party when he tried.
I'm not sure that you should be too quick to dismiss it, because it may fail. There were a lot of people that their agenda was not even to be president, but not to have Tinubu become president. And Emefiele is at the heart of that. So he wanted the APC ticket, he did not get it, but he still did not want Tinubu to be president. We saw that with the Naira swap thing. So with the Peter Obi momentum, there is no reason not to conclude that he pumped the Nigerian sovereign wealth behind Peter Obi in order to stop Tinubu from being president. Because if he did not, then who did? Peter Obi did not pay for that campaign, and it's not the $2 that people were sending from Super Chat on Injenge Media that paid for this.
Well, I mean, we might want to interrogate how he funded his campaign, even though I know he got a lot of donations from people, from within and even in the diaspora. But at the same time, I don't just want to latch onto a very flimsy accusation from a group that is obviously aggrieved. So they have everything to be aggrieved to throw all manner of mud or rock or stone or anything and see which one sticks, just to discredit Peter Obi person and his campaign. I don't want to give that any credence. I still want to believe the allegation is just spurious. I mean, if they have facts to that effect, let them come forward with it. But for me,
there were never facts. It's a very easy thing to say that. Show me where he said it. Where is your evidence and all of that? In all of these shadowy dealings, there are never any facts to prove it. But there are circumstantial happenstances that narrows a narrative to believability. And there is an element of believability to this. Would you not say there's a believability to it?
What I'm saying, in essence, is this. If they have a trail, they've conducted some kind of, they know that there is a continuous, maybe there is a channel of, a stream of money going regularly funding, or, maybe some people were collecting cash, maybe they were using a Ghana Must Go or bullion van, or maybe they were making transfers to some hidden account somewhere. There should be something other than somebody just come and just throw it that, he was the one that was sponsoring it because the man is down. It's tantamount to kicking the man that is down already. If Emefiele is down at this moment, he's not available to defend himself, and somebody is just coming up with some spirit or something. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's a little bit too. I won't want to dignify it. Other people might want to discuss it, but for me, I think it's not fair on Peter Obi because there's no evidence to it, and it's not fair on Emefiele himself. And these people are just there; they just throw red meat so that people can just talk about it. I think that's honestly speaking, maybe some other people can discuss it, but I don't attach any importance or any credence to that accusation. It's in taste. That's for me. It is in past and I don't
so the search still continues then as to who sponsored Obi's campaign. Because he did not sponsor it, Obasanjo did not sponsor it. So those are the only two money spaces, and certainly the donations from whatever throwing your 10 naira there, that did not pay for a presidential campaign. There's usually money bags behind presidential campaigns. So who is the money bag behind Obi's campaign? So that question is still there. Emefiele seems a good fit, by the way.
Yeah, you are right. I mean, but it's still in the realm of suspicion and speculations. If they bring some, a little bit of flesh evidence that one can now dig around and find out. But as it is now, honestly, there's nothing in what it is. It's just an accusation. Somebody can just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and say, and say anything they like, because they believe that people will latch on to it. I don't want us to dignify that for now. It's not, they are grieved, and they have every reason to want to disparage and discredit Peter Obi and Emefiele because they are angry. So they are looking for what will make people to kind of attach some importance to them. I don't think we should give them that credence.
All right. Before I take you to Akeredolu, let's mop up from the mess that was off yesterday. So very early this morning, I think it actually caught people off guard. They started early and came to a decision quickly. Your Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker of the House. So no surprises there, but they gave him nervous moments, but ultimately Tinubu now has everything. So there's absolutely no excuse for not performing.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's absolutely no excuse for Tinubu not performing. And everything that I thought would happen in the Senate National Assembly election actually happened. I gave this man, I don't know if I mentioned it yesterday, I gave Akpabio a 3-1 vote. That is likely if they share it into 4, they probably will get like 3 portions. And it was very close, but I knew without any doubt that Akpabio was going to emerge as the Senate president. And of course, Tajuddin Abbas, there's no obstacle at all. I mean, gathering 353 votes, it's definitely a landslide. It's never happened like that. So for me, the onus is now squarely on the shoulder, rest squarely on the shoulder of the president. He's gotten everything he wanted. He has the presidency, he has the National Assembly that are ready and willing to work together with him. And I like the opening of his statement after the something. I think he said it's now for us to work for the people or something. I can't remember what he said, but it was quite a catchy something. So, and he had said by himself that, hey, don't pity me, guys. I asked for the job and I have it and I'm ready to work. So for me, it's let's roll. Let's roll. There's work. There's work to do. It's time to roll up the sleeves.
All right. All right. So certainly, you're breaking up a bit, but we'll suffer on. Certainly, the stock market seems to be liking what they are saying. Our stock market jumps to 15-year high after Emefiele's suspension. So in the read-through, it wasn't really even necessarily solely about the Emefiele suspension. I think they like the policy thrust of this administration, and that's what seems to be. Let me give you a couple of. It says, since resuming office, the new president has scrapped the fuel subsidy and recently suspended the Apex Bank governor. The NGX banking index has since risen by 8.5% to 570.64, its biggest advance in more than 8 years. The exchange rate convergence is expected to lead to improvement in liquidity in the foreign exchange market and will increase trading activities. Yes, the market responds with a 15-year bounce. So what do you make of that, Bishop?
I think you said it. What I was going to say is exactly what you opened your sentence with, that it was not necessarily as a result of Tinubu's suspension of Emefiele. I think people are trying to watch his, the steps the president is taking in the economy. What do you call it now? As it relates, as it affects the economy, and they're beginning to react to it. It does happen. I mean, either negatively or positively. When there is a change, and the first few days, the first few weeks, they look at the direction, the policy trust direction of the incubator of the new administration, which will help to determine what is the direction that will go, which direction, and they're beginning to build some confidence. I was reading an article from Bloomberg, was it yesterday or thereabout, and it shows that there's confidence is building up gradually. And if it can be sustained, then we can be sure that I mean, we're in for a good ride.
All right, let me take you to the Akeredolu space. I'm not sure how much of it you have been following, but this guy, I think his wife actually alleged that he was poisoned by a girlfriend, but he has been weighed down by ill health now for well over a year. And the internal fighting within Ondo State, people asking him to transfer power to his deputy, he clinging on as they often do within the Nigerian space. So ultimately, he has yielded to that plea now. But what are you making then of the goings on in Ondo State, Bishop?
Well, I mean, Akeredolu had good relationship with Ayedatiwa or something was his name pronounced, Ayedatiwa. And if he's sick and he needs to go and take care of himself, for goodness sake, let the man go and take care of himself. He's getting old, he's no longer young. And if he's too sick to want to be able to continue, let him leave the seat now. We know carry and come. We know carry and go. So as far as I'm concerned, he has done the necessary thing. There will always be rumors and speculations. Oh, they are fighting. Oh, the man wants to remove it. Blah 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 blah. The man is sick. He knows whether it's there was a time I had his ailments. That sounded a little bit like terminal, but nobody gives up like that. So if he's done the right thing by writing to hand over power to the deputy, which is the constitutional thing that he should do, and it's done. That's fair enough. Let's pray that he recovers very quickly. And if he cannot, I don't see anything stopping him from resigning. I mean, why would you want to sit onto it, hold on to a seat that you know you're not fit? So if he can, if he's good enough to come back, why not? But if he cannot, but he has done the needful. I know when he was sick, I don't want to talk about whether he was poisoned by somebody or not. People can make outbursts, you know, they can have their
No, his own wife said so now. So I mean, if his wife is saying so, then he says it was. She even mentioned the name of the woman that poisoned one of his side chicks.
I think I read it, but I said that is not me. I mean, there's nothing talking about who we do now. She says it was an allegation. The other person had not had the opportunity to defend herself, or maybe she felt there was no need to do so. But what I'm saying is that God will give him, according to Shina Peter's soonest recovery. God will grant him good health to be able to come back. But he's not the needful, he's not the necessary thing by handing over to his deputy while he is away. Ondo State needs lots of work. I mean, a lot of our states are really backward. Let's hope that the galvanizing and the effort of the federal government to rub off on some of these states that are somewhat a little bit not very liquid. They are not very solid. I mean, how do you call it now? When it comes to their economic base. So I wish him soonest recovery, and I wish Ondo State the best. So he's not the right thing. He's handed over to his deputy. So we move on.
All right. Let me take you to this space. Actually, no. Just a very brief commentary on your president being arrested. They are doing any and everything to stop this man that wears a toupee.
Yeah, there is a 37 count charge in that. Some of them are very weighty, but it's not the same measure that you used to measure the mighty and you used to measure the ordinary people. Of course, there is a how do you call it now? All animals are equal, but some are more equal than the other. I think the arrest was just principally just to document it officially, because of course they did not take his mugshot because of self-recognition, and because the judge will actually grant him bail on some conditions, and you don't grant bail to somebody that's not been arrested. So I think it was just the formality thing. I was watching it. I was following it on CNN when it unfolded earlier today. When he arrives, all the clarity about it. So I think it is just the formality. He was not detained. He's left, and he's come back to I don't know whether it's New York or New Jersey or which one. So I think it's just the formality, but it's bad enough because it's been documented that he was arrested. It's been documented. Maybe they will take his what do you call it? His
no,
his
they
detail,
said they didn't take his mugshot though, which would have been. I think the papers would have loved that. The papers would have loved his mugshots.
I mean, his details. I did not say mugshot. I know
No,
they did not take his.
I know. Yes, you did not say it, but I'm saying it. I said they did not take his mugshot, but the newspapers would have loved that if they were able to get that. Yeah.
Of course, Democrats will have been feasting on that, but good enough they did not. I mean, that would have been a necessary distraction. It's not necessary at this time. But he's going to take. I mean, he's having his day in court. There's quite a number of those things. In the recent of what I read, quite a few of them. I follow from the beginning. Some of them are really, really, really very damning. Really, really very damning. And, the back, it's just that the past is it's just coming to catch up. That's the only thing I'll say about it.
What are his chances of getting the Republican ticket? Do the party even want him? I know that party have never really liked him, but he resonates with the rednecks. But what are his chances of getting the Republican ticket?
The problem with what's his name, President Trump, is that Republican or no Republican, he had this cult-like followership. That is you know what I mean by cult-like followership. Some people, irrespective. I mean, imagine the kind of statement that he could stand at what's the name of this their street and shoot somebody, and still remain very famous. So he knows that he has those people. No matter what you say about Trump, they are fanatical about him, and there's nothing.
Is it not under the cosh?
It's just like our own. What's his name now? Our own.
You are fading away, Bishop.
It's not because.
No, hold on, Bishop. Can you even hear me?
Some people are
guy, Bishop.
Party or no Labour Party.
God, how can the conversation take place? Bishop, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. You are not hearing me.
No, you were fading away. You were fading away, and I was trying to have a conversation with you, but you clearly could not hear me because we were just talking through. But what I was hold on. What I was going to say is that he appeared to be under the cosh, even for some sexual misdemeanor allegations in Manhattan.
Yeah, of course, it's part of it. It's part of the accusations. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
It's what, how do I call it? It's a potpourri of various things. Different kinds of allegations. The tax, the rape allegation, the groping allegation in the master store. Quite a number. There are 37 of those kind of charges. I can't really call them one after the other, but it's quite the tax evasion issue, the documents, the classified documents that he took to, it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot of them. He has cases in Florida. He has in New York. He has in there's quite a few of them.
It's amazing the quality of persons that you guys have put forward as your president. Outside of Clinton and Obama, I cannot recall that you've ever really had anybody. You had George W. Bush, and then you had Biden, and a lot of people say that the American presidency is too important a position in the world to be left to the American electorate. Some people actually suggest that the American president should be a United Nations appointee. Are you on board with that?
They used to tell us before now. If you remember, there was this movie. I don't know if The Omen. You remember The Omen?
Yeah.
There was a movie many years ago. The Omen. This guy did it, and they gave us the impression in some movies that American presidents are always being groomed from like when they're teenagers. That they prepare them that they are for president. Like they are stainless. They are clean as clean as what is this thing I can use? They are clean as needle and a straight shot as an arrow. That's the impression they give us at the beginning. That look, so you cannot trace anything untoward to any American president because they've been groomed for that from the beginning. But it's turned out to be that's just story. That's just like some fairy tale. So it's an everyday thing. America is a country of opportunity. And sometimes the opportunities are not really very clean or straightforward. You got to bend the rules in order to be able to take advantage of some loopholes in the laws. So if you can do it and get away with it, good luck to you. If Trump had not really gotten to be president, maybe quite a number of these things will not be coming up. But here we are. So, I mean, there's no sayings. Yeah, Obama has a good record. That's why everything they tried to check him for is, I mean, he had no scandal. That was one president that spent 8 years and there was no single scandal, not a single one. Despite as much as, you know, some people tried to get something on him. So, but, I mean, you don't find them that easily. If they are that clean, they are not anywhere near politics. So that's how it is, you know. It's just that some things people will be able to live with it, and you know what? They can let go. Even the Clinton, as good as Clinton was, we still remember Monica Lewinsky, which was one dark spot on his career, on his.
There was another dark spot on Clinton of drug taking when he told us he did not inhale. When they said he was smoking weed, they said, "But I did not inhale." But it's quite a character, Clinton. Yeah.
That was a high school, whatever.
Yeah.
So like I said, of course, yeah, I mean, when you look too close, you always find some kind of debt or stain on an individual, depending on what you're looking for. I mean, if the guy is a performer, there are certain misdemeanor that you probably be forced to overlook. But in Trump's case, it's no longer a misdemeanor or just some little. I mean, some of them are really heavy, you know, indictable, and in fact, not just indictable. They are calling now criminal offenses. They border on high treason and criminal offenses. So that's why it makes a difference. It takes the trophy in that.
Well, all right, brilliant, well put. So stay with us, Bishop. So Bishop, let me go on from you and let me go to Ribadu, who joins us. So Ribadu, you're up next. Are you there, Ribadu? Ribadu.
One man, I'm back again. I left a message. I'm not sure if you've seen it.
All right. We don't. I think Ribadu is not even. So yes, you escaped the fire. Did you? Was it a test or an actual event?
It was an actual event, but I think it was a kind of a malfunction anyway.
All right. So everybody is safe.
Yeah, everybody is fine.
All right, brilliant. So as you were then, and back to where you were, Emefiele may have sponsored Peter Obi's elections. So Bishop was very quick to dismiss this, but I'm not so ready to dismiss it because, of course, Peter Obi did not pay for that election, and there is still that missing gap as to that well-orchestrated, heavily expensive electoral campaign that he ran. He doesn't have the budget for it, but who paid for it? So his own party are now coming out to suggest to us that Emefiele paid for it. What are you making of this? Is this the first time you've come across this? And how believable do you find it?
Yeah, it's the first time I've come across it, and to be honest, I'm not really buying it. I don't think Emefiele would be that stupid. Maybe it's his own personal money. If it's own personal money, then it's not. I don't have issue with that. But if it's a situation whereby he's kind of taking money from the central bank account to sponsor a political campaign, I don't think he would be that dumb to. I know the man has done a lot of things, and I've been calling for him to go to jail for a long time now. But if he go that far, then they should just lock him up, throw the keys away somewhere where no one can find it. But I won't say that. I don't think that is the case. I'm still suspecting those pastors. One man, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm suspecting those pastors. You know, I think
you think the pastors bankrolled Peter Obi?
I think those guys put a lot of resources, financial resources, into that election for Peter Obi. That is my personal opinion. That is my suspect. That because one man, what happened in that election, right? If you conduct that election again, trust me, it will not be the same thing, because a lot of these guys had a stake in it. They put everything into it. They could not even hide their sentiment anymore, whereby you see them on the altars on Sundays, making different prophecies and trying to push their congregation towards obedience and stuff like that. So I'm still suspecting a lot of those religious leaders that they put a lot of resources into that obese campaign.
All right. I find the Emefiele one a bit more sexy. I think I'll go with that one because I believe it. But let me take you to this space then. Setting aside Emefiele, who is answering?
One man,
yeah.
sorry. Can we
Yeah.
clarify something? Is Emefiele Igbo Delta or main Delta guy?
He's from
Yes,
Delta.
what is it?
He's Delta.
But we normally hear there is some Igbo Delta.
Maybe
I think it's
Akim, you're from the south. Is he an Igbo man or not? You should know, Akim. Is he an Igbo man?
It's more like the ones they call Bende Igbo at the time.
So are Bende Igbos real Igbos? Are they real Igbos? What's the
if they have like you see like the Agbo, those Agbo people, they're more like Igbo people.
Hold on, Bishop. Akim is from that space. Are they Igbos? Just give us a yes or no, because I'm not. Are they Igbos? Is Emefiele an Igbo man? Is he an Igbo man?
No, I wouldn't say he's an Igbo man, but they call them the Bende. By that time, when it was Bende State, they called it Bende Igbos.
All right.
Because why do I say that is if it's from Delta Igbo, we could be saying supporting his brother.
Yes, I know.
So that's what I'm trying to dig
yes,
at.
Yes, I knew where you were going. So let me take you to this space then.
One man, sorry, I haven't said that. Emefiele will support anybody as long as that person is not Tinubu. He doesn't care. He will support anybody. So,
are you on board with what I said? That is very much in that camp of anybody other than Tinubu. So because there's a strong group of them, anybody other than Tinubu.
Of course, you could see from the primaries, right? They did everything. Look, if Tinubu was not an institution, that's what I told people that see this man, there's nobody would do what Tinubu did in that campaign, going against a sitting president in your own party. You have to be an institution of your own for you to be able to do that. You must know that you have what it takes. In some of his campaigns, you could see that he was going for Buhari himself. Sometimes they will say, they will try to correct the statement, but in his heart, trust me, he was going for the man. So the guy is an institution of his own. That is why, look, you see the amount of rebel against him. Against anybody else, that person would go down. But this man is still standing. Now he's even the president. Boy, you have to give him. Look, Tinubu's politics have to be studied, man. It has to be studied. I know people don't want to hear it, but you have to study it. It takes patience for you to do what that man did. So look, Emefiele, whatever he tried to do, I think it was stupid of him to even participate in any form of politics from his position. He was enjoying his money. He was getting a lot of money. He should have just stayed in his lane and then live his life. But I think he got carried away with some people who think they have. You see, when Buhari came to power, one man, Buhari brought people into power that even him don't even know them. Even him don't even know them. You see that guy they call Garba Shehu. Garba Shehu is an Atiku man. It's an Atiku boy. So he was working with a lot of people that did not even have his own interest in government. People who work against him in the primaries. Those were the people that Buhari brought to himself. And those were one of the reasons whereby the man, his government was even if you see his wife was not his wife ran away and just went to Dubai to say, look, you guys do whatever you want to do. So for me, Emefiele, I don't know if he's sponsor of big campaign, but I wouldn't say that was what happened.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to somebody that certainly is subsumed with excitement at the moment. In fact, two people really. So, Godswill Akpabio, he gets the Senate presidency. Tajuddin Abbas, the speakership of the House of Representatives, the full deck for Tinubu. So he has everything now for him to operate at. So anything that Tinubu does now, there is nowhere to park an excuse on that. So what are you then making then of what happened today, Akpabio Abbas?
Yeah, on this one, I would say I told you so. You guys were you guys were arguing this with me last time on this platform. When some people were saying, "Oh, Tinubu has changed his mind," I said, "No, he didn't change his mind. Is for Akpabio." Hold on, Mama. Let me come back to you 1 second.
All right, brilliant. So Akim is battling with some situation at the moment, which he told us about. Let's try Ribadu, see if he has the connection now. On mute, Ribadu. Ribadu on mute.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you now. Why is your voice so low? Are people sleeping? You don't want to wake people up?
No. It's good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good to have you. So good to have you. So Ribadu joins us just in time to answer the question then, who sponsored Peter Obi's campaign? So the speculation then that the sovereign wealth of the Nigerian state that Emefiele had access to was what propelled the Obi space. What are you making of the headline, Ribadu? Emefiele may have sponsored Obi's election, and this is an expose coming out of the Labour Party itself. What are you making of that, Ribadu?
Well, it's quite shocking, to be honest. I appreciate the last speaker that he says that Buhari, excuse me, he said Buhari brought a lot of people that he does not even know. So, on my own stand, I would like to reserve judgment till it is proven, because this is speculations for now. So, but it's quite unfortunate, even though there is a lot of flashpoints that you will see when it comes to the money spent and all the ups and definitely huge money has been involved, but only God knows how or where it comes from. So I will not like to say anything now till proven first.
But would you agree with me though that a presidential campaign, Peter Obi is a wealthy man, we all know that, but a presidential campaign in Nigeria is outside of his budget, is outside of his wealth, so he could not have underwritten a presidential campaign himself.
No, you're quite correct. It is quite true. This one, there is no doubt about that. Everybody knows that. But you see, in Nigerian politics, there's a lot of things that you cannot just lay your hand around. And even if I don't know if you have seen the clip of some cars, abandoned cars being parked in a very large compound with Emefiele picture painted on them all over prior to the primaries of the APC convention. I don't know if you noticed, if you have seen that video.
We saw it.
Yeah, but he never really openly shows that he has interest in running for the presidency, So the question still remains: what happened to those cars? Why? I mean, was it meant for donation for something else or someone? All this has to. But I mean, if we, as for me personally, I don't want to say something that I'm not really 100% sure about it. So that is my take.
Okay, speak to something then that you are 100% sure. You can be 100% certain that the president of the Senate is Godswill Akpabio, the uncommon senator, as they like to call him, and Tajuddin Abbas, the speaker. So Tinubu gets everything he wants. What do you make them make Ribadu of what transpired today at the Red Chambers?
It's like you guys are not aware of what has been going on in the north here. The north has been very, very, very hot since morning. You know, in fact, I was I'm not in a good mood, Sha, based on what's happening. You see, Kashim Shettima, the VP, came out openly and supported Godswin Akpabio, which is a right thing to do. If you even ask me, I will even tell you that I would have loved if the speakership of the House of Reps go to maybe Anambra or any one of the Igbo states, so that we can have a balanced governance. You know, but, unfortunately for Nigerian politics, you know, sometimes no matter, even if you're a patriot in nature and then you believe in Nigerian project, sometimes people have to be very careful from their utterance, because the majority of the population, the common man in the street, they really tend to misjudge or misunderstand what the elite sometimes are trying to say. I don't know if you have seen the clip or the video clip that Kashim Shettima says that the most incompetent Christian from the south is better from the competent Muslim from the north. Have you seen that video?
No, I've not seen it. No.
Okay.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Okay, you have someone has seen it there. Very good.
Yeah, Ekene said they have seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why I'm in bad mood is because majority of people here in the street really misunderstood the guy. Okay, and I think if guy is not taking, his career is going to suffer a lot in the north. You understand? But what Kashim is trying to say is this: if you have a president and a vice president that are Muslims, it's only in equality for you to have a Senate president from the other part of the country, from the other part, and from the other faith, you know. But unfortunately, a lot of people has been blastering him up and down today in the whole northern Nigeria. And when I tried to make my point here, a lot of people were also against me. So this is it. This is what it is now. They're not here, and I think it's a good thing that Akpabio
do you think the North is being overly sensitive? Because, of course, what Kashim Shettima is saying, one of my correspondents, they've sent the clip in, so I'll download it and play it just so we're clear on his words. But what Kashim Shettima is saying has already just been excellently explained to you, that really what he was speaking to is that it's not even a matter of, it's a matter of balancing. That's the message it was really getting across. So are they not being overly sensitive regarding this? Are they being too sensitive?
No. Yeah, this is what I've been telling you, that I've been in a bad mood because he has been misunderstood. You understand? You see, one thing.
Ribadu, can I just interject you for like 2 minutes or so?
Before you interject him, hold on, Patrick. Before you interject him, let's hear those words. It's only 14 seconds. Let's hear the words.
For me, under the current dispensation, the worst, the most incompetent Southern Christian is better than the most puritanical Northern Muslim for the presidency of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, so those are the words, out of context, of course, but Patrick, yes, go on.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this, it's not only in the north that becomes overly sensitive. And Nigeria must learn they must learn intelligence. That's just the point. We cannot, because we are religious or because we have party interests, begin to think like stupid people. No, at all. If, for example, our leaders begin to, out of say, oh, I don't want to be misinterpreted, then you make them dumb. They suffer paralysis. They can't express themselves in the fear of, oh, maybe this will be misinterpreted. Maybe this will be. We need to grow. democracy is over
but
24 years now in Nigeria.
Hold on, Patrick. You have to speak to the people where they are now, not where you
No,
want
no.
them to be.
No. This is what I'm saying. You see, we need to speak the truth. We need to speak the truth, not necessarily what people want to hear. But what I'm saying, the consequence of this is, of what is happening is this. Leaders will now be afraid of communicating to their people. And that's not what we want.
No. It's not the communication. It's the language.
Because you have the tendency to be taken out of context.
Yes.
There's a tendency that will be taken out of context.
Yes. So
you're afraid of speaking.
Oh no, I think you are misleading.
Because let me tell you, there's no matter what you say, if people want to misapply your statement or take it out of context, they will do it. No matter how good. Even if you say yes, ordinary yes. Look at "and" in the Constitution now. And look at the meaning and the interpretation.
Right.
And so it's like that. We should grow. The North and the South should grow. It's not only the North.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So back to you, Ribadu. But Ribadu, I'm on board with your interpretation of it, which is carry on. But I think I'm where you are in your logic. That
yes,
people have chosen to misinterpret what he's saying, but then he knows the space. So could it not have been a bit more guided in his language?
You see, exactly. You just hit the point. Okay, exactly. The issue is this: sometimes, no matter the level of our education, you understand, when you have to understand the gravity of the audience, the people that are going to listen to what you said. It's not just within the building that you are or the immediate audience that are surrounding you. We are over 200 million population. Okay. And what it's even paining me is, because of communication, because of the problem of communication, or putting people out of context, we tend to lose people with very good potential, people that can give us the type of leadership we want. You understand? So if I were Kashim, I would still come out on the national TV and still speak in Hausa language that everyone can understand. Because now all these bloody clerics, sorry to say, I hope they will not crucify me here too. All these bloody, imams that are after popularity and cheap these things. If you hear how they are crucifying Kashim Shettima today, it's just terrible. Okay. So I think our politicians, politics, you have to be sublime in your tactics.
Ribadu, do you think Kashim Shettima is still transiting from being a candidate to being a vice president? So do you think it's not yet come to the realization that he's no longer a candidate, but now the vice president of the top 30 economies in the world, the largest? Do you think he's still transiting into the job? Do you think he understands the fullness of his position yet?
I think why not? It's not like power is new to him. You understand? Even though this is of another level, the only thing I will say is, I don't know if he is conscious of the gravity of the audience that he, because it's no longer Borno State, it's no longer Senate House, the Senate chamber. It's a different ball game now. You understand? So, and sometimes if you are straightforward when you speak your mind, it will shock you how other group of people will see it differently. I think the guy he was really speaking from the heart, and even on Channels TV just few hours back, when I was on TV watching them, even what Dume said, he says, I'm a man from Borno, but I'm DG, I campaign for Akpabio. Why another Christian senator from Adama, which is my state, campaign for Yari Gandhi? You know, so I think our population, we need to understand all these differences that we are bringing it in our own level. Our elite doesn't give a shit about that. Sorry, I'm using this word today. I have a very foul temper. The elites doesn't care what you do, who you worship, how you worship them. They don't care. It's all about power and interest. Dume said it on the TV. I don't know if you can check the clip of Dume, Senator Dume, on the channels that he have put it up. He said even the president himself called people. He even went people to make sure that Akpabio got the seat. So I think
Ribadu, just keeping you within that Senate presidency space. How did that play out in the North? Who were the North rooting for? Who were they hoping would get that seat? And are they happy or just accepting of Akpabio? So how did that Senate presidency race? How did that play out in the North?
No, it was quite welcome. If I can even tell you with certain amount of authority, is that the statement of Kashim Shettima has overshadowed the election of the Senate presidency itself. That is what even bothered me. You understand? Nobody is complaining. In fact, as far as we here in the North are concerned, we are fully satisfied. Okay? We are quite satisfied with the arrangement of the government, But what I'm trying to tell you here is Kashim Shettima is somebody that I know thorough because throughout his 8 years I was in Borno, living in Borno, working in Borno. So I know what his capacity. But what I'm trying to say, at the end of the day, because of just this slight misunderstanding or miscommunication, if he did not come out and put it right for the common man to understand, the cleric will twist people's minds because they have the population, the people ears and obedience. They can easily make it worse and balloon it to something than kingdom come. You understand? And before you know, Kashim will not do anything that the North will see it with a good eye. That is just my
Do you see? Do you think the North sees Kashim Shettima as a Lagos boy? They know it's their son, of course, but I think you understand what I mean. Do they not see him more as a Lagos boy than one of them, Kashim Shettima?
Oh goodness, you are a good you are one fine journalist because you are making me divulge something that I wouldn't like to divulge for my own interest too. You see, Kashim Shettima is from the Northeast. You understand? And unfortunately, even in the North, our relationship with the Northwest is just like yam and what they call it, palm oil. When you cook yam and palm oil, you think it's the same thing, but when you dissect it, you find that the yam inside is still open. It's still white. So the Northwest still consider the Northeast as a secondary citizen of the North. You understand? So we from the Northeast are proud of our person, okay, and we are behind him 100% since that we lost Atiku. You cannot, because your first son is not there, you cannot say you cannot support your second son. So nobody consider Kashim Shettima as a Lagos boy, or I understand what you mean. You understand? He's a northerner, and Northeast for that matter. But the issue is, can't you see even in the rest, in the Senate race, can't you see the opposition is coming from the Northwest? Even though I know the vice president is from the Northeast, it will be very difficult for a Senate president to come from the Northeast. But if you look at the breakdown of the votes according to Dume, majority of the voters all come from the Northeast and North Central and the southern part, not from the Northwest. Bulk of the Northwest went to Yari Gandhi. So that is the reality. We have to, that is always, I used to tell people that social reorientation is a very big pillar that shouldn't be joked with. There is a
sorry, everybody. You're talking about social reorientation, and that is an aspiration for the future. But where we are now, we are ethnic and tribe people. So the North is not one monolith. You know that. But what seems to be playing out in this dispensation is that the usual power bases in the North, they are not in the power dynamics of this dispensation. So Kashim Shettima, of course, a Kanuri man, and then, of course, the largest groupings within the North, the Hausas, the people that have always straddled the corridors of power, the Fulanis, and then you had the Nupi, of course, Babangida, Abdul, what was the one that I handed, Abdul Salam. So how is that playing out? That's that intra dynamic within the North, because of course I think was it Abacha that was the only Kanuri man that we've ever had in situation. So how is that dynamic playing out, or is nobody paying attention to that?
No, it is playing. It is. You understand? The issue is, I don't want you guys to feel like I'm being selfish or something. A Fulani is a recurrent decimal when it comes to power in the North. Okay, one way or the other is either you back him or he back you. You cannot get power without the blessing of a Fulani man, as far as the North is concerned. Let me give you one example. Today, it is far easier for a Kanuri man to trust a Fulani man than a Hausa man, even though the distinction is just slight. You understand? So, as you said, it is this dispensation has come with its own changes and with own different trajectory when it comes to the formula we are used to in the North, and people are paying quite attention. That is why you see, this is one of the reasons. People like the likes of Konkoso were trying to remain independent so that at least they have the chance to fight for another mandate. We are all seeing it with a very keen eye, with a very keen attention. We are all aware of all this in the North. So I don't know. It's only time will tell, I think. Time will tell. And let's see the rollout of the cabinet.
All right. I'm going to ask you about El Rufai at some point, but before I take you to El Rufai, let me take you to Ondo State, where Governor Akeredolu has handed over.
Can I ask Roberto a question or clarify something with Roberto?
Or if it's not too ethnic or tribal, yes. Go on.
No, not ethnic. Roberto, did I hear you say that Shettima have to come out to clarify himself before the cleric eat him up in the North?
No, I did not say he should clarify himself, if you're really listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the manner that he's being misquoted here, taken out of context. It will be for our own good if he will come back and maybe speak in Hausa so that the message, what he's trying to say, will reach the common man on the street without other people manipulating what he said. I don't know if I break it down for if you
okay. If you're getting I understand that. AKA the clerics will manipulate it if it doesn't clear himself. Right?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Meaning the clerics in the North are very powerful.
It's not just in the North, my brother. Not just in the North. Wherever in this country across Nigeria, clerics of Islam and Christianity, they have
the pastors are powerful too. The pastors are powerful.
Yeah, what my saying is that we should not crucify our own pastors too. If the cleric in the North can this powerful, we should not be crucifying our pastors in the South.
All right. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. All right. Yes, Daddy, and thank you, Daddy. Let me take you to Ondo State. I'm not sure if you're following the politics of that space with Badu, but you know, this was one of the persons, Akeredolu, that I was looking forward to under Tinubu, because he's a no-nonsense man. He is a sharp brain and very eloquent as well, but it looks as though ill health has taken hold of him. So the Buhari scenario playing out in Ondo State to the point that he has had to hand over power to his deputy. Are you following that space, and do you have any thoughts on it, Ribadu?
Yeah, I came aware of it when his wife was making what's all over the news. Understand? I think, as you can see, his cabinet. If you see his commissioners when he's coming on, if you go through his when he was campaigning, when you see the way he speak, the way he connect with the people, you understand. I don't know of the deputy. I don't know anything about the deputy, but I'm hoping maybe the deputy too might have a strong personality like the Rotimi himself. So
they had to wrestle that power out of his hands, and I think his health has debilitated to the point that he could not cling on anymore. I wish him long life, but I suspect that this might be the last we're seeing of Akeredolu in any form of governance.
Well, I don't know how serious his illness is, but you see, one thing with government is a continuous process. You understand? I think what they did now is the legal thing. He should have done it maybe a few months back. You understand? But eventually, the law of the land prevail. So I just hope the deputy will not put the under people to shame. I hope he will continue with the policies of. But this is the natural thing that he should have done. When you're you're incapacitated. The best thing is for you just to follow the law and hand over to your deputy. When he is back, he's in good shape. Then he can continue from where they stopped.
All right, Ribadu, I want to play you this clip, and then I want your response to it. And then after that, I'll go on to Ajanle Koko. But hang around. I still want to speak to you about El Rufai. But I watched this clip. This is a curious one, Ribadu.
Traders from Djibouti selling to Kenya, or traders from Kenya selling to Djibouti, have to look for US dollars. How is US dollars part of the trade between Djibouti and Kenya? Why? And we are saying that today, Afri-Exim Bank have given us a mechanism where traders in our continent can trade in their goods and services, and the Africa-Exim Bank will settle payments in local currency. That is why Kenya champions the Pan-African payment and settlement system that is done by our own institution, the Afri-Exim Bank. Why, members? Why is it necessary for us to buy things from Djibouti and pay in dollars? Why? There is no reason. And we are not against the US dollar. We just want to trade much more freely. Let us pay in US dollars what we are buying from the US. But what we are buying from Djibouti, let's use local currency.
So, Ribadu, what are you making of that argument by the Kenyan president? There's a move to de-dollarize the global economy. And Kenya, I think, is part of that movement, which has been put together by Russia, China. So what are you making of those commentaries? Trade between Djibouti and Kenya, it should not really be in dollars, but how would it work?
I think he has been saying it for the past 4 months, right? He has been at it for the past 4 months. And I think this is a very serious subject. I hope one day you will make it a major topic of discussion in your platform. It's something that I'm really, really interested in, and I don't know how to start. Is a subject with full of complexities, I think now not just Kenya, not just East Africa, I think the whole of Africa stand the opportunity to free themselves from the American grip. You understand, or from the Western grip per se. Even you look at the Zimbabwean president. A lot of look at Paul Kagame. All these guys they are saying enough is enough. And I think China and Russia now they are providing opportunities for us to kind of free ourselves from all these shackles of the West, you know. And it's a very deep issue, but
do you not think because it's a lovely idea, and I think a lot of the world they're fed up with the American dominance. Just you cannot even draw breath without paying a dollar price. But looking at the example that the Kenyan president was just citing there, if a trade takes place between Djibouti and Kenya and they don't want to use the dollar, how do they value that trade? Because there has to be one uniform currency, surely, that acts as the conduit. So how do they value that trade?
Well, you know, I think if you quite remember, it was Gaddafi that started that movement. You know,
that was why they killed him. Yes.
Yes, you know, it's not magic. You know. After all, in real sense, our own currencies have more stability if you look at it the other way around, because most of our currencies are tied to our natural resources, gold and you know, and all those resources we have. So what he says is that they have a bank. They have a common bank now. Like I believe you know what SWIFT is. You know, so if we in the Africa will be buoyant enough, you know, to rest an institution, financial institution like a bank that can give us that platform to carry out international trade across borders. You know, it will be a huge development process for us. So for him to come out and be saying they already have a system in place that is going to facilitate that trade. Even BRICS, you know, BRICS are saying they are going to have their own alternate currency for international trade than the dollar. You know, even the Americans now they are even trying to bring Russia back to their SWIFT system, but China is already developing an alternate to that. So it's a welcome development. It's a very progressive. It's a very ambitious development. But the issue is, in Africa, it's not all the leaders that are independent. You know, these are guys that they have seen hell in their countries. Because look at the history of Rwanda. Look at the history of Kenya. If you know what they went through 30 years back. You know, but a country like Nigeria, we are not making any moves. You know, because we have a lot.
You know, there's an African currency called the ECO that a lot of them signed up for, but Nigeria refused to join it. And if Nigeria is not backing an African currency, then it has no meaning.
No, that ECO is a French-based currency, and if you look at all, yes, it is. You understand? It's being printed in France and then supplied to us here in Africa. I think a bunch of countries surrounding us, almost all the French-speaking countries, are using that currency. I don't know if you know that. That is why they're saying France has. Oh, of course, the currency in Chad, Niger, even Cotonou, it is all francs. They are all what they call it CFR. It is all francs. And it's being
I'm not talking about the CFA. I'm talking about a new currency that was birthed about 2 years ago. It's called the ECO, ECO.
Okay, that one was the offshoot of the Economic Community of West Africa you're talking. It's a mere proposal. Yes. It's just a mere proposal. It's still not active. It's still not active. They still do not carry major transaction with it. So if you know the East African countries, they are more patriotic than their counterparts in the North Africa and West Africa. And
Do
unfortunately
you
for
think
us,
they are more advanced? Do you think they are more advanced? Do you think the East African countries are more advanced than the West African countries?
no, they are not. Why? The
You
reason
don't
why
think India? You don't think India is more advanced than Nigeria? It is.
Where? Kenya?
Yes.
No. Look at the one man. There is a lot of indices surrounding issues like that. Okay, when you have a population of Kenya, imagine the level of stress they have in their maybe railway system or airports or or their electricity. You understand all these social amenities and compare it with us. Then you will know that they are not near us. All these countries that you see people, they are attracting a lot of tourism. When you go, they have good hospitals, they have good healthcare, good hotels, good airports. Maybe if you take the population of Lagos and Kano, they will overwhelm those infrastructures. So when it comes to development, they are not even near us because they don't have the burden that we have. So that will give you a mere glimpse that if you're not careful enough, or if you do not scrutinize it enough, you feel like they are more advanced. But they are not. They are really not. They are not battling with what we are battling. Check the rate of unemployment in Nigeria today. And if you want to go to and compare to their own unemployment rate, and when you want to talk of advancement, mostly nowadays advancement is being judged by the level of sophistication in the society and the industrialization of that country. Look at our youth here in Borno. Here now we have a young man that, do you know, now we have an electrical vehicle that is doing kabu kabu in the street of Maiduguri. No petrol.
Yeah, somebody sent me a clip of it. Yes, I saw it. Yeah.
It's a young boy that did that, and we are enjoying it. Just 15 naira from here to there, from one bus stop to another. It's just unfortunate that we lack the visionary leaders that can harness the potential we have, and also the what they call it, comparative advantage. All those the comparative advantages we have, they are not well coordinated to reflect the national structure. That is the issue we are having.
All right. Sorry, Rivado, before I go on from you to Ajande Koko, just because of the pressure of time, the comparative advantage that we have, can you list 3 comparative advantages that we do have?
Okay. Let me give you. Okay. Let us go to industrialization.
Because I have 3 in my head. I want to see if your 3 will mirror my 3.
All right. First, let's go to industrialization first. Okay. Comparative advantage we have in this country when it comes to industrialization is we don't have need, to import any material from outside this country. We have all what we want, from the raw materials, from the brain, the human resource. We have all that. But the issue is we neglected it. Last year or last 2 years, the Alpha jets that we are operating in the Nigerian Air Force, University of Maiduguri, Faculty of Engineering was able to produce brake system for that Alpha jet. Imagine. But what happened? They just bring the NTA and the AIT and all that. They showcase and it's gone. That's all. Imagine if we had to empower people from that brake system and say, okay, next, what do we need? If you can provide brake system for this while landing, what next do we need? Did we take advantage of that? We did not. Now look at the number of solar panels that are coming into this country on a daily basis. How many tons of containers are coming from China? If a local boy from Maiduguri, for heaven's sake, that did not even go to university, can able to fabricate his own solar system and charging portals, just like the one Tesla is having, that snake cord or what they call it. That guy was able to do it, improvise locally sourced material to do it. What did we do about that? None. So they are just numerous. Look at from above, from where all those little shippers that are fabricating what they call it, aeroplane flying up. Even before the drone age came into existence, we have all this type of youth in this country. But what did we do about it? Nothing. A boy from Jigawa, a rudimentary rural place, was able to couple his own radio with his own unique frequency. What did we do about it? Again, nothing, but you see our people going to Germany, Siemens company to come and build tower of mass communication or radio station or all that. This is all bullshit. We are not ready to do it. If we are ready to do it, we will have looked inward. We will have looked inward, say, okay, Ministry of Science and Technology, this is what is your curriculum for the development? What do you want to capture? What do you want to develop? What do you want? How do you intend to pick the existing ones and develop it and give them exposure? Nobody did that. So for heaven's sake, what are we saying? So it's to you.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Stay with us, Ribado. So, Ribado, let's see if Ajanle Koko is ready for us. You know, people mainly come here to hear from Ajanle Koko. So now let's now see if he's ready to avail us his wisdom. So, Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
What's up, woman?
Yeah, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, I'm going to be kicking it off with everybody. The question that I just asked Ribado then, what is like what do we used to call it? A rapid fire question. What three comparative advantages do you think Nigeria has that propels them above every other country, at least in Africa? So, three comparative advantages that Nigeria has before we get into the politics.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. One by one is
you are breaking up, Ajanle Koko.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better. Carry on.
Okay. Number one is the population, which is of a great asset. Every country in the world that have a larger population like us have used it meaningfully well to their development. Example is China, India, Indonesia. You know, all those countries with large populations like us have left us behind. We are far behind. They are developed. They are developing very, very fast in everything you want to talk about. You know, technologically, scientifically, whatsoever, any kind of development, militarily, they are far better than us. So that's number one, that we have comparative advantage over others. The population is a huge success. Then number two, natural resources, particularly in the areas of oil and gas. There is no country in Africa that can compete with us if we develop that sector very well. You know, so we have it. We have oil and gas in abundance, in such an abundance that and with our population today, I think we should be producing, if we have developed that sector very well, I think Nigeria should be producing like 6 million barrels a day. Look at how much are we producing? We are producing 1.8, they allocated us 1.8 million. We are producing like maybe 1.3 now or 1 point something. How much can that how much can that that is not enough to run our economy well, considering our large population. That is no money. We are not making any income at all in that sector. So that is number two. Oil and gas sector. Oil and gas. We are. And number three is area of agriculture. If we have developed that sector well as well, Nigeria will have been the greatest exporter of agricultural produce. Number one in Africa and one of the greatest in the world. Because we have a lot of agricultural produce that are in need around the world that can earn us billions of dollars. Is it cocoa you want to mention? Is it cashew nut you want to mention? Is it sesame seed you want to mention? Is it what else?
Or cassava even.
Or cassava, or millet. Everything. I mean, we have in abundance of agricultural produce that we can produce, that can be so abundant at home, and we have enough to export to the world, to international market, that can earn us that revenue and can push us to a position of economic power. Because the more that you can register yourself at the international stage, you can make yourself economically relevant in international stage, that will position you as one of the power to reckon with in the world. And we would have occupied maybe a permanent position in United Nations if we had developed those three key areas very well. And if we had developed those three key areas very well, that will have positioned us as a very, great economic power, and that maybe might have earned us that, a permanent position at what do you call it, in United Nations, because by the virtue of our large population, the greatest black nation in the world, I mean, the rest of black nation around the world will have lined up behind us, and that will have earned us that position in United Nations as, number one greatest black nation in the world. But we fail because we have leaders that are so corrupt, leaders that lack vision, leaders that are unpatriotic, leaders that doesn't love even their people. So that's those are the three key areas.
All right, back to the politics of it then. Ajale Koko, I'm sure you have been monitoring the goings on within Ondo State. So Akeredolu hands over power to his deputy. Now he's written to the assembly that he needs 21 days to go and address his health. But then he's been on that health journey for more than 21 days. In fact, for nearly 18 months now. So you recall, of course, when his wife alarmed to the space that he had been poisoned, and every time we see him, he's always frail and gaunt. A lot of pressure from the PDP and other opposition party. They even claimed that his deputy was orchestrating, and he's already picking a deputy for himself. So Akeredolu hands over power to his deputy in an acting capacity. Is this the last, though, that we're seeing of him in senior politics, Ajale Koko?
One man, Akeredolu has been missing for some time now. We have not been seeing him in around Tinubu and this presidential victory, and we have not been seeing this guy. It's been his presence have been missing. So I believe that his health problem is not good at all. I wish him good health now that he's traveling abroad to take care of himself. And I don't want to believe the story that his his deputy governor is trying to outstage him while away, as been reported in that article. It doesn't have the constitutional power to do so. There's no way that it can be done. It cannot. It can't do that because under the if the
why do you think, Ajale Koko, why do you think he showed so much reluctance to hand over that power? Because he had to be pushed to write that letter. A lot of pressure went on him that he must hand over that power. So, in fact, if he had not handed over that power, there was actually speculations that the assembly would have stepped him down. So why do you think he had to be pushed that aggressively to hand it over? And is that not indicative of a lack of confidence in his deputy?
Who are those people that are pushing? Who are
the PDP predominantly, the parliamentarians in Ondo State, and the narrative of the politics of that space? A lot of pressure was on him.
Don't believe that report. How many PDP do they
No,
have?
not just this report. Oh, I read it out a few days ago, actually, but nobody picked it up. Nobody was interested. Well, he's been under pressure for a long time.
What I'm saying is that we don't know the condition of his health at the moment. We don't know. So if he had been so if he had been in a very serious health problem, in a position of incapacitation, I think that will be a in-house. I mean, that would have been a contestation among themselves in the APC, particularly maybe the assembly, but they dominate. It's APC that dominates everything. The assembly on those. I don't know where the PDP will have that political capital to challenge its authority when they are in majority in that state. So I don't want to believe all those kind of something, but I think that as a man of law, for him to sign to write the assembly that is handing over the authority of the state to the vice president, I believe is complying with the constitutional provision that if he has to go outside the country for more than so period of time, he must, by the condition of law, hand over to the deputy. So the report that PDP force him. Who are the PDP? Where's their position? Where's their strength? They don't have no strength in the state. They don't have. How many people do they have in assembly? If they have a lot of people, a lot of representatives in the state assembly now, we can say yes, maybe that by the virtue of that, they have that political strength, to fight. But they are minority of minority. They are not. They don't have no political strength or anything whatsoever. So I don't want to believe what that report says, that they force him. No, they didn't force him. His health is require him to travel abroad for better medical treatment, and he comply with the provision of the law that he should hand over, and that is what he did. So that's my take on that, woman. One man. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Sorry, Ajanekoko, I muted myself and I was talking. So let me take you to the. I often do that, don't I? Let me take you to the space. Emefiele may have sponsored Peter Obi's election. So this is the Apapa faction of the Labour Party saying that. Do you concur? Are you of that suspicion as well, Ajanekoko?
No. I don't have that suspicion. But Apapa fashion, they are political enemy of the OB and Abure camp within the Labour Party. So we should look at it from that angle that they are opposition to Abure and Obi's camp. So they have to, say something that can generate controversy and that can ridicule the OB and the camp as well. So I think that is what they are trying to achieve. But if we are a very serious nation, country, since they have, since they are making this allegation now, I think the appropriate authority can spring into action to call them, invite them, to ask them what is their fact, what do they, because at the moment this guy is not in good book of the government. It's not in the good book of the state security. So they should investigate him. They should. They should act.
Ajanekoko, what this you call it an allegation. Some people will call it an expose. But what this brings back into question is who did sponsor Peter Obi's campaign. So if it's not Emefiele, then who? Certainly not Peter Obi. But who paid for what we saw from the Labour Party?
Look, one man. Our security, our DSS and EFCC should answer that question because they have the constitutional role to play in monitoring the way that politicians, raise fund and sources of their fund that they spend for their campaign. So we are not the one to look out for that. It's them. So if they allow them to go through the election is over, somebody has been sworn in, nothing is done, I think we should just see them as ineffective. So we cannot categorically accuse anybody right now or point finger at anybody that, this guy was legally sponsored by so person and so organization and so person. So I think we don't have the capacity to, as the people, to look at any one of them as raise their campaign fund illegally. The government authority, the government agencies that are responsible to monitor them, they didn't say anything. So we just believe that they raised their fund, in an appropriate and legal.
You know, the law requires disclosure somewhat for party funding. We saw that with Showore, who was giving us an account to the penny how he funded his campaign. But at this Labour Party now, everything's shrouded in mystery. Remember the time they went to canvass for money in America and the law came after them for that. There's some sort of there's logic to it that Emefiele may have sponsored them. That would then tell us then how they are able to afford that election without having a known money bag in the party.
I think it would be wrong to say Mefele sponsor Labour Party because we don't have the fact. We don't have the fact to that effect. We can play our sentiment against Obi to say that, but nobody have the fact. So I think it'd be wrong for anybody to say maybe Emefiele is behind this fundraising, or part of those people that contributed financially for him. So I don't want to believe that at all. I don't want to believe.
Right.
The security agency in Nigeria, the SSL, the FCC, you'll be in a better position to inform us of.
Aja, I don't know. I'm just saying this for the first time, but the one I saw today is the one that said, I don't know if it's true, but I've seen it in every blog and this thing, that Emefiele said he's giving 500 billion. I find it difficult to understand. So this lady, Sada Farouk, every month by order from the presidency. Have you seen that?
500 billion.
Yeah, it's on this senator's tweets. I was wondering that is too much. He said order from the presidency.
Every month.
Yeah, for poverty alleviation. But the money got me staggered. That is too much. 500 billion, not 50 billion.
I'm not sure that figure is right,
Yeah, that's me. I said the 300 billion got me staggered. If it was 50 billion, it would have made sense. But instead of poverty alleviation system, I was ordered for presidency. It's on the news everywhere since. I've been not observers, bloggers everywhere. The senator tweets. But I thought it would be on your show this morning when I woke up.
No, I did not see that. I didn't see it in the news cycle, and even if I saw it in the news cycle, I would not have gone with it because the Nigerian budget annually is about what? Maybe about 2 to 3 trillion thereabout. So where would the 500 billion a month be coming from? That just makes no sense.
Yeah, that is the part I don't get inside. 500 billion in 2 months will be 1 trillion.
Yes.
In 1 year,
how much is the budget for the whole country?
Budget? Yeah, how much is the budget? Or are they getting that money for internal generated revenue? Because we know so many money going astray in Nigeria that we don't look at. Is the money coming from internal generated revenue that they are giving to this lady?
No, it's more likely. No, it's a made-up figure. It's more likely the case.
Yeah, 500 billion is too much to be giving somebody every month.
Yeah, maybe it's a mistype and they added a zero by mistake.
People on the internet are carrying fake news. But if it's like 50 billion or 5 billion, I will see that it will make sense. And that woman, Sada Farouk, should also be arrested by now. And this is Saraki, that's aviation minister that came on air to agree on bribery. That the other guy asking for 5%. I don't know what's going on in Nigeria. I don't know why they're not arrested yet, but we are watching.
No, why would Sadia Farouk be arrested?
That lady that gives over 600 billion that said it's shared only for the North poverty alleviation. Where's the poverty? Poverty is everywhere. Where is the alleviation? These people are supposed to be arrested and questioned.
No. You can't. We're not running some Gestapo something now. How can you arrest her? It's a social elevation program. That portfolio was under Oshibanjo's purview. All the school feeding programs, which a lot of people report that is happening, all these shorties and all of these things that we see play out every day. Maybe, of course, corruption is embedded in it, but you cannot say we did not see all these things happen.
So you just answered it now. Of course, corruption embedded in it. So of course, the SEC has to invite her, arrest her, question her.
But they have to arrest everybody because corruption is embedded in everything.
Of course, we must select who to arrest these days. But there's corruption everywhere. We're trying to stop the link.
Yeah, but not her exclusively now. So you cannot say that all of the money went missing because we saw the programs being played out in real time. So if there's
I don't know
corruption embedded within it, then that's a different matter. But then corruption is embedded in every parastatal.
She was the head of this thing. She headed it, so she will explain how she spent it, how she did it. It was just under how she spent the money. How she spent the money. The poverty alleviation money they gave to her. Because I remember vividly, at one point says,
no, hold on. If she's to explain how she spent her budget to show that she did not corruptly enrich herself, then every parastatal, every ministry, every ministers, every DG has to do the same thing. But why are you saying her exclusively? Why her rather than all of them? Hello? Can anyone still hear
sorry.
me? Yeah.
I can hear you. I didn't say her. I said she's the head of the department. I will make sure the minister. I just made sure. I said that she arrest almost all of them. So you added a Subajo to it, and I said, okay, so Subajo is the one overseeing it. He has to come to give his own part of the.
No. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying, why should she be singled out when there is no outstanding anything to suggest that she's done anything differently from the rest of them? She ran a parastatal. That parastatal had a budget. We saw a lot of those things play out in the public space. So why are you saying that she should be arrested and not all of them?
Okay, Mama, sorry. The parastatal she headed, was she the head of the parastatal, or the parastatal was under somebody?
She was the head of it. Ministry of Humanitarian and Disaster Management. Yeah.
So they'll pick her first because the ministry there's fraud that have taken place in that place. They'll pick her for question.
Did you even hear the question? I'm saying why? Hold on, Bishop. Why are you saying she should be picked up and not Fashola, who was the minister of Works and Housing? There must be corruption there. And not Silva, who was the Minister of State for Petroleum. There must be corruption there. Or Adamu. Why her and not all of them?
Well, Aman, I said I should pick all of them. But I specifically say her because I make a direct statement to her. I was not making a...
yeah, but that doesn't have veracity now. When you are saying they're giving somebody 500 billion, did you consider the figure?
Not because the 500 billion I was talking about the arrest her. She had collected about $600 million during the COVID alleviation, said that he spent that money only for the North. I've been saying this time numbers. And they asked her why only North. He said they are the most affected area. So many people in the South is not affected. So this woman has done so many schemes during her time. I'm not saying because of this, just so many schemes she has done.
I remember
that
statement. Word piece. Yeah, she did make that statement.
She made that critically on air, and she has done so many things like that. Often without numbers. They're supposed to pick that lady. Our session is so corrupt. I'm not saying about the 500 billion. I'm talking about previous acts she has done. Billions released to her. And yes, we're not seeing one era. You said they're feeding people, they're not feeding people in the South.
What about Rosemary and Mechi?
They should pick them. I'm saying because I have facts about this one. That's why I'm saying this.
There's even all right, okay, fair enough. But I think she should be picked up, by the way. But I don't think she especially more corrupt than any of the rest of them.
Yeah, they should pick the rest of them. They should pick the rest of them up. But my own problem, I said it before, justice delay is justice denied. This delay of arresting them is giving them a head start to hide their money and all that.
Hold on now. We're not under some. It's not a banana republic. You can't just say go and arrest them. What does that even mean? You can't just go and arrest them.
I know, but the corruption is we must stop this leak and we must stop the corruption. Corruption will fight back. This administration must be fast, swift, and hit hard. Otherwise, these people are so powerful, are so connected, and have the money to fight back. We don't need to give them time to think. This is a battle, like the yesterday we say. It's a battle of restoring the dignity of that country. So why must we show them what we're going to do? Speaking English all the time. EFCC, DSS have to move fast, sharp, and hard on these people so they understand the
Yeah,
element of
but they
surprise
did that
will
with
make us.
Emefiele. They did that with Emefiele, and that Emefiele is the most important arrest that can be made because everything passes through him. So arresting Emefiele, hold on, arresting Emefiele is actually arresting all of them. That's what that means.
Yes, by now, it's not even though arresting the rest people, but now we're supposed to be hearing that DSS have sent some people for questioning. The DSS have invited some people for questioning. We know that, yes, Emefiele is talking and DSS is doing their job. Now, we just arrest Emefiele, that's it. We're not hearing anything anymore than some sort of stuff from the internet. By now,
they arrested him 2 days ago.
Yes, the police will not, the DSS will not arrest Emefiele. Start looking for evidence. They have evidence after they arrested. They said they arrested him, whatever they put in English. But by now they're supposed to be inviting other people to speak. Is DG, is whatever. People are becoming to like call someone for a question doesn't mean you are arrested, but they'll call you to question your own part. How did you
mean? Are you talking about publicity stunts? Are you asking the
DSS? No, not for publicity stunts. Not publicity stunts.
What are you talking about?
We'll be hearing in paper that. The former this has been invited to the DSS. Then who using our
why?
Because there's so many corruption that went down that Emefiele. There's so many corruption.
No. Look, don't worry about all of that. I don't know what you're doing, but they picked up Emefiele 3 days ago. So they are going to interrogate him and get as much information as they can from him, and then they will check the veracity of that information. And then they will take it through a legal process to see if it will stand up in court before they then go after the subject matter of that investigation. It's not a Gestapo country. It's not a banana system.
One man, I agree with you. In democracy, you have to follow the rule of law. But in a country that is so corrupt, you have to deal with them in the language they don't understand. They understand this loopholes.
Why don't we just shoot them? It's easier.
Not shoot, Mama. Not shoot. Not shoot. There are so many. Even in America, they do it. There are so many. They have good lawyers. They have good prosecutors that can come up with indictment to pick all these people up. It just needs a judge to give an arrest warrant for these people. The corruption is so everywhere that lawyers now they don't know how to do their job anymore. The federal government have prosecutors that can go to meet the judge. We need this guy for questioning. Questioning does not mean you are being arrested. What does know your part in this? It just we are on this country. They don't own the country alone. We know you have passed through process. The justice cannot wake up and go to arrest Emefiele. That you must get an order from the judge.
Yeah, but that's what you are saying that they should do to the rest of them. They should just go and arrest them.
Yes, I'm saying for all of what I'm saying is for everybody. I'm not just singling one person out. The way it is right now, very past cabinet is supposed to be under scrutiny by now. That they will know that we need this need business.
How do you know they are not?
Well, we are not saying anything yet, but let's see. I'm just saying we have the right to criticize. We are saying we don't know. I don't know, but we are saying
you want Black Marias to be flying all over.
But yes, okay. Let me give you a small example that I know. That Mr. Abishon was still on air. That they giving a statement that indicting somebody else. If that guy is under scrutiny, by now you will not have the chance to go to Arise to be speaking. Not that they will question arrested.
What do you mean if he's under scrutiny? It's precisely because he's under scrutiny that he went to Arise. He went to defend.
No, he's under. He went. If he's under scrutiny, that he has faced it. If he has gotten letter. If shooters apparatus have gotten a letter to invite this guy to come and speak. I think they have told him, don't go to any public this thing to make an announcement. Much this investigation is going on. He will not go to Arise to be talking. Because nobody has invited him. That's why he's jumping everywhere to defend himself. He can defend himself.
Why do you think he went on Arise TV? Why do you think he went there?
Because it's public opinion. It's very familiar. They said he's the thief. He brought a chartered plane. So he felt he would be the judge, jury of his own case. Then he went to Arise to start speaking. Who you want to convince? Those that will not accept. That's just one man.
All right.
One man. Who's sending that? Is it the minister that's sending them to go and defend himself?
No, his name was being defamed and disparaged, and he went and a lot of what he considered to be misinformation was being spread about him, and he went into the public fora to set the record straight.
Yes, that's public opinion. He went there to defend himself for public opinion. So he's being the judge and jury on his own case. The case hasn't got into court yet.
If it's the judge, oh God, well, please, man. Okay, all right.
One man. When I say judge and jury on his own case, I don't mean that he's. I mean he went there to defend himself.
No. I understand what you mean, but it doesn't cohere. That's just what I'm saying. It doesn't.
Yeah,
cohere.
and what you are saying is like you are giving this guy a loophole to escape. Like we know this guy is corrupt. Trying to prove it.
Okay, hold on. On that station, we've been mocking this guy for months about the 12 billion naira that he used to buy 12 what's it called? Fire truck. Yes. And then a lot of people were saying that those trucks off the shelf, they shouldn't cost more than 600 million. But when this guy went on Arise TV, because he was actually bringing up all of the topics, Abato wanted to ease him in, but he went straight for it. He explained in that process that that 600 million is disputable anyway. But if we go to that 600 million, just to make the example, if you added on to that value-added tax, importation fees, all of the and then the retrofitting of specifics for it to work within the Nigerian terrain, and then if you add on to that the commissions of the contractors that were awarded the contract, if you give all of the roundings to it, that 600 million that you think you use to buy from a showroom, if you add all the add-ons, it escalates it up. So then there's still corruption embedded in it, but there's infinite logic in what he said. And then he told us, that chartered plane that came into Nigeria, that Nigeria did not spend a penny on it, that was an initiative of Ethiopian Airlines, who wanted to come and demonstrate within the Nigerian space our capacity to take on the brief that they have been awarded. And he said that charter status is only really an aviational loophole that facilitated for that plane to be brought into the country, because it wasn't a cargo flight, it wasn't a passenger flight, and it had to come under one description, and it came under that chartered description. So all of those, we can't just run wild all the time with all of this. I know we all want to get at them all, but we can't abdicate logic and reason.
One man, let me go to the fire truck. Yes, I agree. Fire truck is expensive. Fire truck, the minimum goes from $300,000, and the most expensive go for $1.2 million. And there's only few airports that have in the world. It's Falcon 8x8, or how you could call it. Dubai airport have it, and few Kennedy, few airports in the world have it. The one he displayed on TV, even less than that price of $300,000. Let's start first. You guys not speaking to cowards or fools. And he said again that the price somebody saw in Nigeria for 600 million, and he now said this guy have not added the VAT, a value, this, that. If you add all this, that plus exchange rate, the price will get to 1.2 billion. For crying out loud, if somebody have it in Lagos for 600 million, meaning the person had that is VAT rate, clearing rate, whatever rate you have to add plus its profit, and it's sold for 600 million.
No. He said it was retrofitted for the so you buy it, but then you know when you buy a car sometimes, and then you say that you want to
go to the full option.
Yes. So or option specific to the Nigerian terrain.
Yes, that's why.
Essentially custom. So I'm not agreeing with him, but I'm just saying we shouldn't just be running wild.
Yes, we shouldn't. Yes, that's the loopholes they use. The one he showed on that video that we saw, we know fire truck is not really expensive. What expensive is the equipment, the machine that can stretch further, all those things. And if you are fitting that fire truck to the maximum capacity, it will be more than $600,000, and yet it's not 1 billion, 1.2 billion bringing to Nigeria. Don't forget, he said he paid for this thing 3 years ago. Because the COVID, it was delayed. So that means he paid at the rate of 210 naira when central bank was 210 naira.
All right, I want to move away from there because I think the guy gave it didn't convince me, but at least it gave something that the
But it does not mean we have to accept. We don't have. It doesn't mean we have to accept what he said.
No, I'm not accepting what he said, but I'm certainly not accepting what you're saying either. That's just go and arrest them. Go and arrest them. Go and lock them up. Go and shoot them. You know.
So for me, by now, this administration is supposed to be taking certain people up by now. Not only Emefiele, but Emefiele is one, and we are waiting for the rest. But the rest, time is going. And what I'm still saying, delay is dangerous.
Forget all of that. Let me just say this, and then we'll move on. What I'm saying to you, War Peace, is that the arrest of Emefiele is essentially the arrest of all of them. Do you understand what I mean? The arrest, Emefiele being arrested, is essentially the arrest of Sadiya Farouk, the arrest of Hadi Sariki, is the arrest of Fashola, is the arrest of the one in River State, is the arrest of all of them. And why am I saying that? All of the corruption money that funnels are back and forth, it goes through Emefiele. So whatever all of them have done, the person that is most central to the answers to all of it is Emefiele. So the arrest of Emefiele is essentially the arrest of the corrupt practices of our Buhari's administration. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes, right. I do. You can move on. Yes, I do. You can move on.
All right, back to you, Ajan Lekuko. Back to you.
Okay. Where are we? I'm not there. Where are we?
All right. Let me take you to more comfortable grounds. Ajan Lekuko, your president has been arrested. The only thing I was looking forward to is him being presented in handcuffs, but you did not give us the benefit of that delight. U.S. ex-president Donald Trump arrested, detained in Miami. So it's Operation Stop Trump, isn't it? What's going on in your country?
Look, that's a fake news. Trump was never arrested. He had a court date. He appeared at the court, and he pleaded not guilty. And he went back to New Jersey with his private jet. So what are they with the private plane? What are they talking about? He's never arrested. It's a president's been had the security and
no. He was arrested and released on self-recognition.
Trump was not. What do you mean by arrested? Somebody arrested will be brought to the court in handcuff.
They took his fingerprints.
It doesn't mean that he's arrested. Yeah, your fingerprint you can be taken. I mean, since he appeared in the court and they charge him for criminal acts, surely they have to take his fingerprint. So he wasn't arrested. You know, he's challenging the all the charges against him. I mean, fake news. It's a sensational headline, you know, to sell news. So it's not. It's a fake news, a fake headline. If Trump was not arrested, that is what. That is the fact. I don't know what they're talking about. The guy is.
You're sounding like a MAGA. Are you a MAGA?
The guy is.
the MAGA from left wing to extreme right.
It's technically an arrest, but it's not an arrest like they're describing, like putting handcuffs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When you are required to come in and go through the process, it's an arrest, but it's not like the way they arrest regular person, like they handcuff you and snatch. Yeah.
Exactly. He surrendered.
Yes.
It's technically an arrest. Sorry,
so he was arrested then. If it's technically an arrest, then he was arrested.
I don't know technical arrest. When they say somebody is arrested, you know what it means. You
know when he gets there, they'll read him his rights.
When he gets there, will be brought. When arrested, you'll be brought to the court.
He was.
But he pleaded not guilty now.
He pleaded not guilty.
That doesn't mean that he was arrested.
It's an
He had a
arrest. You have
court
to
date.
be arrested to be
No,
appeared there to go and plead.
he had a court date.
One man, can I add something, please? Ajale Koko.
Before you add it, let me give you two paragraphs, Thomas. Trump was placed under arrest by deputy marshals, and his booking process and that of his aide and co-defendant, Walt something or the other, have been completed, reports CNN. The marshals are expected to take electronic copies of his fingerprints at some point during today's proceedings. They are not expected to take mock shots of Trump, given his recognizability. So he was arrested. That's he was arrested.
One man, I just want to add, and I'm not hiding it. I just want to ask, why can't we clarify whether he's arrested or not? America, you just guys are just flawed. Was he arrested or not?
That's what I want to say. They said he's arrested. Now, what else do they need to tell you?
But why Ajale say he's not arrested? Why can't we differentiate between arrested or not arrested?
If you're going to look at the definition of arrest in American system, you don't understand that he was arrested. You know, that was an arrest. If you are charged with crime, the first thing you do is you are arrested to go through a process of pleading, and then that's it. Well, they don't have to snatch you and handcuff you and put you on jumpsuits before you are declared arrest. You know, it depends on based on the status. They won't do that, but it doesn't mean it's guilty. It's just an arrest, a charge. You are being charged for crime. You have to be arrested if you are being charged for crime. So that's what it is. Me, I'm a Trump guy. Make nobody thinks I'm a Trump guy. I just think that they don't want him to be president. That's why they are going through all this. You know?
No, yes, I'm with you on that, Mike. I think his operation stopped him from getting the ticket. Because if the Republicans, if the Democrats present Joe Biden, then it's a sitting duck. Because Trump will destroy him if he gets the ticket. So
yeah, I think inevitable that Trump will really want to be the next president, because obviously Republican primary, nobody can defeat Trump in that primary. So it's very clear that Trump will be the Republican candidate, and nobody will vote for Biden at 82. So it's very obvious. And people, most of the politicians know it's a disaster. If Trump becomes president, first thing first, their foreign policies you will handle Ukraine-Russia war, and America has already spent so much money into that thing. They don't want to lose to Russia, so they know you will end that war quick. And all those kind of things is why they don't want him to be president at all.
I think they're trying to stop Trump so that they can project this guy, DeSantis of Florida. That's what they're trying to push in the Republican Party. But Trump is still the better person. All this what they are doing is still going to come out and contest, because it's difficult before they have any charge on him. They can only, this is what they can do to spread his name, but he will still run next year, in my opinion, and he will still win. He's the better candidate for America right now. But again, in this
can the world handle Trump again? Can we handle?
Let's say the truth. Trump has been a very good president in America. Forget, like I always tell people, forget that.
What are you talking about?
For Americans, but not for the world now.
He was good for the world.
No, it was good for the world. He created a good policy, and during his time there was peace. Now, forget this American visa, whatever. I always tell people, forget, everybody have the rules of their country. America decide to.
It's extreme immigration policies.
Well, that's not for the world. That's for his country now.
And I just
woman, this man ended.
The British stopped did the same thing in the 80s. Australia does not allow people to their country. They give you tourist visa. They'll put it there as a warning. This visa don't guarantee you a job or marry in Australia. Every country has strict about their immigration policy. So why American different? If America decides to change their policy, it's America. I keep telling my cousins, my friend, why are you people bothered about this? Trump wants to stop child birth and citizens' birth and all that. Other countries have done it. Everyone did not fall. If Trump wants to do it, it's America for American people.
And they make America white again. That policy
is America.
No, that's just political talk, man. Trump is not racist, man. Like I've known Trump way before he came into politics. This guy was the most friendly and the most. Most of his friends were blacks. Most if I begin to list a name of his people he always hang out with before he got into politics, he was always hanging out with Mike Tyson, Shaquille O'Neal. Like he was a Hollywood guy, and he was always hanging with the black Hollywood people. It was never a racist. That's why people first came to defend him when he started during that political time. Was his friends, black friends. They say it's just politics. During that time, there was so much division in the country because Obama had this black versus white cloud going on. So he just saw it as, oh, well, let me capitalize. If I act like I'm taking the white people's side, they're gonna vote for me, and they are more populated than black. So he just played that game, But people know the guy is not racist. I'm going to talking about the whole world, even in Nigeria. Obama didn't want to sell weapons to the Nigerian government to fight Boko Haram. When he came in, he threw that thing aside. He sold weapons to the Nigerian government, gave them a weapon. The guy fought peace between Israel and Palestine. That was the first presidency in history that there was no fight between Israel and Palestine during a regime. The guy broke peace with North Korea. The guy, he was making peace around the world. He didn't try to start any war.
No, he wasn't making peace around the world. He was taking sides. Because you know Gerard Kushner, he's a Jewish guy, and he made him then the special envoy to that Middle East space with a special brief on the Israel-Palestinian thing. So he already picked a side, and
did you hear any violence in Israel? Did you hear any violence?
Because he signaled to the Palestinians that he was throwing American might behind Israel.
No. America's always threw their might behind Israel. America's always done that. And I'm not saying Trump didn't pull the might behind, but one thing he did was make sure
Mike.
It was fair to both sides.
No, hold on, Mike. Hold on. Let me just say this, and then you carry on. The illegal spaces that you know that Israel are taking Palestine chunk by chunk. They'll invade and then seize the land. And all those seized lands that the United Nations have said that they're Palestinian territory. When Trump came in, it decided that that Israel could own it. The occupied territories.
No. It's always been American policy that Israel must exist. Wait. No. You guys are acting like Trump was one that came in and started.
His peace proposal was one-sided.
Whether one-sided or not. Wait.
He one-sided, favored the Israeli than the Palestinian, and the Palestinian rejected his peace proposal. So what were you talking about that?
Wait, no, I don't think you even read the peace proposal for one.
There was no peace between Palestinian and
then one day.
Because the agreement that they had, the past regime, Obama and this thing had between the Palestinian and this thing, he broke it. He broke everything. He allowed.
What is talking about? Okay. Anyway. Well, let me kill you.
Through Afghanistan let me kill. In the same way, it's going to throw Ukraine under the
let me kill your argument by saying this. Since Israel was created, there hasn't been a year where there's no bombing, violence in that place. The only 4 years that there was no single attack in that place was the time Trump was in office. Even people were, even Palestinian friends, they're telling me that. Do you notice that we haven't heard anything? Wait, let me learn. We haven't heard of any single violence. Let me learn now. We haven't heard of any single violence between Palestine and Israel. The entire time Trump was there. And within 2 months, when Biden came in, boom, the bombing started again. Within 2 months, when Biden came in, bombing started again. And we'll be hearing it every day since today.
Mike, let's add this to it. Let's add this to it. We are saying Jared Kushner. During Obama and Trump era, who were the head of Secret Service and people handling the that Palestinian situation, the military GCO? Where were they from? Hello, can anybody hear me?
We can hear you. Sorry, what was the question again? Repeat it.
I said, we only saying Jared Kushner was Jewish. Then I said, during Obama and Trump regime, the head of CIA, FBI, the GCO, military command, in charge of Palestinian, people in charge of Palestinian talk, where were they from?
Well, I don't know. Well, clearly you do.
They were all Jewish.
It doesn't matter.
So what does it not matter? These people that grabbed the policy were Jews. Now you are target only on Trump. People that was on that committee, they are all Jewish descent, Jewish born.
One piece. The truth was that Obama and during the Obama time.
Hold on, Zeta, coming after John Lekoko.
During Obama time, the policy of America then was is it 2 states or one? I mean, what is the what was the policy then? Maybe one.
No. That was the policy. 2-state policy. That was the
2
policy.
state, yes, 2 state
Yeah.
policy. You see, but when Trump came in,
oh my God.
Yeah, you can see what everybody is.
Oh, are you telling me Obama was making peace
See
in the Middle
everybody
East?
chatting
Are you
against
kidding me?
You only cannot be right now.
Obama's policy was not
Trump-
different from the past policy. It was the same thing. So let's not come here and try to make Obama this one guy that came in to change anything.
As a matter of fact, Obama and Netanyahu doesn't see eye to eye because of Obama policy on 2-state policy. I mean, 2-state.
2-state solution is
2-state solution. They've been promising 2-state solution forever, but it's not happening.
So they never see eye to eye.
What?
But when Trump came in, Trump destroyed that policy. He backed Netanyahu.
Ajali Gogo, you don't know.
Hold on. Let's talk this week. He backed Netanyahu land grabbing policy, and
come on, man, that's the line.
And he declared support. He declared support. He did not even play diplomacy. He declared support openly.
You just being Obama's supporter. Obama's fan. That's what you're being, right here.
Look.
Obama was no different. Obama kept the same American policy against in the Middle East. He didn't change any. He didn't come to do any change. Obama was a puppet in the White House. He's not one black guy that waited to try to be super guy.
Who's puppet? Who's puppet?
He was the puppet of the establishment. He's just another president. He was the most number one.
You are digressing to another thing entirely.
No. I'm not that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. When it comes to America, wait. When it comes to America, the foreign policy is always constant. It's always the same. The presidents are always puppet to the establishment. Whatever they call these people, the one, but the establishment, and Obama was one bigger puppet than any other president. Trump was the only one that actually was standing against the establishment, doing his own thing. That's why the establishment hate the guy, and that's why they are hunting him today.
That one is a different game.
But but you are praising Obama as one guy that came in to try to establish something new, say 2-state policy or something. Obama kept the same policy that's been going on forever, and he didn't break any peace in the Middle East. So don't come and try to paint Obama as one guy that came in to be this special guy that was doing the right thing. No, Obama destroyed Africa. He destroyed Middle East. Obama was the only places Obama favored was just Europe. Same way every president has always been doing it. He sold Libya to Italy and everybody. He came in to be puppet of white people. That's it.
We are not.
He didn't do anything. He even refused to sell weapons to Nigeria to fight Boko Haram. And he's a black man. You guys are worshiping. No, because he's black. Come on, man.
We are not marketing America. I mean, Obama.
That's what you're doing now. When you come and say Obama created something, 2-state policy. Obama didn't create anything. He just kept on with the same old policy.
The policy of George Bush was 2-state solution, same as Obama. Trump came and destroyed it.
How did he destroy it? Show us the proof.
He destroyed it. He didn't. Trump roll out his own policy without meeting with. He only met the Jewish Netanyahu. He didn't meet the Palestinian before he rolled out his policy, and the Palestinian kicked against his policy.
That's why there was no violence in the place.
And
that's why there was no bombing.
Hold on. Go and search your this thing. Go and search. Even the what do you call it? This financial aid that America give the Palestinians, he cut it. He stopped it. Go and check that one.
And that's why we didn't see. That's why there was peace.
Hold on. Let Zita come in. Zita, you wanted to come in. I think this was the topic that made you come running in. Now, Zita, good to see you. Zita.
What man? How na day?
We do.
Yeah, I just you said something as I was passing, and I heard you. I just wanted to say something that everybody on the platform and people who are listening will remember in future. You see, when it comes to immigration in America, not because the other presidents didn't say it. You see, all those things Trump is saying about immigration is in their constitution. It depends on who wants to handle it, just like the gay right has been on the table in the White House for 40 years. Obama came and signed it. That doesn't mean that it wasn't there, but he's the one that has the gut or maybe interest to sign it. So all those things you guys hear Trump saying about immigration, please remember today, is in their constitution. So don't think America is a place an immigrant will come and have a child and the child will become a citizen. That's an illegal. You are called illegal. An illegal immigrant, you will come and have a child, it becomes legal. It is in their constitution. So he's not saying anything different. You people should stop. Well, I don't know why they hate him because he's saying all those things that is in their constitution about immigration. Most people are hating on him, more especially the immigrants, because of his stand on immigration. But I want to tell everybody this night, he's not saying anything different.
Yeah,
Just the boss.
What was he said on immigration?
Everything you heard him say.
What did he say?
Go back
Different
from,
that.
Go back from 2016, 2015, 2016, when he started his campaign. All those things he's saying about immigration is in their constitution. What mean? Go back to their constitution if you have anybody who is in the military.
What did he say? What did he say? That
I
was,
said
He was only speaking against illegal immigration, which is just like he said, it's in the constitution. Illegal immigration is not legal. That's what we're speaking against.
That he said about, will I start counting it? I said everything. So when you go back to from 2016 to date,
no, that's a broad statement.
That's why I said in totality.
Hold on.
Totality. So whichever one you pick out is in their constitution. That's what I mean.
That's a fishing statement. That's too broad.
He was rolling out an immigration policy. Hold on. He was rolling out.
What do you mean you don't just? You can't. People can't just take what you say as gospel.
I am not saying,
it's too broad. What you're saying is too broad.
I am not saying you should take what I said. I made a categorical statement.
You made a broad statement.
I didn't make a broad statement. I made a categorical statement. I said,
okay. Let me.
He has said about immigration. So, which one is broad again?
No. Hold on. What all he said in the campaign about immigration, yes, you are right. But the policy that he rolled out while he's in government was anti-American immigration, constitutional.
You mean illegal immigration?
Where did you get that word that is anti-American
status?
Immigration?
You mean anti-illegal immigration?
Constitutional status.
Yes. Anyway,
no, I can't no.
Say what I want to say.
He was rolling out a policy that was anti-immigrant.
Give me an example.
Thank you Madazita, thank you so much. We said this before. Whatever Trump is saying is the constitution. If Trump is going out of the line, America is the home of judiciary. They would have sued him to court so many times.
Let me even have to it.
Nobody came out to shout.
Please, let me even have to it. One man, do you know that more people were deported during Obama's regime than Trump's regime? And that's what people don't even know. So let me explain what was going on. Right?
Obama's have 2 terms.
The record showed it.
Obama's have 2 terms, though. Yeah, well, carry on.
Yeah. But let me explain something to you. So basically, in America, they have the illegal migrant crisis. But they have the 2 kind of immigrant they describe: a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant, right? But America, due to, of course, it's a country where they need population, they need especially quality immigrant. It's always been an immigrant country, and their immigration policy is mainly focused on when you migrate here, legal or illegally, they watch you, and if you are someone that they don't want, maybe you're a criminal or just a liability, they will find a way to deport you or deny you citizenship and things like that. And throughout their history, it's always been the case. They deport people every day. So now the difference was that Trump came in and started highlighting. It was a political speech to kind of like, because he thought that was a popular thing going on among the white Americans. We don't like immigrants. It's always been like that from the beginning of time. Even when the Irish were coming, they were always saying, we don't like these immigrants. Italians, it was always like that. So he knew that if he speaks like that, that's the popular thing going on within the whites. So he was just talking about it, like, oh, the illegal, I will build a fence, I would go after them. And then he will send the camera to go and show the ones they are deporting, which is normal thing. They deport illegal immigrants every day. So he was just focusing camera on it as if he's the one doing it. But the system is what's doing it. The system has always does it. They arrest people every day, illegal immigrants, and the ones they feel like, okay, this person here is valuable to the country, they keep you. The ones they feel like, oh, it's not valuable, it's a liability, they deport you. So it's always been like that. He just kind of used it as a level as if he's fighting against the entire old immigration thing, and that's not the case. Even he himself at one point said it to clarify, like, oh, when he was talking about the Mexican, I said, oh, some are good, but hey, look like they are sending their criminals here, they are sending their drug dealers here, they are sending their rapists here. But he said, but some I assume it's good, just to clarify himself. I'm not saying everybody's bad, So the guy was playing politics, but in his action, if you really study very well, there's nothing that was different between his era and any other president's era. They were deporting people. It's the same thing. It's just politics. Trump, I mean, people need to understand that, man. When people are playing politics, they just talk.
Mike, during Trump era, when Trump came out with this B2B visa, something like that for expatriates and the rest, Nigeria was top number one. India was not there.
In fact, there were more Nigerians than jackpot Americans during Trump that time than any other era. But the real reality is what we saw. We saw that people were coming in. I saw people, like, I was seeing it, like, he's not really doing anything. He's just talking. It's just noise making. The guy know what America wants, man. America want immigrants. They want quality people.
But do you know why Nigerians troop in large number during the Trump? Because everybody knew that he was coming up with policy that would be anti-immigrant, would make it very hard for immigrants to come in or to bring in.
Name one policy.
Hold on. He was trying to make a policy that will make it very hard for immigrants to bring in their family into America. You see what we have now currently, that if that make it, easier for us to bring in our family, our mother, our father, our this thing. He want to stop all those kind of things. He want to bring in what they call maybe chain something that you have to spend number of the one that they use in Britain or somewhere, maybe in Australia. I don't know.
In Australia, I think.
I don't know. It's a kind of chain policy that you have to spend so number of years that will qualify you, maybe like 10 years, that will not qualify you to make to bring in maybe your wife, maybe another 10 years that will qualify you to bring in maybe your father or your this. It's not that the moment you become a citizen or you can easily bring in all your family. He wanted to stop that. And that was against what I mean. The immigration status of America.
Now, did he do it, or did he actually, or did he just say it?
American immigration status?
But did he do it, or did he just say? Did he just say it, or did he do it?
He was rolling out. He was
just talking. He said he said about building a wall.
We're not talking.
He was talking. He promised us that he will build a wall in 6 months. Did he build any wall?
He didn't build a wall. Yeah, I thought he did.
Who told you he didn't build the wall? Who told you he didn't build the wall? He built a wall that
Mike, have you been
almost 600 miles. Look at you. 600 miles wall.
But Janegoko, America is not like Nigeria that the president had the total what they call veto power to decide anything. If Trump was going that direction, it was illegal. It's against the Constitution. There would be judge or Supreme Court that would put a stop to that.
He wanted to take it through the assembly.
Even though through assembly, Gay Right didn't go through the assembly and went to Supreme Court and Supreme Court overturn whatever they want to overturn. That is American for you. That has Constitution that works. Trump cannot decide.
You don't know what
abortion law they just get overturned in Supreme Court, which they hear. Which one you don't know America? Is it not passed through the House of Assembly?
What are you talking about?
Hello?
If he have the support of this thing and he can back it up with other things, they can go and defend it in the Supreme Court and they might win. How did they win?
Mike
How
is
did they
Mike. Doesn't
overturn?
mean he
Hold
must
on,
win.
hold on. How did they overturn Roe v. Wade? What are you talking about? You don't know this America. Anything can happen. No, don't say that. Oh, this America, this thing they cannot happen. Anything can happen anytime.
Mr.
Anything can
Janeko,
happen.
please, can I interject just a second here?
Yeah,
Okay.
come
Can
in,
you guys hear me?
Ribado. Yeah, come in, Ribado.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yes, please. Let me. I have just few seconds, and what I want to interject is this. To me, the concept of ruling America, it's a very delicate something. Most of the president, it does not matter at the end of the day who sits on the presidency. Their institutions are far more powerful than the president himself, unlike our own here in Nigeria. So if I think what give Trump the challenges he's having here, he tried to fundamentally alter the traditional style of ruling America, unlike the previous ones. The guy he wants America that is not poking its nose in other countries' affairs. And that does not sit well with their military industrial complex, with their banking system, because the true rulers of America is their military might and their bankers, the banking industry. The military industrial complex keep pushing the policies that they wage wars. They keep making money.
BlackRock, is it BlackRock?
BlackRock is a hedge fund. Even
no, there's is it BlackRock? There's one. I'll find the name, but carry on. Yeah,
it's BlackRock and Blackstone. You understand? They are two companies.
Is it Blackstone? The one, the warmonger. Which one is the warmonger? Yeah,
BlackRock you're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Now,
okay, carry on.
So Trump wanted to have a peaceful America. He wanted to pay attention more to the American problem than American poking its nose outside. He wanted to deal with the issues of internal security, homelessness, the cartels that are coming across, and but that is not what the elite really wanted. If you can analyze it from the exception, America was not designed to rule. To operate the way Trump wanted it. For America to stay at the peak, for America to keep policing the country, they have to. Even this war they are waging on Ukraine now, they just want to bleed Russia out. Not because they want to really confront and have a war with Russia. They want Russia to be weak militarily, which will lead to its collapse. Now, this BlackRock you're talking about, do you know, just a few years back, BlackRock were in
Ukraine. Oh, you faded a bit, Ribadu. Hello?
I think it's
it's a system
network drop. So add to what Roberto said. During Trump time, Mike, if you are listening, I guess you are served in Japan before. During Trump time, Trump gave Japan. It overturned the law that was in Japan that Japan cannot have their own military. During Trump time, Trump overturned that policy and allowed Japan to have their military. Generals never like that. Now, the bases are shutting down in Japan. Japan have the most bases of America based in Asia. Now, they are shutting down because Japan have their own base now. They have their military now. So they don't have that. They don't need that American presence like that too much anymore. So what Roberto was saying is true. During Trump time, he came with policy that will favor the world. He wanted America to be for Americans, not proclaiming to other people's affairs. Like what happened in what is this place they're fighting? This it's not Palestine. This what's it?
Afghanistan.
Russia came. No, not Russia came to help. This the one close to Jordan. This country was
Syria.
You're just making money for them. It was generals who were making money. He stopped so many things. He pulled out American soldiers from ministries. You see American soldiers are having in Japan. American soldiers was like ladies. I mean, you see American soldiers, they're like, I don't know how to say it. I don't want to say it. Like I'm going against gay. Trump put that policy. A soldier must be a soldier, not transgender or whatever. America started having shape again, having presence again. Now, And one more thing. If what Trump is doing is wrong,
all right. Say it's Blackwater. Yes, Blackwater, not BlackRock. But carry on. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. So yeah, you can go on. I just want to quickly add that one to it.
All right. Back to you, Ajale Koko. I think Ribado's system has dropped. So back to Ajale Koko.
So
make America great again, MAGA.
If Trump had not if he had not tried to be very harsh on immigrants with a policy he was trying to come up with, then a lot of immigrants might even vote for him. A lot of immigrants might vote for him in the last election. But that policy, I think, scared a lot of immigrants in America, and begin to see Trump as, anti-immigrant, and why should they vote for him? But all that, this guy, World Peace, said now concerning the Japan and some other, those are good things. He did a lot of good things. During the time of Trump, North Korea never fired any missile. They never tested any missile. He was able to have a good relationship with that guy and with Russia. And he thought that America was spending too much on military abroad. America is paying for defense of Japan and some other country, like even Germany and some other country in Europe. So he was trying to, make those countries to pay for their services, particularly NATO. He forced NATO to pay more their own,
contributions.
He forced them to pay. They weren't paying it fully before. He forced them to pay. He said America is not going to bankroll NATO anymore. That what is the point in all of us being a member of this organization, but America have to pay for like 90% of the expenses of running the organization. So he forced them to pay more. So he did a lot of good things, we can't say, and the economy was very good under him. It took a lot of economic policy that stimulate economic growth and attracted investors around the world, to invest in America. So he did some good things, but he didn't do good on immigration. He scared a lot of immigrants, and he didn't do good during the COVID too. He didn't show empathy. He was acting, in Americans, like people to deceive them. Just show as if you are crying. Just show that you show empathy. But
I don't see the hypocrisy of Democrats during that. They were the ones shouting during the COVID that, let's shut down the country, let's shut down, face masks. Just to Trump is saying, listen, we got to move on with the country economy now. We have to open the country. They were the ones shouting face mask. The moment Biden came in, everybody started wearing face masks.
That is
very hypocritical.
Yeah, that is politics. So he should have played the politics good.
I'm just saying the hypocrisy of Democrats.
A lot of people, and they accuse him of causing the death of a lot of people that he didn't show leadership to. He didn't show leadership. He didn't show empathy. He didn't convince American people that COVID was so dangerous. He was showing to American people as if it's not too dangerous. You can go about your normal businesses, and people were dying. So they were.
That's what we are all doing today. Now we are all going about our normal businesses, right?
Yeah. So it was. He didn't play the politics right during the COVID, and that's what cost him the election. If not for
no,
COVID,
it's not what cost him, man. He actually won more vote than he did the previous election. Somehow, Biden now won some kind of historical number that's never happened before, even more than Obama the first time. Like, where did this number come from? I mean, there's some Ojoro in that election. I'm sorry.
Well, forget about
at night. I woke up in the morning. It was the same thing they accusing Tinubu. I woke up in the morning.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Mike. Are you saying there was a Joro? Are you saying that
I don't want to sound like obedient. Well, you look like that.
There you are. You know where I was going. You know where I was going.
But that one, this one compare. I mean, you can't compare with the obedient one is ridiculous. But this one, no. I mean, come on now. I mean, at least Tinubu led try the whole time, you know. But with Trump, Trump was clearly winning. Like it was almost like already declaring winner self. And the Gila Road, there's a one way they have to count the one they mail in. So the one they mail in is the one that just all of a sudden increased Biden's number to an historical, beyond historical, you know,
Mike,
level.
It was that COVID that caused it.
That was the general people, general war. They said the one that made him. Who were the people that made him? From bases from all over the world, and the number came and beat the people in America.
Do you know that Trump even performed better than the first time? He got more than even the first time. So we are wondering, how did he now lose? And then Biden got number they've never existed, like the kind of performance that has never existed. And the history, the highest voting history was that Obama first time, because everybody was so enthusiastic about Obama. And Trump broke that. Biden broke that record.
Mike, do you think that Trump should check the American IREV? Do you think he should check the IREV?
Hey, one man, quick interjection, one man.
He check.
Georgia vote 3
He
times.
check. They said dead people.
He couldn't find the vote. He couldn't find the vote to cover up his loss.
He checked and he got things against himself. He checked and got dead people against himself that voted for Trump. Then he kept quiet.
Let Prince Daddy come in. Prince Daddy, good to see you.
Yeah, you too, one man. Hello, everyone. Hey, on this topic, Mike is absolutely right. I mean, he's got all the points and is right on all the points. But
you're a MAGA. Yeah, you're another MAGA.
No, well, just to tell you, before the Nigerian election, I actually have it on record. I said Nigeria's election, this 2023, was going to be much better and superior than Americans' 2020 election. I said it, and it came out to be true. The 2020 election, if you want to talk about corruption and malfeasance in the election, I couldn't believe it came from America. It was the worst election ever, perhaps in the whole world. In the whole world. So much cheating and
which election was worse in the whole world? Which election?
The America's 2020 election.
Go and sit down, man. Who told
I don't want to insult America, but that thing is very questionable.
You are
very
like
questionable
now because they defeated your Trump, your candidate. Now,
no, it's not by angry about it. It's about the truth.
To the point where Americans stormed the White House.
Angelico, maybe you're stuck watching CNN and CNBC. They kind of got you deluded in a lot of ways.
That's why you got it wrong. I don't even like them. I don't even.
Well, you sure talk like them. You sure talk like them because you got all the talking points.
Trump did not win the election.
It's okay.
Everywhere
the same reason. Hold on. The same reason Pansan came. The same reason Pansan came on one man show and said Tinubu never won one state. The same reason Pansan came to a one man show and said Tinubu never won one state. So you two can say the same thing. Trump never won, but that's okay. That's okay. That's not the problem.
I feel a sense of deja vu. I feel a sense of deja vu. Is this not Peter Obi?
He did not win the election. He didn't win the election. He lost. Even the Georgia, the red state, they counted the vote. They recounted the vote 3 times.
Well, that's okay. When you have so many,
they lost. What are you talking about?
For the first time in America's election, they suspended the counting of the election at midnight in like the 5 major battleground states. Imagine that. And the next morning, when Trump was leading by,
Trump agent not in those locations. where they were
No,
doing the
see, you don't. It sounds like you don't know the difference
I just
between
go, but they
Nigeria's
don't do like
election.
it's not like
Hold
Nigeria.
on,
They don't do agent.
exactly. You don't know the difference between the American election and Nigeria's election. They
They
don't
don't
do
do
that there.
agent.
I like Trump too, but he lost
There's no agent like right there trying to collate the votes.
That's why I
See,
told you Nigeria own
if
is
you
better.
have a dominated party running a city or a state, well, they tend to be the ones that take charge of everything. Unlike Nigeria, where you're gonna have your agents at the polling unit. No, it doesn't work that way. And by the way, there's no need to debate about it because we know MAGA or Trump is not a sole loser. 2024 is around the corner. That's not a big deal. Winning is not. We always win. Win is not our problem. We're always going to win. So that's not a big deal. So don't worry about it. But but earlier about Trump being arrested, I don't know how somebody that had a court date would be arrested on that same day. It didn't like violate the court order. It came to court as arraigned. They didn't fingerprint him, by the way. That was a lie. Somebody mentioned that it wasn't fingerprinted. They didn't take no mark. It was not. I don't believe it was. I have to read that
They didn't
myself.
they didn't mug shot him, but they
I
fingerprinted
didn't
him.
believe it was, but I have to do that research myself. From what I heard, they could be wrong. I also heard that it wasn't fingerprinted. It wasn't mug shot. It came in, did what he had to do, and he flew to New Jersey. So it wasn't arrested. But what's the big deal anyway if it was arrested? It's not a big. See, what is going on right now in American politics right now is a prelude to what is to happen to many American politicians. Believe it or not, American politicians are equally or almost as corrupt, even more than corrupt than Nigerian politicians, quite frankly, because they're more sophisticated. Nigerian politicians, they just stuff cash in a suitcases, but these people are more sophisticated in their cheating and their corruption. Trust me, you know that. You mentioned BlackRock and all these other companies that work in tandem with these politicians. But again, this is a prelude to what is going to happen in 2024 when Trump comes back in power. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama is probably one of the most corrupt politicians ever in America. That guy was terrible. It wasn't that smart anyways, even though he has a good way of speaking. It wasn't a very smart guy, not at all.
Obama wasn't a very smart guy. Is that what you said?
Yeah, Obama is not
Exactly
very
what I
smart.
said. I didn't stutter. Exactly what I said. It was not a very smart guy.
He's not a smart guy at all.
I mean, go check his resume.
They're hyping
Go
him.
check his resume. Even Peter B as a candidate was a better candidate than Barack Obama would ever be. Trust me, I'm saying it. Go check his record.
I don't know about that one.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Prince Daddy, let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Who's your favorite Fox presenter, Prince Daddy? Who's your favorite?
Woman, that's a good question. Actually, I tell you.
Is it done?
But one man, let me ask, what is Obama
Let me
achieve
answer that
besides
question.
turning
Let me
everybody
answer
into
that question.
homosexuals,
One man.
to gay? Besides introducing America, turning America to a gay country, what did Obama achieve? Tell me. They call him the first gay president. That's his achievement. The first
He
gay
turned
president.
American military to gay military over the world.
That's all he did, man.
Hold on, because you sound like you binge on. Kulata is
No.
accusing you.
One man. Let me tell you right now. One man. Let me tell you. Hold on. One man. Fox News is even worse than CNN. Did I say that? You hear me right? Fox News is worse than CNN. It's a terrible news network. Absolutely terrible. So don't think I'm a Fox News guy. No, I don't do that. See,
I know why you are calling Fox News a worst station now.
It's not Jalen Cooper.
No, I agree with him. Actually, those Republicans, Fox News, they are the worst.
I believe you are Fox News fans before, but since they back out from Trump narrative that
it's Hannity, isn't it? It's
Hannity. You have to understand, some of us don't go by the news.
You're trying to corner me and label me. That's not the case. That's not the case.
Hannity did this to Prince, but Prince, let's hear from Princess Rosie, who I think came in for this topic. Princess, good to see you.
Hello, woman. Hello, everybody in the platform.
Hi, how are you?
I'm calling in for my guy, President Trump. What they are doing to this guy is
going on?
Bad. What they are doing to this guy, they just want to frustrate him so that he wouldn't be able to contest as the president. Trump has been one of the best presidents that America has ever had. Trump tried all he can to make America great again. But because he's not a politician, he will say it as it is. You know who politicians are? They will lie to you. They will deceive you. But Trump will tell you as it is. I mean, Trump did so much to help the American economy. If not for COVID, America would have picked up greatly. Obama that everybody is praising, Obama did a lot of evil. So this news that is going on that he was arrested, he wasn't arrested. He turned himself in. And then after he was cleared, he left. He left with no conditions.
They read him is right. They read him is right.
Yeah,
But Miss Rosie, Obama stabilized American economy.
No.
Hold on now. American economy was down the hole when Obama came in. He brought it up, he stabilized it. Trump came to consolidate on that. So don't rubbish Obama that, he didn't do anything. No, he actually did a lot of things.
Look at Obama.
If you look at what George Bush did to the American economy, Obama performed.
Babajale Koko, is it right that Obama would light up the White House with a gay pride? Obama promoted so much this LBG, all these gay rights and all this stuff. He messed up the military. Trump came and said, no, if you're a man, you are a man.
Don't ask, don't tell, Abby. He came up with the don't ask, don't tell.
Then it's like, he's not going to sponsor men trying to be women, all those expensive operations. No. Look at NATO. He said America goes around the world paying all these bills. If not, I mean, they have to pay their bills. If they don't pay, he won't pay. I mean, he tried so much to bring up the economy. But because, and then Trump has so many of these people, he has so much of their secrets. That's why they want to crush him. They want to crush him at all costs. So the people that were even attending to him when he turned himself in, some of them, they were crying because they know what they were doing to him. They're setting up this man, they're trying to mess him up. But you know one thing I'm positive about? He will never...
Republican base. That's why they were crying. They are obviously...
for me, I am not a Republican.
That you saw crying. They are Republican, they are pro-Trump. That's why when they see their political lord, that's crying.
Look at Israel. There was a policy that said Jerusalem should be the capital of Israel. This policy has been put in place since 1999. None of them had the guts to bring this, to pass it into law. Trump did. I mean, Trump did so much for America, but just because he's not a politician.
I never knew you were so right-wing, Princess Rosie. I never knew you were right-wing.
I am.
Are you one of those Breitbart? Are you one of those Breitbart? What's it called? Who's that tall guy in Breitbart? Are you one of those Breitbart people?
I'm just for fairness. I'm for justice. I'm not for when they
to support Princess Rosie. Trump is the best thing ever happened to America, and Trump is a businessman. If you negotiate with Trump, you get what you want.
He's not a politician, so he would.
He's not a politician. Just negotiate what you want, you get it. It's simple.
Do you know that?
But we are so used. The blacks, they're so used to free handout. Africans so used to free handout. We are not complaining.
Let me tell you now.
We help Tinubu'S government because Tinubu is a good person that can negotiate what he wants, and Trump will listen.
See, like even the black Americans always.
I'm sorry to
they
say,
were calling him racist and everything.
Hold on. So sorry. You know, Princess cannot push through your voice. Go on, Princess.
I'm so sorry. Please look at Trump. They said Trump doesn't like the blacks. Look at this girl, Jennifer Hudson. When she had a tragedy in her family, Trump offered her his hotel to stay for like 6 months. She did not pay a dime. Look at this guy. What's his name? Kanye West. Is he not a friend to Trump? Is Kanye West not black? So this guy is not just a politician. He will say it as it is. But politicians will lie to you.
I'm not a racist. I have a black friend. Is that
no, let me even have to wait. No.
Trump released more black people during his time. Trump released more black people from jail during his time than any other president.
Let me tell you.
Those that didn't release shortened that sentence during Trump time.
Let me tell you one thing for the blacks. Let me tell you one thing for the blacks, right? In America, they have this black institution called the HBCU, Historical Black Universities. They're usually the worst ranking schools in America, like low ranking. And the people of that institution have always been trying to find a way to elevate those schools, right? but because of government deliberate policies where they don't give that institution permanent funding, where they will tell them, they give them conditions to fund them, right? And they keep saying, if you keep on giving all these conditions, there's no way. We have to find a way to bring quality students in, so that way we can, if students are build an institution, and you have to give us that funding to be able to do that. But if you keep giving us these conditions will only allow you just recruit anybody to come in, even a dog and cats, they don't do anything. So they've always, the blacks, that's why have always been fighting the government. The first president that came in and said, the moment they met with him, the HBCU officials, the guy just gave them a permanent funding. First time in history. And today, the schools, the black institution, the past few years now, they've started elevating. And I heard, I have to double check that Biden has taken it, reversed it again. So this guy was even doing for blacks. He was not racist. His policy was not racist.
Wasn't, my brother. He wasn't. Look at when you know why they're so scared of Trump? He said he's going to drain the swamp. All of them, they are shitting in their pants. Excuse my English. That guy shakes them. He has a lot of their dead, so they want to crush him. But one thing I know is
No, it's not fair not to say Trump is not racist. Trump is racist, but he's a businessman that you get what you negotiate, not what you deserve, which we Africans are looking for. Go and negotiate and you get it. We cannot get whatever we want with the Biden and the past presidents. Trump is racist, which we don't
No, he
dispute
said
that.
racist things, but he's not racist.
Anyway, but he's a good businessman.
Princess Rosie, Kulata has a question for you. Is asking, yeah, are you one of those people that went to storm the Capitol when Trump?
I wish I could. I couldn't go. I live in Texas. I wish I could. I wish I could have wanted to calm that place down.
No, I feel
This
me.
guy. Did Obama come to Africa? Did he come to Nigeria? Did he come to Nigeria?
I never knew Nigerian Americans were so right wing.
You know that Trump like Nigerians in America, right?
Cannot do. You can hear from Rosie what he said he's going to do. He wish he could, but Kulata is so scared. He cannot do it.
Look at when Trump called Nigeria a shithole. Is he lying? The way they treat us, don't they treat us worse than animals in Nigeria? So this guy is just I mean, he's outspoken.
No, he called Africa, not Nigeria, Africa. But then he specifically kind of like spoke good about Nigeria later, because people were telling him that, listen, the Nigerians, they're a little bit more productive and things. So he spoke good about Nigeria. Even honored this Nigerian man that owned that airport in England. What's that man's name? That Yoruba man.
Yes.
Well, Gatwick. He owns Gatwick, doesn't he?
Yeah, Trump honored the guy now. Invite the guy. Honor the guy. So the guy has respect for Nigerians, man. Especially Nigerians,
please,
American.
Great America, make America great again. Yeah.
Now, wow. So Nigerians are MAGAs in America. I never knew. So you guys are MAGA.
See, one man, let me tell you something about the United States. If you are a progressive person, you want to be successful, you want to be you're an entrepreneur, you want to do something great. I'm telling you, the Republicans, trust me, they will put they always put policy in place to support you. What the Democrats do is they put a lot of roadblocks. All they want to do is extract money from. All they want to do is extract money from people that are trying to be successful people and people that are trying to be successful to fund a bunch of welfare program. I'm not saying I'm against welfare, but they fund some ridiculous. Now they spend billions on this abortion thing. The way they spend all this money, like some ridiculous things. Like they will put money into some welfare program that doesn't even help the people they are welfare. Like they even making it more useless. And the way they will fund that money is by coming after the people that are actually productive. They will increase your tax. They will just take from you. I'm like, okay, where is this money going?
My brother, do you know that as a foreigner, if you go into the Republican Party, you can easily get positions. Like me, when I retire, I'm trying to go into politics, in American politics. As a Republican, you have opportunities to rise. But as an African from Nigeria, trying to, as a Democrat, you don't go nowhere. So please.
I think a Republican, a Yoruba guy just won a mayor of which city here for Republican. What's his name? Yeah, which city? Is it? I'm trying to remember.
Colorado. Yeah. It was a conservative guy, but he's more independent. So it was a conservative that voted for him. The Republican. He's almost like a Republican.
He's almost like a Republican.
The Republican guy congratulated him. I was happy because they see him as They see him as a Republican because his policy is very conservative, and they like him. You know, they
I
love
sent the
the
video to one man now.
yeah.
Yeah,
He's a Yoruba guy
yeah,
like that, man. Yeah, one
I look for it. JB joins us from the for the first time. So JB on mute. No doubt another MAGA is quite alarming. The sort of I never knew we were extremists in Nigeria, but there it is. All MAGA, make America great again. JB on mute. JB. Look at this guy. JB, you have to unmute yourself so that we are able to hear you. All right, sorry.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Are you one of the? Are you with us, Princess? Wanted to make America great again.
Not exactly. Not exactly. But I just like to weigh in, sort of. So yeah, Trump really, in my honest opinion, Trump, like a lot of people have said, racist. Yeah, is racism good? Not really. But yeah, it could be worse things. He's racist. But has Trump done something substantial since he has been president, or when he was president? Absolutely. Something both the white and the blacks and other races living in America can verify, as opposed to our brother Barack Obama, which is sad. Most notable things Obama have done is, pro LGBTQ. Not like there's anything wrong with it, but priority is really people are expecting more things from Barack Obama that Trump did. So, but people just have that bad side of them thinking, okay, Trump is racist, therefore whatever he has done.
Sorry, JB, can I ask you a question? Do you remember what America was like when JW was living, George Bush?
In what aspect?
It bankrupted that country. It turned the whole world against it. The economic collapse. You remember that was when we had the global crash. Obama came into the global crash. The what's it called? That quantitative easing something. Do you know that? You know what Obama achieved in that country to pivot it around in 8 years is nothing short of magical.
Oh, I'm sorry, woman. That's an extreme exaggeration.
That's not true.
Extreme exaggeration, please. Number one, Barack Obama was not an economist. He doesn't have a clue about economy compared to Tinubu, for example. And by the way, all he did was continue the quantitative easing that Bush and his cronies put in place. I'm sorry, I'm like really taken aback with your support.
Brought out the
Which support for Barack Obama. I'm not trying to dump on him, but Barack Obama is not that smart. Is not that smart. Okay, he just talks. He talks good game, but he cannot for his life, examine a real critical economic policy. Of course, he took his cues from the people that told him what to do, and he didn't turn the economy around.
As do all presidents. All presidents do that now. Which president doesn't take his cue from experts? But back to you, JB. JB, carry on.
Oh no, that pretty much sums it up. I mean, I'm with you guys on this particular topic. So yeah, I'll just.
So you're a Trump. What do they call you, Trumpians or trumpeters or what are they? What do they call you? So you're a MAGA as well.
No, not really. I wouldn't call myself that because I've seen a lot of people that follow Trump, and I would not say I'll be proud to be associated with them. So no, I'm not a Trump guy, but I would applaud a lot of things Trump have done. But I wouldn't say I'm an Obama guy either. So I'm just one of those observers.
So if you were casting your votes today, which direction would it go? The Republicans or the Democrats?
If the Republican is, of course, bringing Trump again, you mean, right?
Yes. If Trump was on the ticket and Biden the other ticket, where would you sway?
I wouldn't choose Biden, so yeah, Trump.
You're just going to be sitting on the fence?
It's a
No, no,
MAGA now. It's a closet MAGA.
Sorry, JB. Sorry, is your full name John Boo?
no, absolutely not.
Okay, sorry.
Look, one man. You see, all these people, Obama did not do nothing. They didn't put into recognition that.
We're losing you, Ajale Koko.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Carry on.
Yeah, all these people saying Obama did not do anything, they are not putting into consideration that when Obama came, the economy was in tattered. Economy was in bad shape, and Obama.
It was a global crisis, so it wasn't an
Hold
American
on.
thing.
He started
Hey,
in America now. It's Americans
Angelica,
that spread
tell us
that.
And
exactly
it
what
was
Barack
inevitably
Obama
going
did to revive the
they
economy.
figured what the problem was before Obama even came in.
originated from America. Are you not? I mean, don't you know what happened? The problem
Quantitative
originated and it
easing,
spread
Prince.
around the world.
Well,
Quantitative
say
easing.
no. They
Yeah.
give the Wall Street investment bankers and other banks like Chase, J.P. Morgan Chase, billions, in fact, into trillions of dollars. And guess what happened with one man? In like few months later, these same companies that went bankrupt, that run the country into the ground, they reported profit in a few months later. Because
Exactly. All they have to do was print money and just
so
give it to them.
is that
It's not
a
magic.
sensible or viable economic policy?
Are you friend?
There was no magic done by Obama, so let's
There was
not.
no magic. It didn't get into anything.
On. You people can hate Obama
It's not.
from heaven to hell.
There's nothing to
But
like about Obama. The guy is not. He's
let's
just
us give
black.
it
That's
to
why we
him.
all shout Obama. Obama.
Angelico,
You can. This guy
So,
did
so the
good.
fact that I
He
didn't give weapons to the
stabilized.
Nigerian military allowed Boko Haram to overtake everywhere. So you still like
there's
him,
nothing
Abi?
to hate about Obama. There's nothing to hate about him. Trust me. This
Hold
guy's
on,
not that
guys.
special. There's nothing
Hold on,
special about him.
guys.
Ajane Koko, so do you like him allowing Boko Haram to take over Bona and kill so many people
Hold on.
in northern Nigeria? Do you like
Forget
that?
about Boko Haram. Forget about
No,
Boko
no, no.
Haram.
You answer now. Wait,
No.
are you okay with
Forget.
Obama
Let's talk
refusing?
about
Wait,
Obama and America. Forget about
no.
Obama.
You say he's a good guy, and I'm trying to find out if he's a good guy in that regard.
I think you're really
That
glad that he destroyed Libya.
Nigerian government.
One voice.
Let me say
Hold on. Angelico, I think you're really excited that Barack Obama destroyed Libya. I know that, right? You're
That's
happy
one.
about that.
That's one. Another one. Boko Haram. They were just ravaged, like these people were committing massacre in northern Nigeria. Nigerian government desperately needed a weapon. The same America that told Nigeria in the 70s that you sign an agreement, don't dispatch your weapons program. We'll be supplying you weapons. It's an agreement you have with Nigeria. It's an agreement that you will be giving us weapons. I don't know why go on or whoever it was. I agree with them that we will not start our own weapons program. We will be supplying us weapons. And in a most desperate need, where Boko Haram terrorist organizations taking over places, territories in Nigeria where they are committing massacre, and you refuse to give weapons, and you allow that to happen, and then you allow your media to be putting our girls, keyboard girls, all over the American media space, embarrassing Nigeria. This is Obama, a black man.
For your information,
let me finish. He was using
Barack
American
Obama
media
was
to mark Nigeria.
Obama was
And you are
anti-black.
still hailing this man like, oh, because he's a black man. Oh, Obama. The guy destroyed Africa, man. Come on.
Yeah, he imposed gay rights on us. He spent $18 million through the right to undermine Jonathan government. Obama. That guy will never like him.
The guy destroyed Nigeria, man. This is the reason why Boko Haram is.
Go and read more about Obama, please. I know I always trust your opinion. I always like, you're always passionate about your opinion. But on this case, please, you stand up very wrong. Can you just read more about Obama?
I think you guys are just one-sided.
If it wasn't Trump, Boko Haram would have reached Abuja by now. If it wasn't Trump that gave Nigerian military weapon, Boko Haram would be in Abuja right now. They'd probably be in Lagos.
That's why I said I need Trump.
Hey,
If
the
Bola
best
comes in,
thing
you can negotiate with him.
Barack Obama did for Nigeria.
One voice. Carry on.
One second. The best thing Barack Obama did for Nigeria was for Michelle Obama to have a clipboard or whatever to say bring back our girls instead of giving Nigeria freaking weapons. It said.
It was all propaganda.
We've lost your prince. Princess, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, look, one man. Obama, during the Shippo girl, America offered her. Jonathan government said they did not need help. Jonathan himself said that Boko Haram is in their government. He said it openly. So how could America now come and surrender their weapon or give you weapon that will get into the hand of terrorists?
But
Because
Trump did it now.
hold on now, your president said it that I have terrorists in my government. And most of the time, every intelligence report that they offer your country, before they know it, is in the hand of the terrorists. So that shows that your country is so porous, they cannot even keep intelligence. So what kind of country is that?
No,
Ajale
hold on. Let
Koko,
me respond to
Ajale
that, man.
Koko.
That's just
Hold
ridiculous.
on. Ajale
Look,
Koko,
Yeah,
on
yeah.
air, on
One man,
air.
can I
One
respond real
voice.
quick?
So,
Hold on. Let me respond.
let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me
Let
answer.
Ajanle,
Yeah.
hold on, everybody. Let Ajanle Koko land and then have a quick interjection, work piece, and then bring it home, Mike. Ajanle Koko, back to you.
So that's about Obama. Even the Trump, when Trump sold weapons to you, did that stop the killing up to today? Well, Nigeria were
It
killed more
reduced it. It reduced it.
No, he didn't reduce. Hold
We
on, one
crossed
man.
Boko Haram. Where is Boko Haram today? Are they still occupying
Hold on,
territory?
people. Hold on. During the time of Obama and Jonathan, the terrorist activity was only in the northeast, right? Only in the northeast, and particularly in Borno State. But after Obama left, what happened? It spread all over. And the killing continued, which after they even sold all the weapons to you. What have you achieved with it? They are still killing people up to today in your Nigeria. So let us keep that one. When you have a country that have leadership,
Well, you
that
presenting strong an argument there. That's not what we are talking. We're not talking about Nigerian governance. We are talking
then
about Obama policy.
hold on.
We know Nigeria is irresponsible. We understand that.
Let me finish. I will let you. Then on Obama handling of American economy, Obama handed over a robust economy to Trump. Economy that was very, very
Nah,
robust.
that's in your drink, Ajale
Economy
Koko.
that was
Sorry.
Obama had 8
producing.
years, though.
Hold
Trump
on.
only had 4 years.
Yeah, Obama handed over a robust economy
Not
to
true.
Trump.
It was not robust.
Yes.
There was no
And
robust.
very, very robust. A very buoyant economy. As at the time he left.
That's a
Economy
joke.
that was producing, economy that was creating jobs. He left
No.
the
It was
economy
not.
to Trump. So
Economy was killing jobs.
and when it comes to deficit, go and look at Trump. The deficit he recorded every year in and out against Obama. Go and look at it. The debt, the indebtedness that he incurred on America against Obama. Go and look at it. It was huge. It was huge compared to what Obama.
Well,
What we
Ajale
had.
Koko, we
No,
have to
you
call
guys
you
should
out. We
not
have to call
rubbish.
you out on
You
these
guys should
claims.
not.
It's not true. It's not
You
true.
guys should not rubbish Obama as if he did.
No,
In fact,
well,
he did a lot. He did
during
a
COVID,
lot
yes.
for
During
America.
COVID,
He did a lot.
during COVID, yes. No, just like most economies and countries around the world, they all took on a lot of debt during COVID. But before COVID, we had the best
No, not
economy in the
COVID. Go
world.
and look at during COVID. Go and look at American budget. Trump recorded more deficit than Obama.
I said during
Before
COVID.
COVID. Oh, no.
No.
Don't say during COVID.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko.
No.
Let's Prince land. Prince land.
Yes, before COVID, we had a very robust economy, right? We were the number one energy producer in the world. If you didn't know that, we had more energy and knew we didn't know what to do with it. We had the best economy, lowest interest rate for sure, and there were so many small businesses um, uh, flourishing in America. We had the best economy. There's no doubt about it. Prior to COVID, then came COVID. Of course, we had the strongest military also because we spent almost $1 trillion, revamping the military. Then the COVID came, and of course, the economy was shut down. It made all this. I mean, what else could it have done? We shut down the economy, and a lot of money had to be printed in order to support the economy. That's where all the deficit came about, not because of reckless economic policies or incompetence. That was not the case. If you said that, that means you're lying to yourself. That's all I can say.
What I'm telling you
Okay.
that the economic performance of Trump that you are describing as the best was as a result of a buoyant economy that Obama handed over to him at the time.
So your idea
So
of a buoyant
Obama had
economy is giving $1 trillion to Wall Street. Hold on, you give $1 trillion to Wall Street, and in less than a quarter or two, they turn around and declare profit and dividends. How does that make any sense? When these were the same
It was a
people that
stimulus now. It was a stimulus.
oh really a stimulus
Yeah.
to profit making companies. Does that even make sense? See, listen.
Is that not what America is
No,
predicated
if
upon?
you look in any grad school or in any business school textbook, okay, they don't have accommodation for bailouts. So you can't tell me about profit making companies that make bad business decisions, okay, being bailouts in the trillions, and the next quarter or two turn around and showing profit. That's what you call economic what?
No, it did that to stop the hemorrhaging. It did that to stop the hemorrhaging.
I understand that, but don't turn around and tell us that Barack Obama had the best economy by bailing out Wall Street companies. What sense does that make? Who says that?
One man, you even Republican. You see, they are. You see, what is my friend that just Prince Daddy? You see, it listening too much to Republican politicians.
Yes,
Look,
Fox News.
it was
Okay.
this Republican politician.
I wish if you want to hear my take on Republicans, you'll be shocked. You'll be truly shocked. I despise Republicans actually. If you didn't know that.
Hold on. It was this Republican that he listened to that is championing their narrative now that voted for bailout during the Trump during the Bush era. You know, this crisis started during the Bush time. So they voted in the parliament overwhelmingly for bailout, for Bush to give money to all these things. And that was what Obama continued at the time Obama came into office. So this Republican, they can talk from both sides of their mouth sometimes, and their supporters, like you are listening to Prince Daddy, they can champion, they will say all sort of things. They voted for bailout, and on the other side, they are saying that, we shouldn't have voted for, they shouldn't have given them, but they voted in the parliament. They voted for bailout. When this economy crashed, they voted for bailout. So, look, Obama did what no president has ever done in the recent history of America. The economy of America crashed. Obama brought it up from zero economy that was recording negative employment. It was recording no job. He brought it back to an economy that was creating jobs, millions of jobs, and it handed over a buoyant economy to Trump, and Trump enjoyed that, and he continued on that trajectory, and he was bragging as if, yes, he was the one that did. We are not saying that he didn't do some policy that energizes the economy, that stimulates the economic growth as well. He did he took some economic measures that are very good as well. But you people can rubbish Obama as if he did a lot of good things.
Okay. Let me John. Let me just give my own.
Come in, Mike.
You see, one of the reasons why I literally stopped the whole Pan-African thing, say black people come together, kumbaya shit, is because it's so easy to one of the easiest way to deceive black people is just put one black face in front of us and begin to make him, someone to just follow like a bunch of sheep. This Obama, anybody that would look at Obama and look at things he has done, I even call this man a good human being. Come on, you gotta be ridiculous, especially if you're an African. This man went to Libya, a country where there was progressive, the most progressive country in the world, where every citizen were doing fine, free education, they had good life. You went there, destroyed the country, had the weapons of that country, scattered all over Africa, where he created the disaster in Nigeria. The weapons got in the hands of Boko Haram, became a disaster in northern Nigeria. And you know that your country literally made Nigeria sign an agreement with you that we will not start our own weapons program in the 70s, that you will be always supplying us weapons. An agreement we had. And you saw us going through an attack, and our military said, okay, we want weapon.
Well,
And
well,
that's the
what you are
time.
saying is
Wait,
not
let
true.
me get across. Let me get across.
Hold
Wait,
on.
let me finish it.
Ajanda Coco, please let him land. Carry on, Mike.
The most you could do is tell your wife to leave away a placard to say, bring back our girls. And now how are we going to bring up our girls if you don't have weapons? And we're asking for weapons. Not only did you deny us weapons, you also told every country in the world that they must not supply Nigeria American weapons, to the point where even South Africa couldn't give us weapons. Our pastor had to use his private jet to put money into it, to try to sneak into South Africa just to buy weapons for South Africa. And you exposed us that Nigeria is trying to sneak in to and take weapons for South Africa. You deny us weapon. Where we all seeing what's going on. I mean, this man was terrible. Obama, wicked human being, man. Like Boko Haram was literally like, look at not Madrid, the other area. Look at it. I'm talking about we're having what they call it, refugee crisis. Internally, what they call it, IDP, whatever they call it, crisis. Obama created a problem. And Nigeria military say we just need weapons. We just need, good weapons to wipe these people. Obama denies weapons for years until Trump came and finally gave us the weapon before we were able to do something in that place. And African will look at this man, Obama, and say he's a good man because he's
They
black.
just use a black face to deceive us.
Yeah.
Black face to deceive us.
Yeah, let me interject.
Okay,
I want to
Mike,
interject things.
are you telling us, Mike, are you telling us that Nigeria doesn't have any other option to buy weapon from another?
America for many years made. Wait, let me answer this question real quick. Give me a sec. America for many years always made it clear to people that, listen, you cannot deal with our adversaries. You cannot deal with China, Russia in terms of any kind of military things because they are our adversary. To the point where Nigeria had to say, you know what, to hell with you now, we are going to China now. And that they always made it clear that you can't go to our enemy to associate or to do, because you have to deal with the Western countries. You can't do policies with the Russians and the Americans, or else you become our enemy. So you put Nigeria in that position where we've been dealing with you for years. We only understand your weapon. We only understand how to use your weapon. We don't know too much. We don't wait. Do you know that? Do you know that? Wait. Do you know that? Do you know that when we started buying a Chinese weapon, we have to now train our military how to use those weapons? It's another whole system kind of training. We have to learn these new weapons because we are used to using American weapons. And you put us in that condition.
I want to interject things. Sorry.
All right. I wanted to go to Fatai because it's coming into the conversation fresh, but I have that interjection word, please, and then Fatai come after him.
Yeah, Angelico, I want to respond to you before about Trump, what Trump did to Nigeria, though Mike have said most part of it. Obama put embargo on us not to sell weapons to us. Was it Colonel Durham or whatever that came on air that said they went to America to convince the CIA and to talk to Trump, talk to Obama not to sell weapons to Jonathan? On air, we saw it on channels, and Trump and Jonathan, Obama, listening to them, adding to their word, and this rifle what they said. America as a country didn't even send their intelligence to come and see what's on ground to see if it's true or not. But Trump Obama just accepted what they said and put embargo on weapon on all, and they didn't sell us a weapon. Boko Haram almost killed Phoenix Nigeria, bomb blasts everywhere, first in history in Abuja and the rest. And you say Obama was a good man, and even undermined our process, our election process. WikiLeaks expose. David Azora then, I think, was it the whatever is SSG or whatever, spent $18 million to undermine Jonathan presidency and boot on ground intelligence and logistics. Obama provide, local president provide, American government provided in that election that brought Buhari in. Then economy is talking about. I don't know too much about economy about America, but I know one thing. When Trump came in, there's this bill Obama signed. I see the TTP agreement, where American industry shipped almost got all their stuff in China, imported from China. When he came in, he canceled that agreement, and almost all the public was happy. They all came on air was congratulating Trump, and that was revived American economy. America started producing again most of their stuff again in America. At that time, during Obama time, everything was importing from China outside America. It almost collapsed almost all American companies in America. That's all I want to say. One man, quickly. Can you hear me, one man?
One man, let me say one thing before Fatai,
Yeah.
please. Let me say this
No,
before
before
Fatai.
one man goes, one man, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, let me say.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me say something before. Let me say something before Fatai. Look, all of you are accusing Obama that he didn't say harm. Do you guys know there's a law in America that called Leahy law that prevented Obama back then from selling that arms to Nigeria? Because there have been several complaints by Human Rights or Transparency International, or maybe Human Rights International. What do they call them?
The same law under Trump.
That no. When Obama was there, look.
Did they change the law under Trump?
Hold on now. Trump is a violator of law. Trump doesn't care for law. Trump violates law. So Obama is a man that keeps the law. So this guy, there have been several complaints about Nigerian soldiers killing Nigerians in their villages. All of these were by, is it international human rights something? All of these were all over the news. They are at this international stage. They accuse Nigerian and they call Nigerian to investigate those series of incidences that Nigerian army were killing civilians. So, and that law specified clearly that American arms must not be sold to countries that we use that arms to kill civilians. And that is why Obama couldn't sell those laws, because there are too much human rights push against the selling of arms.
Baba Jale Koko, if I may ask you, what about Fast and Fury that Obama was involved? How they were taking arms from the US to Mexico? Was that law not in place?
What did you say?
I said, what about Fast and Fury? How they were smuggling guns from the US to Mexico and committing all the crimes in Mexico? Was that law
illegal
not in place?
That one was illegal.
Even the country next door, Bobia in Cameroon.
That one was illegal.
Bobia is committing genocide against his own people, and America is allowing they're selling weapons to him. So
that one was illegal. It's not a legal transactional something that Nigeria was trying to engage.
Obama was aware of Fast and Fury. He was aware of it.
Well, I don't know. So, but that law, Leahy law, prevented Obama from selling arms to Nigeria. So you can't just.
All right. Thank you. So thank you. So hold on. With that window opening, it gives me the opportunity to do a bit of administrative stuff. As you know, when Kulata is not on screen, he usually enters the conversation via super chat, which he has been doing in this instance, poking fun at the commentators, being the smart Alec that we know him for. So nobody likes a smart Alec Kulata. Here he is, but he says accusing Princess of being protesting MAGA, accusing Prince of being a Breitbart sympathizer, and on and on it goes. Even the sacrilege accusing Prince of being a Fox News listener. So Kulata carries on with the super chat, poking fun at everybody. World Peace gets it in the chin as well. Alexander Gomez, not super chatting but super stickering. Ayo, as you know, the official sponsor of the platform, who always machine guns it, and it does that again. And George Blue Shell comes into the conversation just as we started it off. So thank you for all of that. Keep them coming. So gentlemen, I'm going to shuffle myself off to shuffle the military administration of Lieutenant General Thomas. Thomas, are you there? Acknowledge your presence, Thomas.
Lieutenant Buratai.
Lieutenant Buratai. So to Buratai and to the conversation, I think Bishop wanted to come in, and then after Bishop, let Princess carry on with her thoughts, and then to Ajale. No. I think Fatai. Fatai.
Yeah.
I think
Fatai
it's actually
first,
Fatai.
yeah.
So Fatai,
Yeah.
you're up next. So you couldn't hold back. The American. I didn't know you followed American politics as well, Fatai, a man of many skills. Fatai, the prince of
Thomas Idiagbon going to be the one moderating now. Thomas Idiagbon.
Lieutenant General Thomas. So it's AK. You will do frog job, frog match. You will do frog match in Nigeria. Fatai.
Yeah, well, I follow American politics a lot. So I think the only thing that Obama didn't do, Obama was unsolved with, but is an African root. It was actually Hillary Clinton that led the destruction of Libya, and but as an African president, right? I mean, how could you open your eyes and let Africa be destroyed at that level? How many Nigerian,
Thank you so much.
African, do you know how many hundreds, if not millions of Africans die in the ocean as a result of the destruction of Libya? It's one of the worst disgrace of the world. So, but it was not Obama.
Sorry for cutting you. What is the aim and ambition of doing that? I still don't get it till now. Why? Why did they do that?
It was a lot of things. First of all, before then, Gaddafi was trying to acquire a nuclear weapon. But then, after he saw what they did to Libya, what they did to Iraq, he gave up. He surrendered. He was no longer going to pursue nuclear weapon. But that was actually the mystery. Once he already surrendered in that regard, what was the point to go and destroy Libya? Because he already surrendered. He had some agreement with America to no longer pursue nuclear weapon, and that is what gave America the window to understand the architecture of the Libya nuclear program, where the weapons were stored, a lot of things. And so after the agreement, then they went in and destroyed the country. Also, there was also the issue of dollar, then the African whatever, like the tying of of currencies to
African
national
currency.
resources. To currencies. So Libya, Gaddafi was heading that fight. He wanted to be African president or something along that line. Whatever I wanted to do. So it's a whole lot of things.
Can we charge Obama? Can we charge Obama in ICC? Maybe you go and face criminal.
Technically, it was not really Obama. He didn't get involved. It was between Hillary Clinton and NATO and the Europeans, whatever. Okay, of course, NATO is America, but anyway, whatever. So between them, they did that job. But Obama, as an African, that is like the worst crime after colonization, the worst crime to Africa. That was a disgrace. Why are you an African? Anyway, so the only thing that interests me, right, is that whatever.
Fatai, hold on. What piece? You are trying to come in. We can't hear you. Your network is bad. We can't hear you. Yeah. Go on, Fatai.
So whatever Trump is in the American whatever, as a Nigerian, right? Okay, so you people think Tinubu is brave, Abi? You say, oh, subsidy is gone. If Trump didn't sell you to kind of weapon, they no born Tinubu where may open him mouth talking subsidy is gone. Boko Haram will consume the whole of the country in 2 seconds. Selling to Kano jet to Nigeria was one of the greatest. No, I didn't say Trump was actually being tactical or whatever. He just like, okay, you have a terrorist, okay, you have a problem, okay. Do you have money? Yes, I have money. And Buhari say, yeah, I have money. I bring, okay, you guys, yeah, that was laying low. But for every law, there is a way to get around it. And Trump's sanction, look, he took it on his chin and say, okay, I grandfather whatever, make a deal, go and make a deal. So I have them make a deal, and they sold to Kano just to Nigeria. Without the Kano jail, you people will never get rid of Boko Haram. There's no. Do you think you people can fight IPOB? No, you can't fight IPOB because it's that guerrilla fight. That's not a normal military fight. You want to fight against IPOB.
Boko Haram would have captured all of us.
You want to fight Boko Haram. They are not fighting military. You can shoot them, 10 of them, and they kill one soldier. One soldier costs you a lot of years, a lot of money, a lot of resources to train. They just pick up their recruits every day. They don't care how many of them you kill, right? If they kill 10 soldiers, you have weaker than if you kill 100 of them. So you will never stop. You can never remove subsidy without Kano jail. Like, subsidy is gone now. There's nobody can even ordinary this election obedient. Because will give
but can you hear me now? Can anybody hear me now?
Obedient are not a big problem. They're not a big
We
problem.
can hear you now.
Thomas, can you hear me now? Okay, Fatai, sorry. You didn't explain more to them on that Libya weapon of it, nuclear stuff. America and Libya government actually went into agreement that Libya should give up their nuclear program for protection, American protection, that America will never invade Libya. On agreement.
Yeah.
So America supposed to
that is the mystery. That is the mystery that after they surrendered, why did you then need to go and destroy the country? That is the big mystery. That is one of the things that the world today is skeptical of America. I remember one day.
Fatai, real quick, if you don't mind.
It's because of the dollar. You know, Libya was trying to stop using the dollar. They were trying to introduce gold instead of dollar.
You know also that the U.S. cannot normalize relationship with Gaddafi because Gaddafi traveled to the U.S. before they went to Libya and destroyed it. That's the mystery also.
Yeah. This is all wrapped into that narrative.
Fatai, can we say America doesn't want anybody to be great like them?
No, look, America is a complicated country, right? For number one, there is the interplay between domestic policy and international relations, right? So it's a faction, like it was the Hillary Clinton faction, the Democrat not the entire Democrat, even the Democrat is fractured. So that was a faction that was so warmongering, so that's why you will see the establishment in the GOP and that Hillary Clinton faction. They were always like Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton are the same. So the election was going to be between Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton, the one that Trump won. But it was like, take your pick. Both of them are the same. It's just different parties. So it's not. America is not really a straightforward. Okay, like a lot of things in life, not really a straightforward story, but it's not really that straightforward, right? The whole thing. But certainly, the only one thing that was straightforward was that this Libya operation was led by Hillary Clinton, was championed vigorously by Hillary Clinton. You know, so it wasn't really that Obama didn't want to get involved.
Fatai, in what capacity Hillary Clinton acted?
No, it was the Secretary of State.
She was
Secretary of State now. Secretary of State. Oh, yeah.
So he organized. It's not that he carried the weapon, but he organized it. And Hillary Clinton at that time was a very powerful figure, even in the world. In the world, she was very powerful. She had all the contacts she could with a flip of her finger.
I'm sorry to say, that's why Trump calls her crooked Hillary.
Trump.
Fatai, please, can I add to a little bit about what you are saying?
Yes, Kumi. Hold on, Kumi. Okay. You always join us, but really, I haven't had a feeling of you. Maybe after Fatai, I will come to you fully. But you can interject now. Yeah.
Okay, let me quickly interject. Yeah. If anybody that wants progressive in a country, we never support Obama. Let me tell you, Go and ask all the. Oh, I live here in America, and I work at a small store, and I manage a store. I know the difference between Obama and Donald Trump regime. You understand me? No thinking person, no any thinking person will say Obama, Obama, Obama is the best. It's better than Donald Trump. Nobody.
Thank you so much.
Nobody will say that. Anybody, anything,
Yeah.
any
Well,
progressive
thank you,
person will
because
never have said that.
you know,
Any
you,
I don't
unlike the people
totally
that work on the international. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, I don't totally diss Obama, right? Everybody is a hustler. Obama is a hustler, right? So I don't totally diss him. It's not
Okay,
like, but
another
the one
part.
thing, the one thing
Let me
I
let
never
me
liked
let,
about
please
Obama.
let me conclude, please.
Okay.
The another part, the worst part of Obama. All of us were.
Fatai, go on.
Yeah, so I don't
I think
totally
it's
diss
just 10 minutes.
Obama. I don't totally diss Obama. The only one thing that's like cardinal sin for me is that you could not be an African and watch Africa destroyed like that. That was taking Africa
Please,
back for a
if I
generation.
ask you,
You
if I
can't
may ask
sit
you a
down there
question, please,
and
can I
watch
ask you a
Africa
question?
destroy that level.
Please,
Yes,
can I ask you a
madam.
question? Do you think Obama really consider himself an African? Because he.
No, whether he considered himself an African or not, he primarily also became president because he's black. Like, if he wasn't black, he wasn't going to be president, right?
That's true.
So you can't sit down there. Whether you get him, whether you remove you can't even remove your hand. You can't even remove your hand. You know, at best, it was supposed to be a tactical. Even if there was a decision to take out Gaddafi, at best, it was supposed to be a tactical takeout. But they just went in and just destroyed. There was modern slavery happening in Libya. I think it's still going on. After that destruction, it became a slavery hub. That's why I was like, the other day they were saying they were charging a Kurimadu for slavery. UK was part of the people that was part of the champion that led the Libya. Now they are making a law saying modern slavery. You created modern slavery in Libya. What is this modern slavery? Because one man brought somebody through
Papa,
your
when you are
embassy,
talking
gave
about
a
UK and
visa,
modern
and
slavery,
say
what
modern
about
slavery.
Africa? Did they not colonize us and enslave us?
You know, yeah, I know. I'm just saying now. There's this sermonizing they always do. Say modern slavery. Hey, you created modern slavery in Libya. All those things. Anyway, I don't want to go too much into that. I mean, those are those are the kind of topics that just get me riled up, you know. But the part I wanted to go right is so during Obama. Okay, Jeb Bush. When Jeb Bush was campaigning to run during the primary, you know what he promised, and they laughed him off the stage, or what I mean, metaphorically speaking. But they laughed him off even in all of the news media. He promised to grow American economy to 4% GDP growth rate. That's what he promised, though. 4% GDP growth. So if America was laughed off for that 4% GDP growth is not achievable, how is anybody expecting double-digit GDP from Nigeria? Obama's average GDP growth rate during the Obama years, right, was almost 2%, 1 point something percent. The distinction between Obama economy and Trump economy. Trump economy, by the time Trump was before the COVID, Trump was already averaging 3%. So he grew it. So the person that had the highest economy is administration had the highest GDP growth rate for America was Bill Clinton, and that was close to 4%. Then followed by Ronald Reagan, also over 3%. Every other person was maximum 2%, 2 point something percent. They were averaging, right? Even Obama was even less.
I think Trump would have beat that if not for the COVID that kicked in.
If not for the COVID, it could, because it was like he was making fun of China for China averaging 6 or thereabout. So he said America could do better. Say for it was the only person that didn't laugh at, that said everybody was condemning George Bush for promising 4%, like it's delusional, that it's not achievable. But Trump said, "Why you do? We can do better." It was the only person that said, even we shouldn't be proud that we will do 6%. If me, I would do the commonality between Trump and Tinubu. Me, no, I will do more than 6%. You know, so GDP usually comes in small digits.
If I take a quick
right?
interjection.
Because there's a formula that is used to calculate it. It doesn't come because the other day I was listening. In fact, Madam Zita was spurned into asking whether I know. I mean, this is not. I don't blame Madam Zita. You know, that was spurned to ask whether Nigeria could grow 60%. Right. So GDP is not. It's not like the percent when they put the percentage. It doesn't get close to 100% because there is a way GDP is calculated. It comes in that number. So even when you see GDP, usually from all these countries, you can't find data like serious spaces. Right, 6% is a big deal. So Tinubu is promising 6%. Yeah, it probably is even a fantasy. But let's see what it can do, because if it's going to double expand what is it called, the petroleum export, whatever, and that translates not the OPEC quota, whatever it is. No, that's not what would do the GDP. But if that translates, if they had the intelligence to translate that into the domestic economic growth, then the domestic economy can experience growth. Then we can calculate, we can have a growth in GDP. But if it doesn't know how to translate, it doesn't matter you sell how many petrol, but if you can't translate it into, because it's not that one that will do your GDP, but it's the translation of the resources from there, how it filters into the economy, that we will understand whether economy is going or not. Because
quick question.
One second.
Hold on,
Let me
please.
interject.
Hold on, please. I just want to tell everybody, we just set a rules about interjection. So one man said I should tell everybody, if you want to interject, you say, please, can I interject? So it depends on the person speaking. When it stops for you, then you can continue with your interjection. This interjection, this is the beauty of the program, of the platform, fine, but we really want to manage the interjection. So if you want to interject, you said, can I please interject? The person speaking in a good gesture, you should pass that gesture, like let you interject. But if that person is not letting you in, if that person continues speaking, you just have to let that person finish, then you can come in. So that is the new rule we just passed, because we discovered that the interjection is just coming on each other, 3 people, 4 people talking at a time. It's not good for us. We are mature people here. We should conduct ourselves in a good manner.
Okay,
I
got it.
think Prince wants to come in, or Bishop, which I think any one of you guys.
Okay,
Yes.
Fatah, can I please interject? I've been wanting to comment just quickly, just briefly.
Yeah, can I say one sentence and then you interject? Because I was reading something on the comment, like I
Go
was
ahead,
looking
yeah.
like in what world would Clinton act without Obama's express permission? But that's somebody who doesn't understand language, right? When you say Obama did not, like Obama didn't champion, let's go. Clinton championed it. Of course, if you don't understand language or metaphor, you have to learn that. Yeah, it doesn't mean that Obama doesn't know what is going on, but it was a Clinton project. It was not in the invasion. What happened in Libya was a Clinton project, like a Clinton project. It was not It was not Obama's project. It doesn't mean that Obama didn't know what is going on.
Yeah, let's hear from Prince. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, I agree with the last part. What Fatah just said. Yes. Yeah, Obama could have pulled the plug if he wanted to. Could have stopped it if he wanted to. It did not. So that was Clinton's project, but it doesn't mean.
Thank you, Prince Daddy.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. So the question I was going to ask in regards to So American economy, we can almost say for the most part, it's kind of a saturated or matured economy for the most part. But in Nigeria's economy, do you think we've explored all the possibilities to grow our economy to like even to double digits? You don't think we have that opportunity to do so?
Yeah, is that to Fatai?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah.
I mean, to you, generally, I'm saying that America's
Can you ask
economy.
me again? Sorry.
Yeah, America's economy, right? It's almost saturated. It's a matured economy. It's almost saturated. So we don't expect like fast digit growth in America's economy. But in a country like Nigeria, that's like single source income or revenue country, which is mainly dependent on oil and some agriculture, you don't think we have other ways to explore,
You're totally
opportunity?
right. No, you're totally right. You're totally right. America, most of Western economies actually are very saturated. Sometimes, most of them, they even record 0 point something GDP growth, right? Because there are many places saturated. So Trump was coming in that was going to, because he was like, he will put this thing on China, tariff on China. He will do this. So he will grow. It was like, I mean, the way it was thinking, sometimes, Trump is bluffing a lot of times, right? So he will put tariff on China. He will go the domestic, all the manufacturing that is being transferred out of America. He will bring them back. So he was saying all these things, and this thing will definitely bring significant growth to American domestic economy. If all the manufacturing gets back, if rather than everything coming from China, if everything is done in America, yeah, that's gonna make a big difference to the GDP. But even because America, as you said, is to a large extent a saturated economy. Even before COVID came, could only grow American economy to a 3 point something, an average, let's say 3% GDP, right? But it went from 2 point something to an average of below 2 point something, or let's just say 2 to 3%. A Nigerian economy, yeah, if you know what you're doing, like, so Tinubu is saying, like I call it, I say Tinubu's arrogant. Tinubu's arrogant. I am Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, is like a virgin space. Not even Nigeria, maybe all of them, maybe except South Africa and maybe Egypt and stuff like that. Most African countries are like a virgin economy that is potential for rapid growth. This is what happened to China, right? Where everybody say China, they turn everybody from poverty to whatever. China was recording 11%, 10%, whatever, to rapidly overturn the economy like that, right? So if we know what we are doing, if we have somebody who knows what he's doing, that is why somebody like me, I wanted Tinubu to win, right? Somebody who knows what he's doing, right? You can do it. But if you get all the people same, all the same, anywhere below face, well, you can't do anything. It doesn't matter whether it's virgin or not. If you don't know what you're doing, you will be the same thing, right? But if a Tinubu could do it, if you could do it, because it's a virgin economy, the direction you are going, Prince Dad, yes, it's achievable. It's not impossible for Tinubu to achieve 6.6% GDP growth rate, but it's a tall order. It's a tall order. I think currently, our average, I don't know what is our current average, right? Although I don't also trust that because our data is kind of shady. But I think we will be around 1% thereabout, 1 point something percent or thereabout, or maximum 2%. So if Google, I think maybe around 2%. And so yeah, the KPMG, whatever that they were saying, okay, maybe around 4%. Yeah, serious people think like, even with Tinubu's capacity, we couldn't do beyond 4%, no matter how genius Tinubu is. But it doesn't mean we couldn't do 6%. And part of the reason they say we couldn't do because, okay, this fiscal year is already going to run on Buhari's economy, right? So there's not going to be dramatic change in this year's GDP. So it's next year, is this fiscal year. The next fiscal year, when Tinubu's budget comes in, right? Because whatever income, whatever everything, the direction of the economy will be totally changed and everything like that. Then we will see whether there is a possibility to have like a rocket jump in the economy. So we will wait to see. Right? It's not impossible, as you said, Prince Daddy, as you're saying. It's a virgin economy. It's almost a virgin economy, Nigerian economy. We can we can shoot up to 6%. If we only if Tinubu is a tremendous genius. That's the condition. Without that, maximum, if it is just like a smart guy, so smart, okay, maybe maximum 4%. But if he's a genius, he could do 6%. It's not impossible, but it's not something you could just pull up, just flip his fingers and I have 6%. And that's why KPMG was saying, calm down. Calm down. Yes. I don't know what to comment.
Yeah, Fatai, thank you. Bishop, interject. I think we've had a bit of American politics. Yes, we have to go back to Nigeria. Agbodo Padasile. Bishop, are you there? Your interjection, then we go back to Nigerian politics.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to interject long ago when the discussion was on about still on Obama, Trump, and Africa. In summary, my summary is like everything had already been said. When it comes to Africa, Obama was a colossal failure. When he was coming, there was a lot of hype.
My brother Bishop, do you mind me 1 second? My brother, sorry, 1 minute. Thomas, there's because I'm on my computer, I'm saying the comments here. So somebody saying if Obama couldn't grow 4%, but Tinubu can grow, that it doesn't make a sense that Tinubu can grow 6%. I think that person did not listen to the question that Prince Daddy asked. America is a saturated economy. Nigeria is a virgin economy. So you can have it's easy for you to have rocket ship growth in the Nigerian economy, but American economy is already filled up. So there's only little chance for tremendous growth in the Nigerian economy. That is the answer to that question. Continue, my brother.
Thank you. Yeah, go on, Bishop.
Okay, so as I was saying, when it comes to Africa, Obama was a colossal failure because people's hopes were really, really raised. And I think Africa was not on the priority list of Obama. How he performed in America, where in the relationship with Nigeria when we were in serious need, and the role he played, either actively or passively, in the destruction of Libya, that had one way or the other affected a whole region around the Sahel. Honestly speaking, it was and we are still feeling the after effect till now. So,
Bishop,
yes.
Did Kenyans get anything from Obama?
I don't know whatever. If they got, I don't know. There was nothing serious of significance that they got. I can't remember anything except the fact that they were, proud that they were. There was nothing positive that really impacted the African country. That's nothing. Obama was I don't know what people want to write about his relationship with Africa as a continent, but there was nothing really to write of record about him in Africa, Libya, and Nigeria, and Africa in the structure, the shock was the after effect of that senseless invasion of. Of course, they managed to steal the gold. They stole gold. Tons and tons of gold in Libya. They can't deny that. So they had something to show for it. But for Africa, all we were able to show was devastation and destruction and poverty. Until date, the brand of terrorism they call banditry. You see, if you see whether they call it the Sons of the Sahara or something, there's a documentary by Al Jazeera then. That they did, whether Sons of Sahara or something, you need to go and see the amount of people that fled. All these ragtag soldiers that increased banditry in that region by more than 400%. The records are there. So that's that about Obama.
Bishop, can you say what we gain in Obama presidency is just Africa become a president in America?
That was the only thing, that he was black and he was an African. That was the only thing. If we deteriorated in our relationship with America, it went really, we were maybe it was because it was really hyped. I remember in Nigeria, people like, what's this woman name?
that was SEC Director General then, Indio Yekireke. They were holding different launching, raising money for him, doing this and that, and there was a lot of hype about Obama then. So much hype. They were interested, but honestly speaking, it was. So what they did in America, maybe the economy had some positive shape. I with some of them, but in Africa, honestly, there was nothing to write about. So if anybody's there's a lot America could have done. All this lay something. It's a man-made law, and it's not like it just putting conditions in place that would not violate human rights. And we were able to walk the line when Trump came. Those laws were still there, but hey, we're able to give our word. Okay, we're not going to violate. And when we needed to go take it to the Northwest, all we needed to do was to declare those people as terrorists. Because that's exactly what they were doing, holding people hostage, taking children hostage, killing people, innocent people, civilians, attacking civilian population. So that was all. And they declared, and they were able to deploy the Tucano there. So there's nothing that Trump did for Nigeria in terms of sales of arms that Obama couldn't have done double of it, but he failed. That's on the economy. I just wanted to interject something, kind of a question, and when Fatai was saying that it's over ambitious, that the population, the economy can grow at. I think 10% is a little bit over ambitious, but at 6% is very possible. If we are able to start, and he touched on one area, the the oil production. If truly the reform that they are working on, I saw the list of the people that I've really searched with some of them before in the country that is doing the work, the kind of work on the oil sector.
Bishop, we are struggling to hear you. We are struggling to hear you. Yes,
are you
your
sure?
network
Really?
is
I don't know. It's
cracking.
not my
Yes.
fault. Okay, how about now?
It is for me. Yeah, it's better. It's better now. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm actually stationary. I just parked. Anyhow, let me just try.
Yes.
It is over ambitious, brother. Can I answer that? It is over ambitious, but not impossible.
Yeah.
Possible,
No.
But
The 10% is over ambitious, kind of. But 6%, yes, it's very ambitious.
No. You will not achieve 10%. Forget about it.
No. Okay. I want to put
6%.
an area.
6% is ambitious, but not impossible.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. 6% is not. 10% is over ambitious.
10% is not over ambitious. It's impossible. That is a
no. Okay. Your definition. My definition is that. Okay.
It's not
my
about
definition.
Your definition. It's not about
No. Hold on now. We are speculating. No, it's not. It's not my. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish.
I don't speculate.
Let me finish. No, you cannot say.
Anyway, I just want to say that.
You cannot say for a certainty. Yeah, you cannot say for a certainty that it is impossible. Impossibility is just a word. Okay.
In fantasy land, it can happen.
6% is very ambitious, but it's not impossible. And I believe if, for example, in the oil sector alone, even agric is our best bet. Agriculture is our best bet. But in the oil sector, if Tinubu is able to pull through the sale of the NNPC, one, is able to increase our output. I'm not even looking at is 4 million. I'm looking at between 2.5 and 3 million. That is constant, regular. And we are able to, because in the next by the next 2-3 years, by 2025, we'll be needing about 1 million barrels for domestic production. Now, if we are able to hit that, for domestic refining, if we are able to hit that 1 million barrel, one fact is becoming very clear now. Our local consumption is probably below 20 million liters. That means we have enough to cater for the West African market and even beyond. If we are able to do that,
but those don't factor in your GDP. Those do not factor in your GDP. They will just give you resources to grow your GDP. Your GDP is your domestic transaction.
If the production is local,
And that's why I'm not talking about the export aspect, the crude aspect. I'm talking of the local production, which is going to have multiplying effects in several sectors. So if it is local production now that's engineered, that encourages the growth and is going to make Nigeria the oil hub of West Africa and even beyond, is going to have serious multiplying effects, not only on our on the trade, but it will affect production, local production, and which will in turn affect our GDP, because it's not going to be counting on the export. It's not like an export earning. It's going to affect, because it is now domesticated at home. We are producing at home, and we are refining at home, and the market is there. So a lot of, so for me, that alone, we have a huge impact. Yeah, it might be, and it's not looking at 6%, it's not like from year one. The growth will be gradual, but before the first 4 year ends, I'm looking at 6% is very, very feasible.
Yeah, Fatai, thank you, and Bishop. Yeah, I think we have to go back to Nigerian politics. We have a couple of new headlines today. Kumi, you are up next. Are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, yeah. How are you, my brother? What do you think about the final president of the Senate? What do you think about the guy that won the premise? I think what's it called, the name? I think what's the name of yes, Akpabio, yes. Because the Connie man, your president.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Yeah,
Good evening.
my own take on Akpabio. I believe Akpabio is gonna be the right person to work with Tinubu. You understand me? According to the man, his record is in Akwa Ibom. I think he have a very good infrastructure record that we can point out up to today. You understand me? And I believe with that kind of orientation, with the part of where Tinubu is coming, is gonna be a very win-win for Nigeria. On the house member, I go through the Abbas, his record. According to his record, as for last year, the guy passed like presents like 74 bills. And
Yeah.
yes, and they have passed 24 out of it. That means
Wow.
Baja did a very good job to present that guy. You understand me? Because I check around all the people that I'm expecting APC to present. I'm very scared, especially that guy from Kano that's always proud that he have like 24 wife. Imagine we have that kind of person as a speaker. It's not what we want right now.
But that is his personal life. We don't care about how many wives.
His personal life impact in everything we do, no matter what. You can't take it out
But the number of wives he has at home, it doesn't impact on to pass good law in the house.
Okay, I'm agree with you, but according to this guy, I believe we are in good shape with this two Akpabio and Abbas. I believe we are in good shape.
But Kumi, let's divert a little bit. What do you think about shanking all these polls from the southeast? Don't you think this house of red should have gone to the southeast?
The only thing we can say about this, I believe South play the outsmart Southeast on this political appointment. They play the game very well. If you can see how Akpabio, from day one where Akpabio coming to APC, he's already planning his political journey. You understand me? And if this guy is going like this, he may end up become president one day or vice president. See, politics is not about it's my turn, it's my right. You must play along, lobby. You understand me? I can't blame
South, because all the position that South is supposed to have now is South get the opportunity, because check the last election, see how they play the game. Many leaders, like someone like Okocha, if you can remember, Okocha came out shouting that if we are going this way, we're gonna lose political. They see everything. Soludo too do the same. Many Inamani, see, they didn't re-elect Inamani because Inamani supports Tinubu. Imagine Inamani come to this. Inamani can fight for the Senate president. You understand? See,
Yeah,
that's it.
you are right. Yeah.
That's just all the game. They don't play the political game, and we can't pity them for that, because see how not.
But Kumi, to be fair to, we know we have many ethnic groups, but at least we can say we have these three major, which is Hausa, Fulani together, Yoruba, and the Igbos. So
I got Hausa Fulani together. Come on, bro.
Mike, forget about that. Forget about that. We argue about that too much yesterday. Me, I classify them. I classify them as one.
Well, you can't say you. You have to be fact. I mean,
I said me, because they are from the north.
All right, cool.
They are from the north, isn't it?
You too, you and Igbo, you're from the south now. You can say Igbo, Yoruba, classify them as one. Someone can say the same thing. That'll be ridiculous in some. I mean, to you. So I lived in the north, and I'm telling you that if you say that in the north, they will look at you like, guy, you are ridiculous. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's because you never moved around. That's why certain things you say, you think it just make a lot of sense. But in some part of Nigeria, they will look at you like, are you kidding me? I was not Fulani at war last year during this whole Fulani crisis. They were fighting each other. So I'll tell you, if you go there now, I say, you guys are Hausa Fulani, won't try. That's not the way. I think Nigeria, we don't understand each other very well. It's very important we all travel around. So I mean, just not ridiculous because I've been to the north before. That's why I'm telling you this.
That's fine. I don't intend travel to anywhere that near southeast or north. I don't want anybody to. Yes. What I'm asking you, Kumi, is for fairness. We know they have to play the politics, but for fairness and equity and all this, everything we normally say, I think as of rep should have gone to the southeast. But the question is, did anybody did southeast have a strong representative in the house that can actually be the president?
They have deputy speaker. They have deputy.
Come on now. President gone, vice president gone, Senate president gone.
No, Thomas, are you just doing this for us to have a discussion, or you are serious about it?
I am serious. I said it yesterday.
No, you can't be serious. You cannot be serious. You know why I'm saying you can't be serious. I don't know what you mean by this. During Jonathan regime, what position did Yoruba have? Why are you talking like this?
We don't have any position. Both federal.
We can't continue in that. We can't
No. Let me tell you. Even what you are doing is not what we cannot continue with. Why should you be saying that everything should be distributed based on tribe? So that is what you're supposed to say, that we are not supposed to continue like that.
It's even more ridiculous when you only based on 3 tribes. What about the rest?
What are you talking about?
Marginalizing them. You have to marginalize them forever.
Mike is trying to correct you that you cannot be classifying Hausa and Fulani as one. We have some other tribe in Nigeria that are also huge. Nupe people are very many. You are not hearing them. If everybody should be clamoring based on tribe, do you think we have a country?
Go to North Central, you see a lot of tribe there.
So I don't know what you are talking about. Please stop that. Stop that. Don't say this again.
Simba, I will not stop, and this is why I will not stop, because all this shouting of marginalization, I want you to go to rest. At least if
it cannot stop. Anybody can use. Let me tell you, politics in Nigeria. Anybody can use religion and ethnicity to just prove a point. It doesn't mean it is right. So we should not be championing this.
The only thing that can stop it is good government. You understand me?
It's not even good governance cannot stop it. Anybody can just
Good government will
come and
fix it
say
because
based on this.
go and check online.
Kumi, just hold on. Kumi, hold on, hold on.
Please. One voice, please.
Kumi, hold on. In Nigeria, we know that religion and ethnicity is a political tool. Anybody can just use it to prove their political point. So we should not be carried, with all this. We should not be moved by all this ethnic and religious bigotry. If anybody is using it now, everybody will know that. But whenever you raise that such a point, you will get some people that will be supporting you, and that's what they are using it for. So, and by the time we are also supporting and echoing it, we are all also falling for their trap, into their trap. So we should stop all this. Let us stop this.
Everything. Are you telling me now that we should continue in this direction? And let me learn.
Which direction? Which direction?
Let me learn before you counter me. Yeah. Your two ethnic group is one major. Just to correct what you're saying, because we have many ethnic groups. Two major ethnic groups: Yoruba at North and the South. Yoruba and Hausa. You don't even know how me to place my question because you already nailed me to a corner. But let me just say, even though you agree or not, Hausa and Yoruba being dominates in the ranking of the posts in the country.
Name the Hausas in the positions. Just give me the names.
I tell you, you are Kanori, you are
Hausa. Thomas, you are talking from maybe because of your. I'm very sorry to you because based on your lack of knowledge. That's why you are talking.
Are you trying to insult me?
I'm not insulting you. That's why I apologize before I made
limited knowledge of the country. That's what he's trying to say.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean you're not smart, but it's just you don't.
Because let me tell you, what happened yesterday was a political coup in that Senate House. The Fulanis, because you see how much vote that Yari got yesterday. It was a very keenly contested senatorial. That senatorial presidency.
That's what I'm going before. Yeah, you're right. Simba.
Let me tell you, I have a friend that we are working with. Is an Hausa guy. He's from Kano, and the guy was so sad the way everything went yesterday. He knew what happened. These people, they don't want.
Simba, are we not selfish? So do you expect that North guy again to win this seat?
Let me tell you, if Tinubu did not exactly to me, let me tell Thomas, Tinubu did not sleep from day before yesterday till yesterday. He was calling everybody one-on-one and was convincing them. If not because of Tinubu, no matter how much Akpabio spent on that election, he wouldn't have won that election. Let me tell you. And it was a political victory for the Southerners. Believe me, Thomas. That was what happened yesterday. The old Northerners, majority of the Northern senators, they voted for Yari. It's only a few of them that voted for Akpabio. Very few, maybe less than 10. I'm telling you. So don't look at it that way. They don't want, because let me tell you what is happening. In the House, in the Senate, the deputy Senate president is actually the one in charge of, will be the chairman for constitution and restructuring. If Tinubu want to do any restructuring, the one that will be the chairman House committee on that is with the deputy Senate president, who is going to come from the north, who is going to be a northerner. And then the next person that will be in charge also will be the speaker. So if they have that one, there's no way for Tinubu. And they don't want that one to happen. So there is a lot of underground work that went into that election. and it was a 1-0 victory for Tinubu. Let me tell you, if Tinubu have lost that election yesterday and Yari have won that election, then the power that Tinubu has already been reduced. And that would be a victory for the cabals. And most of the things that Tinubu will want to do for us, he will not be able to do it because they're already having an upper hand over him. So don't just look at it as give it to South. Do you see the video that came out during the valedictory service that Kadu was crying? If you don't have it, I can send it because it was only that I don't have your number. Kadu was weeping like a kid.
Why?
And those are the guys. Because of what, he wanted it now. In the initial thing that he wanted, that he put a tent with Yari, thinking that Yari will give him the opportunity to be the Senate president, and Yari will be the the deputy. Before Yari now say no. And that was the same thing that happened between Obi and Kwankwaso. And so when you are talking about when you are talking about all this whatever the Southeastern, you have to know what you are talking about. So don't be whipping for people that doesn't whip for themselves.
Jesus Christ. Well, but I don't hear you, but you know me very well. When I hold opposition, I hold it strongly. So
I don't know if you don't mind, if you can give me your contact.
Yeah, I'll give. I'll put in private chat. I'll give you my email. I'll give you my email so you can send it to my mail in the private chat. So, but to me, I still think we should be a representative all through. So, as you rightly said, I agree with you. We have many tribe, ethnic group in that country. But for now, we have three major, which is Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. That's what I'm working. That's what I'm talking about. You're right, because Kanuri can say we want it. Don't pay is there. Shekiri is there. We have many, but I think I feel for the Southeast. That's just my own concern. But
you know the reason why.
So only Yoruba,
In
Igbo, and
fact,
Hausa should always have their way in Nigeria.
what Tinubu did by giving it to even a minority like where Akpabio comes from is what you call the equity and the equal sharing that we are talking about. But if you are now marginalizing the so-called minority and you only focus on the majority, the minority also can come together and make the country very difficult for you. We all know what happened in the South. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The South, we knew what they can do.
Yeah, they will
and so they have to be carried along. Exactly.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. For me, round up your thoughts. Give you another topic.
Yeah, my thought on this is I believe Asiwaju played the game very well. I see the game Odus Okado play. That's the reason why all the Southern Senate they don't later vote for Yari anymore. They vote for Akpabio because they believe instead of them to lose the Senate president, it go back to South. You see, playing PT, my turn, my all these things. It doesn't work in politics. Politics is a game of number. Imagine most of Hausa they still don't happy with the bill, that student loan bill, because they believe it's not gonna. They know the bill will favor South Ghana. That's how they are fighting for all those positions. They know that kind of bill is a South Ghana bill. South Ghana will take the advantage. See the last one where Buhari did, that giving us the farmer for the loan. Who benefited? Is it not Northern benefit the advantage? That's how they are fighting for all those positions. That's why you must play your game with politics. That's all my take on that.
Yeah. To this, finally, what they call FFK was asked the question sometimes ago: who bankroll you? So the secret has came out now. The Labour Party people said Emefiele actually bankrolled Peter Obi What do you think? Is that right with you, or they are
I
just
will, I will,
blabbing?
I will, I
Have
will
you seen
agree.
the audio, Thomas? Have you seen the audio?
Which audio?
The Emefiele audio.
About what? I don't know.
Hey, about the way he was just sharing Nigeria money, the central bank money.
So Peter Obi.
Is it the one that was on the phone with these two guys and they were trying to figure how to fix the numbers and stuff like that? Is it? Or is that one?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm
Exactly.
still confused. I know they did something, but I'm still trying to understand,
there is no
clarify what
way.
what
There is no
really.
way Emefiele will not sponsor anybody that will stop Tinubu to become president. No way.
So Simba, what did he do with the money gone that got him into that deficit that he's trying to cover? I mean, I'm trying to still get that main point, In that
Yeah,
audio, I'm still referring to that audio.
I haven't listened to the audio. I don't even know the audio you are talking about. So like
No,
I
Simba
have no.
was asking about that audio, so I don't know if he.
Yeah,
Simba is
yeah.
muted. I don't know if he knows because I'm listening to it, but I'm still trying to get the main point.
That audio, it was as if he was looking on how to, maybe he knew that there's going to be a kind of a leak and they were trying to block it. They are now looking for where they can get money
The money,
to
yeah.
actually move the money to go and block those loopholes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and he was so desperate to look for, so that was why he was asking some of his guys where he can just move some money. And you know that in the audio, if you listen, there was one money, I don't know, that they're supposed to, that they have already remitted.
Simba, I remember. I remember. I remember that audio. Yes, I remember. Now I remember. Yeah. Go on.
Do you think the money they were trying to come up with? Do you think that's why they created that policy? And then during that Naira crisis, remember they used to make people pay money to withdraw their money. Let's say you want to withdraw 10,000, you have to pay 2,000, something like that. Do you think they were trying to come up with that money by creating that policy? Because that's what I've kind of picked out of it. Because what I get from there is that there's a deficit, there's a money missing that they're trying to find a way to come up to find, because if you look at that audio, they were saying things like, should we actually sending for money or so they said no, they will kick back on that, and then they were trying to find a way to find that money.
Mike, exactly. In that audio, there was one money, they have a money that they wanted to move, but they say it was already December, that the banks, they wanted to move that money out of the banks. And they were not saying that, no, the banks, so they're already doing their annual report and everything. They already captured that money. If they move it, that money already captured. So that one will not be possible for them. No, there are so many things that, that audio actually, you have to just look at it very well before you really understand what is really going on in that audio. There's a lot of mess in that audio.
There's a lot of they were cracking their brain like, how can we come up with that money? They were just
exactly.
That's why I believe that's why they have to create that crisis just to come up with that crisis. They have to do it to come up with that money, and they put a lot of Nigerians through mess.
Yeah, but back to Kumi, who backrow Peter Obi?
Do we really realize that this man commits a lot of atrocities? There was a time like sometime early last year. If anybody can remember, I don't know, maybe any one of us saw the news. There was he sponsor a private company to renovate National Theatre with $100 million. You understand me? And after they will renovate the National Theatre, and we will start paying for the money back. And after many investigations come out that he registered those company under his family, and he one of the using us to do business and collecting money from us after many years. I believe as well do that man. I don't think that man should escape jail. I can't lie to you. That man messed up everything. That man sponsor everybody that will stop Asiwaju to not become president because they believe that the man is editor is very well learner and is going to form.
Kumi, can we say Emefiele is working for the cabals
Yes, he's working for the
indirectly?
cabal. Yes, indirectly.
Who's the
But
Kaba?
even the cabal,
The cabal is the
Malami,
answer.
Malami is one of the cabal. What's that other lady? Someone mentioned that name in lady yesterday in this program. Aisha or something like that. That's one of the. They have a lot of cabal. Malami is the main person that we can say because Malami too. They will pick up Malami. You can't escape it. The time they will pick up Malami. That's my thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's that. Because I think I don't think Peter Obi is a billionaire in maybe in naira or maybe in
Yes,
dollars. I don't know, but
I will give it to you.
Peter Obi is a millionaire in naira, maybe in dollars, but I don't think he has that balls in his account to go in that election. But we can't even say the $2 the obedience are contributing in diaspora. That is what gave
Uh,
him. That is what he
do you
used
forget?
for
Do you
campaign.
forget that? Okay, what caused the crisis in Labour Party? Is it not money?
It's money. Yeah, it's the money
Yeah,
contributed.
50
Yeah.
million. They say $50 million or whatever. They send someone send the money. That's why. What's that man? That old man from Oyo State. The man saw those.
Kumi, you are breaking. We can't hear you anymore. Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Is
hear.
anybody there? Yes, I think Kumi is breaking. Yeah. Maybe I should come to you, Mike. Yeah. What do you think about the Peter Obi stuff? Emefiele bankrolling Peter Obi.
I don't know. Is it a fact? I don't know if he did or not. I mean, how did he? What's the? Is there evidence to that?
The Labour Party, the Arabambis, and them, they are alleging that, and they are in-house. So sometimes there's some veracity to their claim. They are in-house. They are Labour Party members, even though we know they are aggrieved member for now. So actually, we can't say what they are saying is not true. They said Emefiele actually bankrolled Peter Obi.
Yeah, I think Emefiele definitely wouldn't want Tinubu to become president for a fact, because
Of course,
I
of
mean
course.
if not for anything, for at least the stuff that I had going on, I needed to cover up. He knew, like, I mean, inevitably it was going to be busted. They were going to carry. I mean, it was going to be exposed. So he needed a president that would come in, that would take it easy, that would light on him. I mean, if busted, and if I'm in this position, of course, the only person I can think of that won't prosecute me will be Obi now, someone like Obi, or the last person definitely will be Tinubu. Because I mean, it's also clear the way he did the whole thing. Why? I mean, he didn't favor Tinubu at all. That disaster he created right before the election. He didn't favor APC at all. So, and also, it will be easier for him to, I mean, with a new administration, we can easily cover up things he do, within the previous administration. So, it will make sense to me to, it will make sense to believe that, he would have bankrolled Obi now to help him, to put him in. And of course, most people from that side, they are more obedient. They wanted Obi to be president. So I won't be surprised if he did.
Yes, because many people have dismissed it that how come? Where's the evidence? Nigerians, we always ask. We like to ask for evidence. Where's the
I like to
evidence?
go by evidence before I conclude that someone did something. I'm not that person that just say, he did this, he did that, without any proof.
But Mike, you will not see evidence of everything in life. That you just have
Yeah.
to
I mean, I
put
know. I
one
can.
or two together. Yeah.
Just like I said, like, I mean, if I have to go by that scenario or the possibility or the probability, and that's what I'm saying, I won't be surprised. I would think, I mean, if you ask me now, do you think he did it? I would say, hey, most likely. I won't say less likely, but I won't say for a fact that yes, he did it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thomas.
Real quick, Thomas.
Yeah, you can interject. Yeah, Prince. Let's hear from Prince. Simba, you come after Prince. Yeah.
Yeah, in regards to Emefiele bankrolling Peter Obi of the Labour Party, I believe it, even without evidence, because sometimes you don't need like clear evidence, like red-handed information, but looking at how everything transpired and all the shenanigans they did just to stop Tinubu from becoming the president. There's no doubt about it that that'd be one of the reasons to why he would support Peter Obi, and see what's happening right now, because they were just trying to prevent Tinubu from coming to power, to uncover all their dirty secrets and all the nonsense they've been doing. And Emefiele has been stealing money for a very, very long time. I know back a few years ago, they talk about him, sending money or siphoning money to Dubai for, I don't know, for whatever deal he was doing. And to your question earlier, if Emefiele was working for the cabal, yes, Emefiele was not indirectly, like somebody said. I think he's working for the cabal directly. You gotta look at it. Emefiele does not have any political capital. It's almost an entity for the most part. So he's not doing anything by himself. He couldn't be doing things by himself. He's working for somebody, and lately I've been trying to come to the conclusion that this Emefiele guy was actually working for Buhari too directly. At the end of the day, if they can get him to talk, it may eventually implicate Buhari, but Tinubu will not go after Buhari. He's going to go after the rest of the other guys. So Emefiele is not working for himself or by himself. He's working for somebody. He does not have the guts. He doesn't have that power to be doing anything he wants to do. Not at all.
But there's some veracity to what you said now. But we can easily say people bringing this claim now, they are anti-Peter Obi. Maybe it's just like bad belly. Can we say that?
Yeah, see, that's the thing now. See, that's why we have to use intelligence. See, that's the beauty about things. When you mix Gary and Sansan together, you can't. That's people say, "Oh, we can't deal with it. We're going to throw it out of the window." No, because those people are opposition doesn't mean that they don't have the truth or they're not saying the truth. They may not be saying the whole truth, or they may be doing things sometimes for their own selfish interest, for that matter, but it doesn't mean that they're not saying the truth. And just like somebody said earlier, they're insider, right? So they probably saw the numbers and say, hey, these numbers they're not adding up. Where's Peter be getting all this money to do all these things? Where's the money coming from? So they may have an idea, but I guarantee you that Emefiele was sponsoring. I'm not going to say Atiku because Atiku has a whole bunch of money, but Peter B is stingy. It doesn't give shishi. So Peter B is not going to use his money. He's not going to use the money. He's not going to do it. Even though he has plenty of money, he's not going to use it. He would rather take the money from Emefiele or some other sources. And I don't know how much they actually got from overseas. Their abroad parade that they did. They probably got a whole bunch of money. But trust me, but that ready money, trust me, I think Emefiele had those money ready for Peter B to use in a lot of ways. Even the prince Adebayo talked about how LP was sharing dollars during the election.
Yeah, dollars.
So
yeah.
who has dollars? Emefiele has dollars. They're selling dollars for cheap. They probably give them a bunch of dollars. So that's actually a proof right there, because Peter B is not going to be spending his own dollars. So that's a proof right there that they spend dollars, and it probably came from the central bank.
That you are right though.
One thing I know for a fact, definitely, Peter Obi didn't spend his money. Contrary to all these obedience we say,
even Mike,
I
if
use
you
his own
notice,
money. Yoruburuku,
the cash shop was actually affected Tinubu, not even by maybe because of what Tinubu was doing during that election was actually to be doing money transfer from the bank in Naira. He did not have cash to be distributed to the
I have
voters.
a sister. I have a family member that got 2005 in informed
So you can see
Yeah.
you
So
can see
Emefiele
that.
only allow Obi access
So
to
I
money.
think exactly that is what he
like a
did. That
voucher.
is what
They
he
do it
did.
like a
Yes.
voucher. Yeah.
So what I think we can do, because it's like that CBN governor position is becoming like a political position, and they are becoming more partisan. If you look at what happened during Sanusi and what happened during Emefiele, is an eyesore. I think that central bank of a thing, they have too much money to play with. It needs restructuring. You know, they are the only one that can spend money without approval. They don't need approval from anybody to spend any money. Even if Buhari want, even if president want to spend money, they need approval. But central bank does not need governor does not need approval to spend any money, and that's why they can move money, spend it anyhow, donate money to anywhere they want. I think they need to look at the constitution that actually established that central bank and to remove some of the power that these central bank governors have. I'm very sorry to say this, because even the next one, because how can you look at the F-1 that this guy has? You are the central bank governor, and you still have the F-1 to say you want to become and be partisan to the extent that you want to exactly. You can see that F-1.
Simba, I saw the hundreds of car in Emefiele's presidential ambition. I'm just laughing.
Even they label, already, customized in his name, Emefiele for president, and they are moving all over the country.
But this guy have audacity.
And I know, to me, I cannot blame him. I can only blame Buhari, because if you have a CBN, if you have a CBN governor and he's spending Nigerian money, using it to campaign for election, he can see the lawlessness and the kind of decadence that guy tolerated in that country. I can't understand Buhari, believe me. And maybe because the guy is actually playing his script. Because Buhari himself.
It look like that.
Because I think immediately Emefiele came out to contest for that position, he should be sacked immediately.
That's why Amishi is not happy with the party after the primary, because Amishi thought that a lot of like his colleagues supposed to be sacked too, like CBN governor. There's nothing stopping Buhari to not sack that man. He bought those cars, they buy a ticket on his name, and you are a president and you don't even say anything.
Because if you look at it, this is somebody who is in a public position. Let's look at it this way. How much is his salary? Where was he working before he became governor? So what was his worth before and during his tenure as CBN governor? And the guy is not afraid of anything. He was flouting everything to the face of the Nigerians. And you know what powerful means is that you now see some people now defending him based on whatever they want to think about. And sometimes when I now look at us as even the citizens, that's why sometimes I used to ask the question that, do we really even know what we want for our country? That some people will look at it and say it's being witch hunted,
Simba, who are those people defending him? Simba on the TV.
No,
where are they from?
I don't want to say. That's why I'm just. You can see me rolling around it.
Yeah. We know them now.
Baba Jamde Koko can say it now. Baba can say
it. Me, I don't know. You can tell me.
Baba Jamde Koko, they are Thomas people. They are Thomas people. They are Thomas people. Thomas is the one championing their cause now. They are Thomas people.
Yes.
Thomas ni. Àwọn èèyàn Thomas ni.
But to be fair, I think no. Anybody that defended that man, no. They're supposed to go and check that person's brain. Maybe the brain is still working.
No. Let us.
There is one market woman. The woman say, "I never get up since when Emefiele introduced that bad policy." I pity that woman. The woman almost went to tears as they mentioned Emefiele. The woman body language, everything just changed. Only that friend imagine. We are talking about the money is so. What are the impact is making the citizen, the poor citizen?
There is no policy. There's no. Let me tell you, Emefiele will be in a Guinness Book of Record for being the worst CBN governor we have ever had in the history of that country.
The moment Jonathan appointed the man, I was like,
there's no policy. There's no policy that guy turned out that worked for that country. It was a disaster. It was a disaster.
In charge of your money. In charge of your money.
No. That guy. It's just
terrible. It's terrible.
It's just. And what really pains me, Kumi, is that the life of people that were lost.
My mom went through a lot because all my brothers, they are not in Nigeria.
I was sending money to people in Nigeria and they can't even see the money. They can't touch the money.
My mom went through a lot. I've sent money more than 3 times with different accounts.
Let me tell you, Kumi, let me tell you something that I've not mentioned on this platform. You know, I've been telling you people that I did some farming in Nigeria. You know, during that period, I sold about 5,000 on my bed because there was no market.
Imagine.
And thank God, yes, because I was that what saved me was that I have a very good record for my business. And I think I mentioned it on this platform before. I know the cost of each of the beds on my farm. As at that time, each of my bed, the price, because when I started raising them and by the time they started laying, it was around 4,500 naira per bed. So by the time they started laying and I started selling and I started reducing, so their price started reducing. As at that time, each one of them was costing 1,000 naira. So, and I was losing close to 300K every day because we were selling below the cost price. So I have to quickly
Simba, sorry for cutting you. Did you see a video of a guy and they have eggs, nobody to buy, and they are destroying those eggs?
That's what I'm telling you now. That is why I'm giving you this. So and I call those people who used to buy, we call them spent layers. Those layers, because at the time when they get old, they will not lay much again. But these ones, they have not even gotten to that age. But because of the economic situation, I look at it, okay, which one will pay me better? So at that time, they were costing, the price of each one was 1,000. And then I called those people who used to buy the spent layer. They said that at that time that they are buying for 2,700 each. So I look at it, which one will be better? So I have to dispose them at 2,700. So I have a gain of 1,700 on each one. So even up till now, I have not actually replaced those beds.
You can't recover.
That was what saved me. So that was why some people will not know the price and they will not know what to do. They will continue like that, and that's how their money will just run down the drain. So I have my money with me anytime I want. I'm just looking at the situation now. I want to see how this policy that Tinubu is just turning out, how it will be for me to actually try to invest in that thing again. So that yes.
My brother, I know you will have a headway. But I saw the video of the guy throwing the eggs in the ditch, burying the eggs because they have started rotting. Nobody to buy the eggs, and the chicken
Before
continue
the
to lay eggs.
policy, we are selling a crate of egg for 1,800 naira on the farm. And when that policy started, at the time I sold for 1,002. So that is a loss of about 600 naira on each crate. And you can imagine somebody producing more than 200 crates, multiply it in a day. So you can see, and
you are breaking.
We are not here. You are broken for me. So to me, is and you know the people that actually suffer this. You know, you see Ekene will come and be talking about the policy that their market. You know, this multiple exchange that this guy floated, it was for his own benefit. He was not making the money, and he was making Nigeria to subsidize this exchange rate. You know, every day, if Nigeria, let's assume that they put out $100 million out there for sale, and you look at the gap, 460 to 750 naira. That would be like 310 naira or more. You understand what I'm saying? So, and that is the subsidy that Nigeria is paying on each $1. That is Nigeria. That is the subsidy. We are subsidizing petrol. We are subsidizing dollar. And these guys will be the one that will now, even this money, they will not make it available for people at official rate. They will go and sell it to their bookie at the black market rate. And that is what they are getting on each dollar, depending. So you can, okay, let's assume $1 million. That would be like how much now? If you multiply it by 300. That would be like 300 million naira on $1 million. That's Nigeria is subsidized, and Nigerians are buying market. What we are getting officially in Nigeria, that everything that we import will be at that black market rate. It will not be at the official rate. The price at the market. So it's suffering. Yes. So Nigerians are suffering, and we are paying for sufferness. Nigerian government is paying, subsidizing dollar for the suffering of Nigerians. And even the people that are supposed to go and kill that Umefile, they are not the one defending him based on ethnicity. Because they are the one doing the importing. They are the one that this money is not available
in the comment
to.
section, you say this guy didn't say that. Is there? Hey, which these people? Oh my God, man! Like they'll go any length to defend their tribesman.
No, but I said it Tuesday that Ekene is pretending. They can defend anything. They defend anything.
I thought this generation will change.
I know Ekene. No, you don't take. I love that guy. He's a very sincere guy. Ekene will not be on this platform and be defending that guy. I'm very sure of that.
No, of course. Ekene it's different now.
I think it's a little more moderate than most of the. Yeah, he's a little bit. I think I respect that guy, to be honest. He's a little more realistic in it, you know.
Yeah. When it's time to criticize, they criticize. When it's time
to he doesn't defend the indefensible, especially when you're proving a fact and presenting to him. He won't.
Yeah. But some people will be defending something that is very glaring to everybody's face, like this.
Most people from Southeast are like, oh my God, man! Like you present everything to them, they will still be defending it. Like I'm like, come on, man, are you kidding me?
No.
I think what they're supposed to do to this guy, let me tell you. By the time now the house has started, they have constituted the house yesterday. Tinubu should just put his case towards the house, let the house ratify his sacking. then he should be prosecuted. If they find him guilty, they should just follow the due process, follow the law, and look at the law. If they see if he's found wanting, then he should go to jail.
They should not try that. If they try that, a lot of corrupt, you will pump money for all those. Don't say that. They can't do that. It will never
But
work.
Simba, they will say they are witch hunting him.
That one will never work. All this new elect, you just give them maybe 1 billion. What are you talking about?
But Simba, people may say they are trying to witch hunt him, isn't it?
And that is our song. That's what we do. That's what you do. We are very good at that.
No. That guy. If I see him, I can give him a dirty slap. If I see that guy. Oh my God. My mommy was taking food in credit for almost 2 months. The money is in the bank. Credit.
What about but regardless, let's not excuse Buhari. I understand the CBN governor has autonomy. He's independent of the president. He makes decisions. But at the same time, the president didn't go. I mean, Buhari himself, we know he doesn't understand money. He doesn't understand finance.
Buhari na mumu now. Buhari na mumu.
So we can't really give him a pass on this. It's both of them, to be honest.
The man don't know nothing. He didn't know nothing.
Buhari na mumu now. I don't even know how Nigerians finally got to Buhari. Somebody that planned coup.
Because that's the best choice for us.
Do you know, like during the military era, those soldiers, Babangida, Buhari, Abacha, they don't know their left from their right. And the people that actually looted that country the most were those CBN governors, people, they made kind of people. If you go back and look at the governors of Central Bank back then, they were all these kind of people from these places, Southeast. And we all know, I mean, I'm not here to discriminate, but the typical stereotype is that Southeasterners, when it comes to money, you can't trust them with money. I mean, I'm not saying everyone, but that's the typical thing. They are the people in charge of most of those economic positions during those military era too. And those soldiers, just how dumb they were. About your time, especially Babangida. My God, it's just free for all. Looting, sharing money, So, Buhari just kind of exposed it. Imagine at this after all these years of experience, he's still this dumb. Can you not imagine back then in the 80s and when he was, oh Lord have mercy. Emefiele was just doing those things, just manipulating the guy, and the guy can't even see through. Even to the point where the disaster came, Buhari is still with him. He's still like, okay, let's go by Emefiele's advice. Even to the point where most of your party members are saying, hold on. El Rufai, all of them were saying, come. Hold on. They won't
that was the day, I think sometime last week, you guys discussed about Osibanjo. Some people are diverting Osibanjo that Osibanjo don't have any power. Do you know that Osibanjo supports all those policies? Go and check on this Osibanjo Facebook page. You see all those.
Osibanjo is supporting it too. The Emefiele policy.
Yeah, he's supporting.
That guy is a complete disgrace.
I can send it to you.
I've lost respect for that guy now.
Do you respect him before? A traitor, a betrayer. One thing
I didn't respect about him was the fact that he's a pastor. I just don't like pastors. I never trust them.
I don't have opportunity to join the program that day. That's why I'm just listening.
Now that I know that he's on board.
Osman just said yes. We need to move from cash. We need to move from cash to cashless. Blah blah blah. And you see a lot of people dying. A lot of Yoruba women dying on the street. A lot of people crying.
Why won't he support it? You know that he's working against Tinubu now. He doesn't want Tinubu to become president.
Baba Jale Koko is supporting Osibanjo.
No. I call him his carrot every day. Even some people, they don't like.
I don't have opportunity to join the program. I can send you the tweet. I can send you everything. Osibanjo just supported that policy 100%.
Oh God! Oh my Lord!
We have to banish Osibanjo too.
You see a lot of Yoruba women dying, a lot of Nigerians dying, crying every day, and you see that in Nassau Rock because of your political gain, because of your this thing is going to affect someone. Imagine, and we call the man pastor. Eh? Okay, if Buhari is non-entity, what about Banjo?
They are both in our. I won't excuse him because the vice president, but I mean the fact that
Buhari don't know anything.
he support that policy.
Okay. After that, do you know that his vice president leads the economy committee? Do you know that? Is the vice president
doesn't get more brain than Buhari then. She get more brain than Buhari then, to be honest.
Yeah.
Vice President, my foot. Which kind
But
of vice president?
Baba Jale Kokonjigan is defending Osibanjo last week on that program. He's defending.
No, he doesn't want us to call him his carriot. That is why.
No.
He doesn't want us to call him his carriot because I always say this. Why would Oshibajo came out that wants to become president when he knew that Tinubu'S boss is vying for office, the same office, and even at the primaries, before the primaries, he didn't step down. Primaries, he didn't.
Do you know that several Akpabio because Akpabio stepped down?
My brother, do you know how many memo Oshibajo and his people send it to churches about this Muslim ticket?
Especially Redeem Church.
Redeem Church?
Yeah.
Redeem Church?
Yeah.
Do you know the damage this guy want to cause Tinubu? As you see, I'm very short like that. Oh my God.
See, I'm telling you, God just sent Tinubu. That's why the 4 years is just like 4 days with Tinubu. Tinubu, the man will perform. He's going to perform well. He's going to try his best. The man will try his best because you cannot go through all those things.
Oh my God! Oshibajo support the money.
They are waiting for.
Oh my God!
They are waiting for his downfall, and the man don't even want that thing to happen.
So Oshibajo supported this monetary stupid carrier.
I can send you. I can send you if I have any word. If you want me to say, I will send you everything on his page. Go to his Twitter handle or his Facebook handle. Scroll down. You will find it there. It's there.
Oh my God!
Anybody can go through and.
So even a man of God even supported that.
Which man of God, Joe? Forget all this.
No. Okay. We majority Yoruba vote for Buhari because of we have our own representative there, right? You want to tell me that you don't see how your people are crying, dying? I send money to 3 different accounts for my mom to find something to eat.
Do you know people get money from their family members?
I use 50,000 to buy 30,000.
Do you know people send money to their family members to pay hospital bills? They were unable to cash the money. Their family member died in the hospital. Come on.
A lot.
Come on. It's sorry.
That's the reason many people don't expect. They don't expect Asiwaju will win that election. That's the reason why you see them going to court, going to everywhere. That's the reason why you see the church, see the performance, his performances. Do you see any churches say, our president is doing well, let us pray for him since last 2 weeks?
So now we have the church and the obedience defending now.
Oh my God. Tinubu is facing a hell of a lot, brother. The
man. That is why he's done the shaking now. Tell me, even me as I young like this, if I go through what that man went through that election, my body will shake. My head will shake.
Tunde Bakari has made U-turn. He said, "You ever eat your humble pie." He's been saying to his church members that they should embrace Tinubu. We don't have any choice.
But it's getting too late now, and they don't have choice. This man will perform, and he's going to deal with everybody. Oh, this man will.
If it's not perform, it's your president now. So you better. I told some of my family members I said, like, you guys, Nigeria, me, I'm not in Nigeria, but you living there, continue causing Tinubu. If Tinubu did anything wrong to Nigeria, una go suffer am. If he did something good to Nigeria, una go enjoy am. So if you don't even like him, now this is your reality. Pray for him to what? To succeed. If he didn't succeed, all of us go chop the breakfast.
But the funniest thing, Nigeria they are just funny. Now, gas price is down from 850 to 350 now. Nobody is talking about that.
Yeah, I heard that as well. That
Yes, from 850 to 350.
Yes. Wow. This is the first time I will see something go up in Nigeria and come
And come
down.
down. Yes, because the man, that NNPC man, is trying all his best to Tinubu to not fire him or to not come after him. That's why. We have a lot of gas now. We have a lot of gas, millions of gas. That's why he's doing all those high service. Now, see a lot of money these people have generated from Nigerian citizens. Gas, we have a lot of gas to the extent that sometimes we open the gas, we open it for you to know.
Yes, they always
Yes, we open
they
it.
open it and just free it to the
Yes,
air.
because it's
Yes.
too much.
Yes. Oh my God! Something that some country are looking for to get.
Yes, imagine. That's why I told you. Now you will see after he presented minister everything, he's going to travel to go and find how he's gonna be selling those guys. He said it.
Sell the
I
gas.
will
Yeah,
buy. I will buy some mines from America. Then start using it to sell to Europe and America.
Oh my God! It's very
They don't care about the. They don't care about the citizens. They care about the pocket. See how the man is running up and down doing eye service.
No. It's just if there is no debt, I could have forgive Emefiele, but oh my
Don't even
God,
mention that.
no.
Anybody from Nigeria, mention him, mention it, forgiveness. They will beat you. Don't even try it. They don't want to hear anything about Emefiele. That woman, they just ask that woman, please, Emefiele, the man starts, she starts swearing for Emefiele.
Oh my God! And these people will actually be defending him. If you remember, guys, the obedience are defending Obiefele now. The monetary, you guys forgot. Election time. Oh my God, that vote is good like that. Tinubu will not be able to buy votes. Tinubu will not. Nigerians, we have passed through hell in that country. In the hands of obedience. They were supporting this money policy. Yes, we can do it. We have to start it now. We have to do this. We have to do that.
During the election time now, because they thought that it was favoring Obi. They realized that policy was hurting APC. So I remember now they were all supporting it, like, yeah, let's do it. We can suffer. I remember I was watching the show now. They were all supporting them. Like, people are dying. You guys are here supporting the policy, all because they saw that that policy was favoring Obi. You know.
Oh my God.
See, bros, let me tell you, how ridiculous. I don't like to discriminate, but like my Southeastern people, how ridiculous. Okay, look at this. Ojukwu told Southeasterners to move to the southeast, right, before the Biafran war, and he told all of them to bring their money in exchange for Biafran currency. Biafran currency that's usually is worthless. It has no value anywhere in the world, right? Now, after the war, Ojukwu, rather than giving them, knowing that Biafran currency is now used, like giving them their money back, he ran away with their money, right? Now they are now coming to Nigeria, trying to exchange their Biafran currency for real currency. And Who's going to give you? It's like you're asking for free money because Awolowo can't take your Biafran currency and give you real currency
And
because now.
what is he going to do with the Biafran currency?
Thank you.
What is the
But
value?
today they will attack. They say Awolowo was their problem, was their. And when I say, okay, what about Ojukwu? And they will defend Ojukwu. I'm like, well, what? You're attacking Awolowo, but you're defending Ojukwu. This is the man that actually created your problem. He's one that stole your money. So this defending the indefensible is just something about Southeastern people. Like, it's just ridiculous. Why are you defending Ojukwu? But now you're ready to kill Awolowo. Awolowo didn't have to give you any money. The money he gave you is not even your money. That's Nigerian money. He gave them 20 pounds, which is about $200 today. Each person he's giving. And I'm talking about people that didn't even have $1 before they even went there. Now, imagine today you go give everybody within a tribe $200 each. That's a lot of money now. Some of them put their money together and start big business. But today they hate the man. He gave me 20 pounds. He didn't have to give you any money. He gave you money. And you hate him. But the man that actually stole your money, who's from your tribe, is your hero. You have no problem with him. You defend him. Ojukwu ran away with their money. He ran to Ivory Coast with all their money. He shared some of you with them, some of his passes, the elite. But the poor Igbos, they abandoned all of them.
Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah.
How did they get the money? That's Biafra money itself. Who gave them the money? How did they printed the currency during that time?
Yeah, what Ojukwu did was he started his own country. He started his own printing money. He just created a country, a country that's not recognized.
He had his own central bank, have everything.
He just started everything, which a country not recognized by the United Nations, not recognized anywhere. So whatever you have in
that you now bring the money. You want to exchange it for which money?
It took all the people who had real money before the war, real currency. Like that's.
Where did they keep it? Where did they keep the one that they have?
They gave it to Ojukwu money. The Nigeria, they gave their real money. See, let me tell you what Ojukwu scam. This is what Ojukwu did. Ojukwu didn't have money to fund the war, right? So he took their money to buy weapons because he couldn't use Biafra money to go and buy weapons. So he needed real money to buy weapons. So he took the Igbo people money from them and gave them Biafran currency that's useless. It's like me it's like me in my house now. I just print paper, I call it money, and I tell all of you here, come and bring me all your dollars and your money. I come and take this money here. This paper I just printed because I know I need your money to actually fund the war. So he took their money to go and buy weapons and start to fight war for himself, and kept it. Now he gave them Biafran currency. Now he had this studio value to it within the. He decided the value of it. He decided, so he just scammed his own people, And at the end of the war, he didn't return the real money to them. Like, okay, my people take. He only gave the rich, the friends, family members, and all those ones some money, and he abandoned them, and he just left them. He left those children starving. Everybody starving. Now go on.
So Mike, it was the one that determined the value. It was the one that determined the value of the money. And when they are coming back, so what will be the exchange rate? I be 1 for 1, or 2 for 2, or 3 for 3.
That's what they will say. They say, I will only give them 20 pounds when they had money in the Biafran bank. I was worth a lot. I'm like, okay, even if you have $1 billion Biafran dollar in your bank, it's worthless. I cannot give 1 billion. So I will always give you, okay, if you have $1 million Biafran dollar in your Biafran bank in your country called Biafra. So now you are coming to Nigeria. So now you want to give Awolowo 1 billion Biafran dollar for 1 million Nigeria.
Your Yoruba nation people too, they don't print their money. Then they show their stupid money all around.
Imagine you go and give all your savings. You give out your 30,000 and collect Biafran Yoruba nation money. And then after Igbo abandon you and run away, now you want to go back to central bank.
The money Mike, the money they budgeted for this Naira swap, where has the money gone now? Because the new money is not even in the circulation.
Are you saying which one are you talking about? The Biafran money?
Yeah,
the money
I'm talking about
for the new swap, the new
this one definitely did.
Yes.
That's what people are saying though in Nigeria. They say they are not even saying that much. So you just put everybody through.
The money is not available anymore. The new note is not available anymore.
Everybody just went through. See, that's what I was telling you guys earlier. I remember when they brought before, when during that crisis, if you go to the bank to withdraw your money, you have to pay to withdraw your own money. So let's say you want to withdraw 10,000 naira, you have to pay like 5,000. So
3,000, 2,000. Yeah.
you have to pay some kind of. So I'm like, okay, so this whole thing they just went through now. Now, at the end of the day, we are back to
You pay naira to get naira.
He want, yeah, Emefiele wanted to raise money. That's right. He just scam Nigerians. That's another.
That guy. If anybody see him, please help me give him a dirty slap. One dirty slap. That guy.
They should not allow anybody from the south is in charge of money again. I'm sorry. Money handling.
No, Mike, that is too derivative.
Sorry.
Soludo was there and he did well. Soludo was there and he did well.
Soludo. Do you hear what he just because they didn't prosecute him? Because Obasanjo turned the other eye. Do you hear what Sanusi said when Sanusi took over? Hey, people, oh boy, I don't want to Soludo. People, bank owners were colluding with Soludo when we say their bank failed. And they will just keep people's money. Do you know how many people committed suicide? Go and listen to Sanusi's speech now. Things that happen to people during Soludo time.
No, there are so many people that millionaires that became wrecked because of during Soludo time.
Yes,
so many millionaires.
People have money in the bank and you say the bank has failed and all their money.
Let me even tell you.
Remember the woman, that woman Soludo had to arrest. Now he forced the woman to return all the money, billions. Just Sanusi had to force her to withdraw the money. Just there were so many people prosecuted. They got away with fraud under Soludo. People just cover the Soludo case on that carpet because everybody that came after Soludo, Obasanjo was, he liked to point out to the Southeasterners, and then when Jonathan came, of course, Sanusi exposed a lot of corruption on Soludo, man, massive corruption, man.
And that is why he still brought that to Mike. He still brought that to the same thing that I'm talking about now. So we have mentioned like three CBN governors now. So what do you think we can do to actually reduce the power? Because this autonomy is good, but Nigeria with too much autonomy, it brings a lot of atrocities.
You have to know who you are putting in charge of money. In America here, before they give you certain job, they will study your background check, who you are. They will study your personality. They will study everything about you before they put you in charge of money. But in Nigeria, they don't do that. Just put anyone. Not everybody can put in charge of money.
Are you saying Soludo is also corrupt?
Hey.
Is that Prince of Adewale? Adewale, how are you?
I'm doing good, my brother. Good to hear everybody. So I'm trying to find out from Mike. Is this saying Soludo too was also corrupt?
Go and listen to what Sanusi. Go and look what Sanusi said, and go and look at all the investigation he did. Just go and do a research and come back.
All things being equal, if Soludo had not pulled what he did I believe it was in 2005, if I'm not mistaken. By now, Nigeria financial sector would have been completely, I don't know, probably like a gari soaking under the water.
Okay, what about that Emefiele now?
See, no, I'm coming. What he did there, because in the early 90s, when the military government were giving out licenses,
especially Adewale started under Babangida now. It was just giving licenses
to open up that sector.
Exactly. It's just like the regulation of banking sector.
He opened it up, and that was where the young chaps like Bufola Adeola Sako were able to get their license.
I know, if you remember Adewale that time, majority of them, they are just selling forex. Forex racketeering, that's what they were doing. In fact, you see some banks, they will have only one branch. And they are making billions.
And I would say that was a democratic primitive era where people are not actually paying attention. And when Obasanjo came up, Obasanjo actually gave him political backing, and he was able to step on so many toes. Well, whether he was corrupt or not corrupt, as at that time, he carried himself as a professional, and he knew what he was doing. And he read riot hats to the bankers. Remember, this man has never aided any financial institution in Nigeria. So that alone creates enmity between him and all those MDs. To the point, I will not be surprised some of them will not be visiting Babalawo on his behalf. But you know, even our MD, who happens to be a very gentleman, who, you know, he cared about the bottom line, but not necessarily like pushing someone over the edge, or like his brother, younger brother. They're all Lagosians, the Dabiris. They're all from Surulere, where Bajabi Amela also grew up from. But you know, this man hardly stay in Nigeria. He's always junketing, flying around the globe looking for money. As a matter of fact, it doesn't matter whether you work in the marketing sector. Everyone is out. Go look for money. As a matter of, they gave everybody a quota. You have to meet that quota. But what I'm trying to portray is that for that singular act alone, he saved that sector because he read some of those financial institutions, they didn't have money. Some of their checks were returning from clearing out week in, week out. And some of them, apart from the cash shortage, they don't even have money at the Nigerian depositor, whatever they call it. So
NDIC.
yes, it revived that sector. And today, that was why some of those banks, I mean, let's face this. Has anybody ever wondered how a big bank like UBA will be swallowed by just a mushroom bank like STB, and someone, unknown individual, will take over the bank, impose himself on the bank, and take that bank to the next greater height? Has anybody ever
Okay,
wondered?
Emefiele.
Oh, this now celebrated Tony Elumelu.
I mean, yes, Tony Emefiele, exactly.
By far, UBA had huge assets. Of course, they have the ability to some extent. Some of their debtors were actually not paying because, you know, these are old banks and they were doing things old-fashioned. But
you didn't see how Access Bank is also swallowing big banks.
Of course,
Access Bank swallow like two or three big banks.
When I hear people today celebrating,
They swallow Oceanic, swallow the
Tony Elumelu, I'll just laugh. Some of people don't know what actually transpired in between, and today is being seen as the billionaire, sort of. But you see, but with that singular act of, I know that he didn't, you know, just do that by his own idea alone. People must have. But the presidency gave him political backing, just as Obasanjo backed the NAFDAC lady. He gave him political backing to the point that all those MDs started looking for money, merger and acquisitions. Everything was just going on within 2 years. And how come the first three banks that knew about this were GTB, Senate Bank, and which other? I think it's UBA too, because these are the first people that came to the market. Remember when they first went for their what do you call it? Their first initial offer. They mopped everything in the market. They mopped to the point that they were returning money back to shareholders.
What are you saying? What are you saying? A lot of people lost money during that time. A lot of people are buying share in Nigeria.
I want to believe there was inside information because these were the first set of people, banks that went to the market. After they've done the initial placement, they now came back and that's what they're doing. They actually have a cap. You can't buy more than this. So, but he did that because he knew that if this sector goes down the drain, guess what? But it took a bold, bigger step for someone also to be foresight enough to look, this is the backbone of the economy of this country. If this thing go, I mean, look at Society General Bank for crying out loud. Somebody like Saraki supposed to be in jail. And he was once the Senate president just like his father.
Yeah.
He used money to prosecute politics. That bank went under.
My father-in-law, a millionaire, became wrecked because of Society General Bank.
And where's Saraki today? Nobody prosecute anybody. Everybody's smiling.
No, actually, it's the father, not the one, not the.
Both of them, no.
But it was the
because
he was
the take over the bank after his father.
So I mean, Soludo might be corrupt. Don't get me wrong. But it was not. It's not as so ostentatious like you see these people parading themselves around, like a Mayfield who see himself as a demigod who
At
believed that
least we can point to one policy that Soludo did and help the country. There's
yes,
none that can point to from
no,
this Mayfield.
the man is not even. I can't even call him an economist because it's not even coherent. You know, and during that issue, during this monetary new banknote and all that, he was always coming to the public overly confident because
Ọmọ wa Nigeria sí ni
one
Jonathan
singular
fi ṣe
person
ń
was
gbà yẹn
giving him
ló fi mú. I don't think the guy
and
has
the political class
But,
the
were
credentials.
controlling.
after the first tenure, why Buhari appoint him? Why?
You see,
No, Buhari retained him. He didn't appoint him. He
Buhari
did not.
retained him
There are a
because
lot of people that Jonathan appointed that Buhari did not change.
see, you know the funniest thing. You see that position is more or less like you are being seen, but you are not heard. Like where we see the work of your hand, but we are not actually seeing your face. But when you started putting your face on what you are doing, that's when he started derailing. Of course, he has not been performing; he has been underperforming. But when he now started getting involved in practical politics, that is when people now wait a minute. This is but what in Koja and we need to do something about it. And when the branding of a vehicle started surfacing during the thick of the politics, that was when people now say, okay, this is wrong. And he himself allowed himself to be used by opposition or the other party member to the point that he himself was so sure of. You see, I pitied the man, but at the same time, because I knew there's no way he will not go to jail. He will go to jail. What he did, that people blaming Buhari that yes, Buhari was the one that gave him back in this and that, but he was appointed to advise Buhari. I mean, without presidency, of course, presidency will approve his decision, but he was the one advising the presidency. But this man probably was also working in cahoot with him, but the magnitude of the effect of their policy was so bad that it actually took Nigeria back. It would take a long time to recover with the loss that was recorded during that period in Nigeria. People were dying, and yet people celebrated, that military policy. It was evil because people wanted to exploit, that policy to their advantage. And thank God they didn't win because, I mean, it's just so terrible. Right now, I don't pity him. For all I care, he can remain in jail for till Jesus comes back. I don't care. But I just knew for a fact. So if you look at Sanusi is a showboating guy. He liked to be, I'm overly confident. But tell me, what policy did they actually, other than just making noise? Tell me something
He also
did.
consolidated on that. He also do recapitalization after Soludo.
He did.
Yes, he raised the something
From 25 billion.
25 billion naira or something. Yes.
But most of those
That was when Obi put a number of money in Fidelity that was deceiving them that saved their money.
By that time, I already left the country, all those things. But the bottom line is that yes, but he just a tap. Sanusi anyway not Lokoba because he won't shut up. He's the kind of guy that yes, I'm overly confident. I'm in your face, that kind of a person. I call them showboating because they don't to show off. But you don't belong to the political class. I hear even look at the country Wella. This is a bright, brilliant woman, but you never see her, in the political talk. Most of the submission is always about professionalism, and hardly you will see her speeches having on political undertone and all that. And sometimes you need to remain in your lane. And when you started getting yourself involved in all those political discussions and all that, then you are crossing the boundary. First and foremost, he was, suspended from his position.
I understand Sanusi was being confrontational, but the guy just couldn't stand the corruption he was saying.
No. See,
he couldn't stand it.
See. You see, there's a way you fight your battle, and when you don't know when to shut up, that is when you lose track. And sometimes in politics or when you are occupying public office, there's some way you fight. There's a way you can go about your job without stepping on toes. Even if you are going to step on toes, there's a way you can retrace your step and correct your mistake. But when you are in the public, you are fighting people in the public square. You cannot win.
That's true.
Except,
Except,
except you belongs to the the ruling class or the political class. You cannot win because it's all about timing. But at the same time, when you are doing all this, what does your job function entails? Your job function doesn't mean that you have to go in the public, embracing every fight as if Emefiele was saying, "Bring it, let's fight," and all that. I don't know who he was addressing, but those are the kind of statement you don't make in the public. You are you are supposed to
No,
be
that's the one. That's the
heard.
one. Erufai attacking them. So on Kaba. That's why
heard.
he come at the ground that way.
When a CBN governor is supposed to be making speeches, when you are coming up, with a new plan, maybe there's a plan for reduction of inflation's exchange rate issue during the time that he was addressing about this famous what you call this online exchange rate manipulators company. I forgot their names now. He was picking fight with them and all that, but
Aboki FX.
Aboki FX.
FX.
Thank you. He was so strong-willed about Aboki. What about other Boishum's websites and all those people speculating in the black market? But the bottom line is that you're supposed to be working. Sometimes you don't even have to be granting interview left and right. During the Beku monetary policy, you were granting interview. You are sounding so what do you call it? Like absolute. Nothing more. Nothing goes back. Your place is not to sound as if this is it. Even the presidency give you that backing. Shoki Lobe, you say it and you go back to your shell. That's it. Now you have the media department and the organizations that will be defending it, but not you being in the front of camera all the time. And unfortunately, he did it. Thank God it didn't work for him and his sponsor. But I knew from that day on that there's no way Emefiele will escape jail. And look at it. Of all the years you put into this, your professional career, everything. I understand you're making money, you'll never be poor again, but your reputation is in tatter. There's no politicians who want to embrace you because you are now what do you call them? Liability to them. You are not useful. Those people that use them, then where are
But
they now?
don't be
almost
surprised.
everybody
Adewale, it
Jonathan
will still be
appointed him.
relevant in Nigeria space. It will still be relevant in Nigeria space. He has the money, and that's the only language, that's the only thing we value.
Jonathan visited Tinubu in the Aso Rock. Was it yesterday or today? I think it's today. And I want to believe that's what he went there to discuss with him because he was the one that appointed him in the first place. These are the people that have no business being in the public because
I think Jonathan was just appointing a bunch of looters, man. And I don't know how did boy
the guy is
allow.
from Delta State. No, he's not a southeastern person, but he's from Delta
No,
State.
Delta is the Igbo part of Delta.
Oh, okay.
Delta
Okay.
Igbo now.
Okay. Okay. But whichever it is, what he did was, like you can put it, a crime against humanity. Because this is a handmade problem, not natural currency issue that was a disaster, something that happens that we have no control over. You decided we are going to print, and you want to put a timeline when the old note will be recovered. But normally in a huge country like us, and you also know that we have a lot of limitations, we have obstacles. There's no infrastructure in place to ensure that this new notes are being circulated, especially in the rural areas, right? So, and then you only give two options. I mean, one option through ATM. Please tell me, where is ATM in my village? Probably there's no ATM in my village. And how would those old people that sells granota, how would they be able to get their hands on? And you said after this period, there's no. Yes, the act that established your office says you can do this and have this timeline, but you also look at what was playing out at that time. Politics was at the peak in that country, and here we are. You also know that money is going to play a huge role, and yet money was nowhere, and people were accusing banks, but banks were not giving it money. They have smaller money, and they put in the ATM. How much can the ATM dispense in a day? So that was why I knew that project is bound to fail. At first, I lauded it because it was a novel idea. Yes, there's nothing wrong in introducing new note, but you also have to look at the kind of environment you are operating. And you have to
But you cannot even be doing how would that one affect our economy, Adewale, when you know that Nigeria is broke?
if you notice at that time, the level of kidnapping kind of slowed down a little bit. In fact, those irrational demand from the kidnappers kind of reduced because at this moment the new people didn't have money in their homes or to even withdraw money in the bank. Yes, it fulfilled that purpose for that time. And then vote by people were still doing the recharge card, whatever stuff that people using to transfer money, right? Because
It made the money available to the people that is supported.
exactly, because they already cornered every money being put out there to the financial bank. They already cornered those money because they were ready to spend the money.
I don't care how kidnappers reduced. A lot of people went through hell doing
No,
this policy.
I'm talking about that short period of time. It reduces because the demand was low because the new people didn't have money.
So should we credit Emefiele for that?
Whether we credit him or not, the evil that that policy created
it's
kind
irrelevant,
of negate that short gain of reduction.
No.
But all in all, it was evil. It was not right. I mean, that person wasn't right. It was so.
I can't imagine Emefiele in court telling the judge, Your Honor, I reduced banditry now.
Well, speaking to what the reason why I want to comment on Mike's submission, even if Soludo was corrupt, which is I doubt if he's never a corrupt person, but that singular act of making sure that he's strengthening our financial sector in Nigeria is enough to negate whether he was corrupt or not corrupt. I'm not saying most of the time when you have someone in public office, it's about something grazing elbow, grazing their palms one way or the other. But at least
a lot of things that we all misconstrue. See, during that early 2000s, that's when there was a big breakthrough in technology, like smart technology. That was the era when, so even smartphones, smart things were coming up, and it kind of impacted a lot of countries' economy and, the dynamic of different, many societies across the globe and across Africa. Well, it seems like that dynamic, we like to credit it to like the administration of Nigeria at that time. As some people would tell me, Obasanjo was the greatest president. It was one that brought several to Nigeria. No. That stuff just came all over the place, man. All over Africa, all over the world.
Which one are you talking about?
Well, even if a monkey would have been the president, we would have had that revolution, that cell phone revolution in Nigeria. So,
you almost didn't even have that cell phone stuff in Nigeria. You remember? We almost didn't even have it because the government wanted to control. They didn't want to deregulate that sector completely. They have to divest their investment and making sure they have it in all these other foreign. Our own indigenous company bidded for it. They didn't give it to them because all those those governors, they wanted to have a share in those. You see, Nigeria, hey.
If we can deal with corruption, Nigeria will be a better place. It will be a better place.
The man that brought what is it called? Econet. The man had to run.
The Zimbabwe guy, right?
Is it Zimbabwe or South Africa? Okay, I always think
Zimbabwe, South Africa. He based in South Africa, but he's from Zimbabwe.
Oh yeah, he ran away because it was just corruption was just in your face. And in his write-up, he brought Ibori. In fact, Ibori's case was completely dominated his write-up about how
I saw his interview that he make a lot of money in Nigeria.
Who, the guy?
Yeah.
He had to be smart because, and that was why Econet was bouncing from one hand to another. I mean, MTN was stable to some extent, but Econet was the one that was having a lot of trouble.
I think Econet is the first, isn't it? Econet was the first.
Econet and MTN. I mean, MTN. They were the first.
I think Econet came before MTN.
No, both of them took over at the same time. They gave them the license at the same time.
But I remember that Sony Ericsson. Oh my God! The night they bought mobile, all of us in our house.
The state government invested their state money in the company, and guess what they did? They first demanded for bribe. They demanded for returns for a company that's not even take off yet. They were, hey, what kind of country is Nigeria? But I mean, if I were Obasanjo, I would have allowed indigenous company to win that bid, at least be the first and the pioneer. But no, that man lost out the first.
But what about the MTEL? You remember MTEL also?
The one from the night,
Yeah,
not
yeah, but
MTN.
it almost didn't. It couldn't compete with the MTN because
He
those
couldn't
ones have
complete that time.
money.
I
They
remember
had a lot
he
of
couldn't
funds
complete.
to get
Yeah.
sophisticated equipment. They did. MTN didn't take off before MTN and Econet. No, those ones already have their the presence in the market first before MTN was still crawling and all that. Then what do you call it? Global.com then took over. I mean, came around and they started giving licenses, but MTEL already granted license and they couldn't because MTEL still belonged to the government.
Globalcom came 2 years later.
You see, that's the problem. The corruption was to the point that this man lost out in his deposit to the government then. So I mean, and you can imagine that same rejected indigenous company now decided to revolutionize the sector by making sure that customers are being billed per second. When the MTN, they were cashing out big time on Nigeria by saying per second billing is not possible. This market and said, no, what this is my people. It has to be done one way or the other. The other operator had no choice than to join him in that too. Today now everybody's enjoying it, right? So that is the kind of we are as people. We are naturally corrupt. Let's just put it that way. Nigerians are
But we say
naturally
that often on this platform. People will say, no, we are not
no, we
corrupt.
are.
No.
We are. See, look, even here and abroad, you see people, they are doing well. See, that's why I like Asian people. They will pull themselves in. They will give each other's job. They make sure they are. I mean, they are not as ostentatious as us. We are the one that like to be over, flamboyant and shiny, bling bling, and all that. Hardly will see all these Asian people like they have billions, but they will they will be wearing the same shirt, just like an Igbo man that will build a big mansion in the village and be hiding in Lagos as if he doesn't own a shishi. So, but to even say, hey, look, let's give you a job. This is what I do for a living. You too, you can better your life, better your family back home. No, Nigerian will do that. They will be looking at you, looking down on you, so that you will be kowtowing to them and bowing down to them, and doing the rank to each other. That is who we. If you ever go to any Nigerian party, that is what we do. That is our nature. So corruption is completely in our DNA. It's in us.
I believe it's the mindset from each country where everybody comes from. I think so. Because if you see check India too, they are okay. Even Spanish people, they don't do too much. It's just only many Africa and most
It's particularly Nigerians, to be honest. Like
Nigeria. Yeah.
many other Africans don't really do all that showing off thing. Like I don't
Yeah.
know. It wasn't where we were before, though, man. I think that culture of Kamashako, it started during like when. Come on, I want to man lost the man ding bang.
I saw a video 1960 something. This is how Yoruba people are. This is how they wear dress at that time. I think that thing is
Let me
culture, yeah. It
let
came
me put
during
it to you.
it
We in
started.
Yoruba the one that do it the most too.
Yeah. We
We are
were
the
the
one
one
that
doing
look
going
down
to
on each
London.
other.
I'm a ding bang. I'm a farm. We
yes,
follow
yes,
you.
yes.
They I'm a shako. They will bring fine
We are
things
the
from
one that does the most.
in London, America.
Londona,
Start rubbing in your
Americana,
face.
Londona,
Want somebody to
Americana,
look
Yeah.
at
Londona.
our foot. They said one time I saw a wife of a governor here in Texas. I look at her. She had like 3-4 people that came with her from Nigeria. I said in my mind, I was like, look at her. If we are to be in Nigeria now, there will be retinue of convoy of vehicles packed with almost maybe 50 personnel at her beck and call. But she came with 4 people. They were going into store, and I look at her. When was the last time she did shopping in Nigeria by herself? See, we like to be. Somebody has to be below, to be at our foot, so that you can be looking down and say, okay.
They
See,
can feel good.
if you want to look deeper, look at the way we do this all those things in Nigeria. People will take younger people to their house and
I
feeding
take
that model.
20% on top
And they
your
will say,
model.
oh, I sent him or her to school, so that should be enough compensation. Whereas you can't try that in America, because if you employ a domestic staff, that staff has break time, has closing time, has time off from work. You'll be treated as a
You
professional.
can't talk to
It's slavery
him
now.
anyhow. You
You want
can't
to
talk
Form
to
of
him
slavery.
anyhow.
because
Because
of
or even that mother, you're not paying that mother, you're paying
Romodo.
the parent or whoever. You
And
don't even pay themselves.
on
I
that,
can't find money. I need my
even
money for
a
you.
driver, a driver, because of the what do you call it? Because there was no job around. Somebody said, "Okay, yeah, I'll take you as my driver." Driver doesn't have off time, doesn't have time with his own family. Every time is you have to go do this, running them on an errand. Why did you even take driver for what? The driver at the end of the day, you pay them peanuts. Driver doesn't
We
have a.
need driver. We need driver in Nigeria. We are big man now.
You
We are
see,
big
that we
people.
do Nigeria, we do big man, big woman back home, but here we can't do that. Why can't our life be so simple? Live life in the
It can't.
simplest way. It's in our DNA. Is see, and these same people will go to church and say, "God, please, this and that," and yet they treat people below them as if they are just rags.
Mm.
Even if you don't want to give bribe, Nigeria living in that community will make you
I
give
have
bribe.
I
You
have
will
a
pay
past I
bribe.
have a pastor, and I call him because the man is a pastor. Please, so help me look for security guy. I will say, okay, you will find one for me. After he get the guy from Kogi State, he said, I said, how much? He said the guy will be getting, I will be paying the guy like 60,000 every month. I said, you sure he's gonna take care of my team? He said, no problem. I'm paying this man. Do you know how much the pastor is paying to that man? 25,000 naira.
Hmm.
25,000 naira. I want to cry the day I just don't know why. The guy just text me up. Those Oga, please do you I need money for my mom, blah blah blah. I say, okay, what happened? I quickly send money. Your mom later I call him now. How much the man is paying you? He said 25,000. You know what? I terminate everything that day. I terminate it and I look for I just give the guy 100,000. I don't want security anymore. That's
No, no,
what
no. The pastor is coming. Is removing agency fee.
I'm 60,000 to 25,000 every month, almost 8 months.
It's not even paying me 40,000 or 50,000.
I almost cried that day. That's the reason why you will see many people committing crime. Imagine I put money, I put some the guy will steal it. There's no way.
I was in New York, sometimes around 2000 and sometimes around 2000. I believe 2000 and was it 18 or 17, something or other. And a friend of mine who lives in New York said, "Look, uh, come see me. I mean, let's go somewhere together." And I was like, "No, this is." He just dragged me out of my hotel room and we went down somewhere. And guess what? Who we met? The then governor of Kwara State. I didn't know they were kind of close. Every time that one comes around, they hang out. Of course, much more older, but they kind of like, they know how to. And I look at the man. I said, if I were to be in Nigeria right now, hardly would I even be able to even
You
get
can't
close.
come close to him.
But here
Never.
is a man sitting down.
Never.
We went to his hotel then in New York, and we were to get. I mean, as a matter of fact, we were just working. He came with some guys. I've already, of course, they knew my friend, but for the fact that I was with him, I mean, nobody checked me, nobody passaged me. It was just like a easy passage, and we were, there in the suite, and he came out, and my friend kind of like, "Oh, this is my friend, my schoolmate," stuff like that. And in my mind, I spoke to him. We didn't talk about politics, but we were just talking about the lifestyle in New York. And he was making fun of us that, you stay in the South, he stayed in the West Coast, that, hey. But at the end of the day, in my mind, I was like, if we were to be in Nigeria now, probably I would still be, putting in what do you call it?
Application to see
Request for appointment. And
appointment meeting.
probably in the next 3 4 months, I won't be able to. But here, everyone is kind of equal. If this man comes out of this hotel now, we are kind of easy peasy. If we go to the Times Square, nobody would know
You guys will catch on the same train. You will catch the same bus. You will catch
exactly.
everything. Yeah.
Someone said America is a leveler. Why can't we have that kind of lifestyle? Why can't we? Why can't we? You see, we keep blaming
Operation
our
operation will not allow us to have it. Operation. Everybody is just oppressing
we
each
keep
other.
we keep blaming our leaders, but the leaders we have are the true reflection of who we are as society, because we are the one picking them. And guess what? Some of these politicians, we put so much demand on them too. I've heard it when I was much more younger. A man in my community that was a House of Rep member then in the 70s and 80s. Guess what? This man did not build a house. He renovated his father's house, and all his siblings, all his younger ones, were all there together with him because he renovated, he put it to the standard. He has been abroad, he's been everywhere before. But the communities were mocking him because the fact that he had gone to the federal to the point that he could not even have enough money to build his own house. That is how community we are. That is who we are. They were mocking him till he died. He never actually completed his house. To the point that at the end of the day, he joined them too, becomes a corrupt individual, even though he was still a politician. That's who we are. That's who we are. So when we have a politician comes around, people that put him there, the community want the legacy, they want that cake coming from him. They put so much demand, and time they will have no choice than to go and steal and put their money in the cookie jar. Right?
Oh my God.
They will mock you. The community, society will mock you and say, "Look at him. Oh, they lost it.
Moibi Arowo Magbe.
You know, they will mock you. I mean, you live with them, you live among them, so you don't want to be going around tomorrow and I say, look at him, got to lucky na kilo shit,
Oh my God. No, we are corruption and even from the grassroots, anywhere you go, people just want you to tip them to. It's just
Thomas,
oh
corruption
my
didn't just start
God.
today in Nigeria. You remember all those new history about the man, former minister of finance, Okotiebo.
Okotiebo.
The man
Yeah,
with
Okotiebo.
it's Okotiebo. Yoruba call it Okotiebo. And he read me then Okotiebo. Meanwhile, it's Okotiebo. Meanwhile, this is a man that will have his clothes will be like a regular has a new bride, right? That kind of fly lifestyle there. And they were embezzling money. All of them were doing that. So that it has been living, that's been with us for a very, very long time. That's been with us for a very long time.
Oh my God. I just I said I pray, but I think prayer cannot solve our problem. I
Prayer.
think
No.
we will just
prayer.
It's not about prayer.
We will just need a government like this Tinubu guy now that it's not even it's ready to step on toes.
You need more than
Get
government.
things
You have
done.
to have
Yeah.
a system that's
A
strong
system.
enough to
Government
deal
and
with,
system.
it's a system. You have to need government and system, exactly.
Build
You,
more
you,
prisoner. Build more
you can
prison.
you can have the best president you want. It's a thousand. You can't police everybody, monitor everybody at the same time. It's just not. A man cannot solve the problem. It's a system that can solve the problem.
A system,
You understand?
yes. And
People need to have a new orientation, reorientate them so that they will understand that they are functioning in the society. People
You
are
see, I tend to disagree that people just want to be certain way. Like for example, when I'm in America, the way I will hack, the way I will follow the law, the way I will follow is different from when I get to Nigeria. I just can't say I want to be the only one. For example, when last time I went to Nigeria, I took the bus. I don't like doing it, but this my guy forced me to do it, and it's time to get off. And I'm trying to do the right thing, and people are like,
Why are you
I
doing
was
this?
wrong. I mean, I'm wrong for trying to get off the right way. Like they push me like I'm like, okay, so I can't take my time one at a time. In America, you do one at a time. You say, okay, you can't do it. You
Mike,
just have to live. The thing is, you
Mikey,
just have to
let me
live
shock
like
you.
you have
Mikey,
to
let me
live
shock
like
you.
that to solve.
I was in Abeokuta. I was waiting for red lights, street lights, traffic light. People were cursing me.
Exactly.
That will cause you.
Waiting for red light. People were going through red lights.
So
I was
guess
just
what? You have to live like them too. So now does it
but all
mean
this
you,
thing,
Thomas? Now does it mean you're now?
I
Is
believe
that who you are? The environment made you like that.
But Mike, I waited for the red light. People were going. They weren't waiting. They didn't.
That is how they would know you are not one of them.
They will know.
They know
Straight
you
away.
see. You didn't see Solojo. Once Nigerians
Oh
see you,
my!
they can
I
tell
was
that you are not living with them. They can
Adewale.
tell.
I was so mad. I said, where
No,
people are
for real.
going through the red light.
Looking at your skin, the texture
tó
of your
bá
skin, they
lọ
can tell
sọ́jà
you
gan tó
don't
bá ní
live
let me
there.
dress like a responsible person wọ́n ní you
They
want to go
can
and
tell.
you are
Can
dressing
smell
well
you.
you have to dress like
Adewale àná ń yàká sí mi báyìí pé why are you waiting for red light? Wọ́n ń yàká sí mi.
I said they
Ìyá
knew
ẹ̀.
you
I
are
was
not one
just,
of them. For real.
oh my, red
You
light. And people were going through the red light.
Yeah.
They weren't waiting for the red light. I said, what is the traffic light for? Is it not for us to wait for some people to go and you go when it's your turn? And they were yakasimi, one yakasimi, they are pressing horn.
See,
Go now. I said, don't you see the red light?
Let me shock you a little bit. Let me shock
Oh
you a little
my
bit.
God,
See,
Nigeria.
let me shock you a little bit. In 2018, my wife and I would travel to Nigeria briefly. I was there for like a week and I came back. During that time, there was scarcity of petroleum, and we were moving around. We had this RAV4, 1B, all those old ones there, and they were driving around. And it doesn't really got much gas, but at least it was okay. Let me put it that way. So every stop, wherever we found gas, we would buy, fuel and try to fill the tank so that we
Just
won't run out.
in excess, yeah.
So we kind of went to one of the family members we visited, and on getting there, on our way coming, we noticed that there was a gas station. I keep missing the name, interchanging the name, fuel station, gas station. And then upon starting that thing, I noticed, we can top this gas here. So we quickly fill our tanks again. Then I called my family member just to, send one of their children to come around so that I can, buy fuel for them for their generator for that night. So they sent one of their son, my nephew. Upon arriving, I made sure that he filled the jerry can and he left. So in my mind, I was like, I also remember another family member that, you know what? Where can we get a jerry can? When I was thinking, lo and behold, we saw those people that usually sell all those white jugs and all those, but it wasn't that big. Well, all those smaller jug, like a liter or 2 liter. So no matter how small, at least it's still something that will sustain them for the night. So we beckoned at that woman, and she came forward. While we were standing there, of course, when you're driving that kind of vehicle, at the same time, you don't look rugged like those people living in Abeokuta. Sorry to apologies to the Abeokuta people, And the next thing I knew, my wife mistakenly, instead of saying naira, he said, could buy $200. That woman had two of the moment she heard that $200, she started swearing, Ọlọ́run rí mi látàárọ̀ mi ò tí tajà kankan. Kini yóò gbàdú 500. She would never. In fact,
your wife exposed you. Your wife exposed you guys.
At that moment, my wife knew that Ojabo.
One chance.
You shouldn't have said it. At the end of the day, that woman, I think she regretted, the initial price. She regretted putting that figure forward because she knew these people. I knew it. Nobody dare mention dollar around here. Which dollar? We ended up buying just 2 liters for 200. Though we bought like maybe 6 or something like that. She was happy, but at the same time not happy because she felt she would have, taken more money from us as well. She was even asking for us to top it for her. But that is the kind of corruption that I'm talking about. You already have your price set, and here you are. You found opportunity, and you want to exploit these people to the last penny in their pocket simply because they mentioned dollar to your face. And at that moment, nobody was selling that
the field.
Yeah, nobody was walking around selling it. So we had no option that's the only one, except if we don't want to buy that fuel. So that is the kind of mentality I'm talking about. Somebody said, well, market reacted, but the price right now at the gas station were already subsidized. They bought those fuel on subsidized rate. And yet
they make a lot of money.
Yeah, they shut their filling station. They wanted to hold it so that by the time the price went up, they will be able to sell at an exorbitant price. That is the mentality I'm talking about. But people trying to throw the economic term, market reacted, this and that. Yes, market reacted, but it was based on their the corruption mindset, because they wanted to, even the people that they knew this is why I'm still struggling to make ends meet. And yet they want to impose that action because, I mean, at the end of the day, if you now go out and import, I mean, NNPC import fuel for you and you're buying from NNPC, then the price you bought is what you're going to sell. You put your factor in all those variables, then you arrive at your price, right? But the one you already have in your tank has already been, priced down for you so that you can sell it to
But
people.
Adewale, thank God there is no kidnappers in Lagos. I experienced something. One guy was telling to my face. He said, "Egbon, Kin Sharawase." I said, "It was." I was pushing back. He said, "Egbon, Kin Sharawase, skin Timon wo yi." No, Kin Sharawase. No, I said, "I'm."
No matter any color you have,
Oh
even black,
my
immediately
God.
you land, even pretend, even you can pretend like they will know.
Yeah.
They know.
Of course, they can
I
tell
said the
you I'm
guy
not one
said,
of them.
"Egbon, Kin Sharawase." I know what I'm talking about. But no, why do you say that? Ṣẹ́mọ̀, òyìnbó náà tún wá ń jábọ́ lẹ́nu tèmi náà kò tiẹ̀ wá yé mi gan mọ́.
That's where they will catch you. God help you if you have money in your account. You see, there was a time when they introduced the new driver license. I was in Nigeria 2014. I think 2014. They've already introduced it, but there were a lot of crowd because people kept going to federal FRSC, I believe. That's their
Office.
distance.
Okay.
Yeah. So my brother now took me because my line of job required that I be on the side of the law. So and when I arrived in Nigeria, I was kind of like, I can't be breaking law driving around without driver license. And if you have American driver license and you are driving on the street of Lagos, you are exposing yourself because once police grab you and they see that you are bringing out American driver license, hey, they will follow you home. Oh, and at the end of the day, God help if they put AK-47 on your head. So I'm like, no, I can't do it. So I told my brother. My brother said, no problem, let's go together. So we went to one of their offices in Bariga, somewhere around Bariga area. I knew somebody there because I had lived there before too. So that person, no, we first went to their office. My brother cited one of the person that looks like one of their orgas. But if normal me, I would just say, excuse me, sir, we're here for driver license. So my brother just said, hey, excuse me, officer. That was the esteemed president here. My brother now said, my brother here want to do driver license. I said, go inside. And my brother said, look, what is it? How much? What is the process? Come talk to us. So I guess he was looking at myself. I won't do that. But my brother already knew that. Look, that's how you put them in. And look, you don't have to beat about the bush. What is the pop? You see, how much is the price? Let's just say. The man was like looking at my brother, and I don't know, this might be an I tell him, yo, no, and he started, turning into a big fight as if I said, look, my brother, we can't do this. So, luckily, we found one of those guys that I know as a tout in Bariga there. That guy was the one that pulled string and put me in. At the end of the day, the moment I walked in there, I could tell, and they were so when they saw that guy, they hated him for the fact that they were unable to exploit me, even though that guy exploited me. But they themselves could not exploit me because they felt that this guy doesn't look like us. Because when I was given an address, when I was asked me about my address, I couldn't remember any address, so I didn't even remember my brother's address. So I had to start making phone call. That's when I knew that okay, in a year you can tell. I said I live in Abuja. I said, why did you do it in Abuja? Why must you come to Lagos to do it in Lagos? Only for me to be brought in one certain day. At the end of the guess who was taking the picture for the driver license happens to be my secondary school's classmate. Hey, I said, God. The guy looked at me and said, I would have done this thing free of charge if I know you work here, But they could tell, and they're trying to exploit me too. My driver license did not come out until it was expired. It brought it out expired. They brought the driver license out when it's already expired because they gave me the paper form. I was using that to drive around the city of Lagos there. But that is who we are. Corruption prone.
The system creates corruption. Now, Lagos to Ibadan train station. Do you know what they are doing? They are collecting cash cash. Tell me how come how come there's not gonna be a corrupt way them be stealing money? There's no. Eh? The system needs to be. They need to do something about the system.
Is way God will help us to change. I think during the military era, once military take a decision, this is remember where we used to line up, everybody must be on the queue. Whatever we do, you must be on the line. And people took it. And I could remember during the environmental sanitation, then if you white people grab you, you would do a frog jump and all that. And people crossing the bridge in Lagos there, especially in Ojota, you would do frog jump, sweat it out before they let you go. That's even if they don't take you and put you to the others special court offenses and all that. So you remember those mobile courts there that they used to do there. But I think we need reorientation. A lot of people do not know what their role in building a nation. We don't.
All this new generation don't care about building a nation.
And you don't know
all this year 2000 children. Hey, they don't even.
I don't blame them because they grew up seeing people doing things abnormal. Some of them already travel wide and far, but they never see their leader do something normal, and it's something that they see being done abroad. So that's why some of them misbehave. They never see what they could do to help the country. No, how many people volunteer in Nigeria? Hardly you see people volunteering their time. And here I can volunteer, but you never see that happening in Nigeria because people they will tell you that their time is not free. So what have I gained from government? Yes, I've gained something. I've gained something because my education in Nigeria was subsidized. Whether we like it or not, they still subsidize it. It's still the cheapest if you look at it because nothing is free, right? So, but the fact that the younger ones haven't seen their leader being doing something right for them that they could see as a role model. They never see their role in nation building. John F. Kennedy in the 1960s says, ask what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. If we all know our role. The other day I was going to stadium to watch a match, and the national anthem of Nigeria was being played, and we're about to enter the stadium here. I stopped. I already passed the security post. I freaked and I put my hand on my chest because I have the jersey on there. They were here to play friendly match. Then that was a long time ago. I froze and everybody walking past. I just stood there until that national anthem was played. And they played the other team's national anthem. And even if they're playing American national anthem too, I will stand because I'm in the other authority of this country. So until we're able to identify our role in nation building, and what are our role in nation building, and being a good upstanding citizen, see what is wrong, speak about it, talk about it. Even voting, participating in the selection of your leader is one of the integral part of nation building. How many people vote? They don't have belief, they don't have, trust in how we select our leader. I get it. But for how long can we continue to be in that pessimistic state? We can continue by engaging. Join political party. Be one of them. I'm a Democrat here. I'm a registered Democrat here. But you can be part and make changes in your local settings. Be heard. Not necessarily that you must put a play card and be an activist running up and down on the street yelling. Sometimes that doesn't even brings the changes we want. How many people can be an activist?
So, Adewale, sorry to butt in. So you can ask Femi Falana. He has been an activist for a long time. When he contested for Ondo State governorship, how many votes did he get?
Zero.
Zero.
So that tells you
even his own hometown in Lawe, they didn't vote for you.
So you can see people everything, and I like him. You can criticize, you can do whatever, but sometimes you ask, they just criticize unnecessarily. Sometimes unnecessarily.
Especially the Jihadi. If you use one mouth to say yes, another mouth to say no.
And when I talk, I always talk about Nigerian reorientation. And I always talk about some people that want to be leaders. They want to start from the top. They don't even want to start from the bottom at all. like even from a governorship, let's say the governorship is the lowest, to like people like Shawari and the rest, you will never be a Nigerian president because you don't have any public service. The Nigerian people say, what has he done? Have you been a councillor or chairman or governor? You have
That's
not.
why I said to people, if Shawara take the advantage of go for like Senate of rep
Yes.
at that time he came, I'm telling you, it should have make a big impact in our community now.
The first thing that guy has problem about is that he want to use American/Nigerian politics. First, we don't know exactly. No, I want to say this exactly. We don't know where exactly did you come from. Is it Kwara? Is it Ondo? Is it Ikiti? Is it Delta? You have to be affirmative that this is my state. When you are affirmative, what did you? Yeah, sure. What did you do for that people in that state? Nothing. And you want to be the president.
God bless his that's Rational Mind. Rational Mind is from Ondo State. He specifically asked Prince Adewale that why didn't he start from being a governor, considering being the governor of Ondo State. And what was his response? He, of course, as usual for any lawyer, he said, no, he's going to leave that way. He wants to change the country, but not from where he came from. So that tells you someone who is not actually ready. You see, when you make a dent in the life of people that
talk is cheap.
It's cheap. It's the easiest thing is to criticize. It's easy.
At all. Even if you know all of these people and you talk to them on phone, you know what is going on in Nigeria. How many people in Nigeria, even the so-called your state that you come from, how many people know you?
Exactly.
So the whole of the federation.
The guy went to Kano to campaign. Only 5 people followed.
Let's just say you want to capitalize on your national popularity. You can use that at your advantage to make a difference in the life of where you people that you came from. You can do that because now that you are known, nationwide, that okay, this is a candidate coming out, even though you didn't win. But you can also go back home and say, you know what, yes, I want to set an example from this local set. It will be the governor or vice president. You see, when somebody who is ready, you can tell that they are ready because they'll be fully committed.
Now, look at what is panning out in Nigeria. I was watching the House of Rep election and inauguration of the members, and I can see the son of El Rufai, and I also think there's also the son of MK Abiola. I don't know. I'm not sure I had that name, and I'm sure that it belongs to it. So look at, they started from House of Rep.
Correct.
And before you know it, they will be senators. They're already grooming the leaders of tomorrow. And
they will become governor.
Yes, and you are here still fighting for your presidency since immemorial.
Imagine we have Sowore in Senate between all of them.
Yes.
We will support you.
Yeah.
Nigeria will support you. You are fighting. We have Sowore in that kind of emefiele policy. It doesn't allow the Senate to sit down. They will change everything.
They will.
You just mentioned. Sorry, Kumi. Remy, you just mentioned Femi Falana now. This enigmatic lawyer called Gani Fayemi, the Iroko tree of Ondo State. This man contested for the position of presidency in this country called Nigeria. This same lawyer that's been celebrated across the country, yet nobody voted for him.
Yeah.
No, zero. You see, when somebody is ready to defend country, they will always commit. They will commit everything, resources, time, everything.
You have to start from somewhere.
They will start from somewhere and build up on
even
something.
all this Tinubu we are talking about.
They start from somewhere. Look at him.
Even Buhari, Obasanjo, all these people. They start from.
So it is easy to sit down and put megaphone and walk in the street of
especially Nigeria. You will never come from nowhere. You want to become Nigerian president. You will never work.
One time, what is it called? This guy's name in Arise Television, our Sleep Television. Rufai Husseini. He was asking a particular Hausa man, I forgot his name now. He was asking about the situation in the country, the insecurity. You know what that man asked him? He said, if you think there's insecurity in the country and it's so bad the way
You
you
will not be in
painted
the
it,
studio.
you won't be in the studio by now. You'll be in your house praying that nobody come knock down your
The
door.
man finished we find that day.
You know, but
I was so
it's
happy
easy
that
to
day.
sit down in the air conditioned office where you have a camera light action and you say, he didn't do this right. I put it to you, you know, that the number you quoted is wrong. You are not
Please,
correct.
do you watch the interview with MK Abiola's son
Oh,
with
I
Rufai?
was
That's the
driving there, but
worst one.
I rewatched it on YouTube.
Oh
You
my
see, on
God,
the
that
day
guy is
this
not professional.
yeah, at all, on the day, thank God for Abati, because he's always redirecting.
No, Abati always brings it because Abati, we notice that the guy want to mess up everything. Abati
Oh
will
yeah,
just bring it
He
wrong.
messed up, not really a little, he
he
really
did.
messed
He
up
messed it
during
up.
that
He
election.
messed it
He
up.
messed up.
I like the way he answered because he wanted them to either praise Tinubu or condemn or say, you know what, no. But the man said, look, this is the only true Democrat that has been there from the get-go, and yet is now has been, you know, sworn in as the president. What do you want him
The
to
guy
say?
is
To
so
say,
smart.
look, I mean, even though he was being spiritual at a point during the day was for his parents. The day was for him to, you know, commemorate his fathers.
Why are you
And here
bringing
you
those
are, still
memory back?
bringing politics into this, and you want it to be condemned.
I know
Yes, there are.
your father is your father. Why?
No, no. I mean, thank God the other lady was kind of like
So,
towing the line.
Abati is a typical Yoruba man who want to prove like a saint, but his hand is too much deep in the cookie jar.
Do you know you still have a case hanging in the court? It's
Of
still
course,
case.
this is a guy that is a deputy governor
Well,
to Ashamo, a known.
well,
What are we talking about?
2019 election.
you know. So I mean, it's easy to stay in the one room and
Yeah,
have a camera in your face and
yes.
criticize.
You know
But
when Dele Alake accused him that he didn't give a response till today. Dele Alake accused him that you that has been a deputy governor candidate to so person.
you know that same Dele Alake was in a Concord, National Concord Day with Tinubu. I mean, with MK Abiola. He works for MK Abiola, and in the process, they met with the Ashimaju. Ashimaju brought in as a strategy.
But me, I see that guy is a little bit harsh, a little bit.
He needed to. He needed to. You see, Omonora Aronsino, you see, what is happening now? This administration cannot be seen to be soft.
Yes, no,
never. They will never take that. They will never take that
because I mean, the kind of even though on one hand they are reaching out with unity of the country and all that. On the other hand, they are kind of like, okay, we are going to portray this administration as, look, you can't take us for a ride. We're here for business. However, we will reach across to you.
Every fake news, the debunk it
that's why Dele Alake was brought in. And Dele Alake has always been his image maker, the strategy, because he has always been. He has always been there during his.
And in addition, Adewale, do you think a person like that, Tinubu, that was able to put a lot of people in a good position over the years, do you think he would be a lily liver, a soft man?
No.
He's going to be tough. He's the tough guy.
I mean, look at it. He shake hand with the Mayfield a week ago. The following week he put him in
but you need to see the photo of Mayfield when he came out after the meeting with
the man was low. People, it's not like when you are somewhere you know you are not fitting. People, this is not your circle. You are kind of lost in between. I look at him, I shake my head. Hey, you did good too, Jim.
I think that after that meeting, you already that was a big trouble. Somewhere.
Yeah. But Dele Alake I was just talking about. Dele Alake contested for governorship in Ekiti State after 2007. He went there. Actually, no, not governorship, for Senate. Okay. So you know what happens? Even though it was as good as anything, good strategist, Ekiti people showed him. Dele Alake has always been a Lagosian. He was born in Lagos, even though his parents from Lagos. But going back home, he didn't even make it to the primary because they showed him Pepe. He ran back to Lagos. He dropped the
Password.
idea completely. We can't even reopen it because they showed him that you didn't
Because
work
me, I'm
for.
seeing this daily Alake is going to give all this fire to fire.
No,
All this
You think they are stuff? You can't see when they push back.
He doesn't even feature in their if it's Arise News, you won't see him on Arise. I can bet you.
I believe in debunking fake news and debunking all. That's all I mean. Like debunking many.
If it's going to debunk, it won't go to Arise News.
Can't you see that one of the aide that Tinubu appointed immediately it was one is digital blah blah blah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If you're on Twitter handle, you will see everything.
Oh, yeah.
That always put everything
Even on
there.
Facebook, everything is always there.
Fast. They don't waste time.
They have
They
to
don't
create
waste
image.
time.
They have to be out there. Information has to be just like you have
That
in
is
America.
why all this fake news about all this obedience don't fly. They don't fly.
Dewale, guys, you see, that was where the Buhari government made a big mistake.
From the additional, they just
Additional and Gabashew were just sleeping on the
They
wheel.
don't do nothing.
They were sleeping on the wheel. Those guys, I don't know. Buhari, he failed to the point that he failed himself as well.
So sometimes you can see that
before I don't know that he failed, but these 2 weeks of Tinubu, now I'm now realized that it's a big failure. Big failure.
Of course, look, I always told you guys on this program that I gave up on Buhari during his first term. It was just a cruise. Let's just cruise through the remaining term.
For me, I will be objective. I will not say it's a total failure. It's a big failure. There are some aspects he tried, but overall, we cannot give him a pass.
Responding his quickness is handless. Some of these aides respond to issues is I give a minus in those areas because they didn't do a good job.
Even if you look at it from the military, he really tried for the Nigerian military a lot.
I mean, I was watching YouTube.
Yes, it's only the military. Yes,
Tinubu was meeting with the
especially that super Tunaku they bought from you.
A lot of new plane recruit a lot of people.
When was the last time Student Union met with the president? Nigeria Student Union.
I watched the video.
I was shocked. When was the last time the Nigerian Student Union met with the president in Nigeria?
The guy is talking to Tinubu. Tinubu fully concentrate.
They made a demand that they wanted either past or present national what do you call
direct from
part of the committee on the student loans thing. And he said there's nothing wrong in being, making them one of the members because
they must be. Their members should be there on the board.
He assured them that
guys, you see, there was a time I make an example of when I was growing up on this show, right? You see, when you say leadership, sometimes some people are just born with it. I remember back then when I was growing up, right? We used to play, like evening football inside the primary school field. And among all of us we all go to school where we're like, with nice, decent guys who know maybe not first class level, maybe at least second class or second upper level, not at university level. I'm still talking about secondary school level this time. So, but there was this one guy, if you give him a pen to write his name, the guy would not be able to write his name. He would struggle. If you say speak English, this guy would not be able to even put 2-3 sentences together. He dropped out from primary school. You see, if we want to go and play tournament, this guy will organize everything. If we want to donate money, they will donate money and give to him. If we go out, he will be the one that will select the team. If you want to make substitution, it will be inside the team playing on the field, and it will be the one making substitution. And you know what he does? There are a couple of guys that are very close to him, right? You would think that
like Stephen Keshi during his day, big boss.
Yeah, you would think that this guy will favor them because they are his friends. No, he won't. He will pick the team that will enable us to win the match that we are playing that day. Sometimes we will travel out of our town to another town. But this guy didn't go to school. So it was later
it was later. Before I used to ask, how come is this guy that didn't go to school that is organizing everything that is at that time, if you ask me to organize it, I won't be able to do it. I won't know where to start from. But that guy, you could see that guy was born with it. He had that leadership. He was able to carry everybody along. He was leading the whole thing. But he is one person that didn't go to school. He dropped out of primary school. But that is the problem. People have leadership in them. Buhari didn't have leadership in him. He lacked what you call leadership skills. He didn't have it. So that was the country was just on autopilot.
The progressive, I think he did have leadership quality, but his personality.
No leadership quality.
His personality affected him. The personality that I want to I'm an easygoing man. I am gentle.
But look, all of us have personality.
He didn't have the competence and intelligence. That's why he was lacking.
Do you know what he did in Ogun State? And you say he has leadership.
This is what I'm saying to Remy.
Leadership quality is
when your own party is on the ballot, you are telling the crowd to vote for their conscience. Vote who you want to vote. In a rally, you campaign for your own party. In the crowd, you are asking them to vote for anybody they want to vote for. I bet you, if Tinubu will ever do that kind of thing.
I don't think he really wants that guy to become the president of Nigeria. The problem with him is this thing. It's in a confused state. Okay, you don't want this guy. Who do you want?
Then he's not a leader. He's in a confused state.
You don't want nobody. So who do you want to put there? If you don't want this Mr. Tinubu, who else? So it's a confused state, and the people around him already say to that one that this man does not know what he really wants by this now. So everybody, they were just throwing anything at him.
The man just want to become Nigerian
because the man lack leadership skill. Look, let me explain something to you. I told you guys here when they try to confirm Magu at the Senate. Did you not see what the DSS did at the time? Twice they wrote a letter to the Senate to object to the president's nomination of Magu. Who is the DSS? The DSS is under the president. Nothing happened to Mama Daura in that. The same Mama Daura went to hijack the Senate when Buhari was not in the country. Oshiba just sacked him straight away. What happened when Tinubu became president? DSS went to occupy EFCC office. It's only one word: get out of there.
Yes.
Did you hear anything about it today? They went straight away. That is why you see, it feel like banditry, everything has just disappeared. It hasn't disappeared.
They are all scared. They are all scared because they know they will die. They will just die for
nobody is going to protect them anymore. Their kinsman is no more the leader.
Nobody will protect them. Nobody.
It's because they feel like there's a driver driving the vehicle rather than the vehicle driving itself before. That is how it feels now. Everybody is saying, things are looking somehow. Even though petrol is costing more money, people are still optimistic. I've never seen this before.
The point about petrol is more expensive than before, but it's available. Now it depends on you. Everybody change their lifestyle. If you think you spend money anyhow on petrol, you have to check your lifestyle. So everybody change their lifestyle, which is good for the country. So Buhari
leadership, man. It was so okay. Imagine when he went to Benue.
According to history, they say it's not perform. It's not thing.
One voice at a time, please.
Come on, sorry. I don't know whether you guys do this thing. When we were like a teenager in Nigeria, if you are opportune that your father has a car or your friend has a car, we will just buy gas into the car and we'll just be cruising around the city. We don't even know no destination because it was so cheap. We are just cruising around doing nothing. What do we do? Just looking for gas. Even the guests will not answer at that time. But we're sitting in the car, my friend driving me all around. We feel so like we are big boys and we're just cruising around. Nowhere to go. Just today we are in Mokola, another day we are in Songo, another day we go to the police station.
Maybe we are together at that time.
Yes.
All these rich people, we know them all. We know them now. All these rich kid people.
Come on, you are also like that.
when I was having my cutlass and always going to farm in Ekiti, no, nothing like that. I walk out with your leg way. I was like Jonathan with no shoes. No shoes.
Nobody will. That is what Audrey Sakali was weeping. Now, why are you crying? A grown-up man like that, almost 60 something. I don't understand. So when Jonathan came, no shoe, no this thing. Now, another person should come now and say no shoe, no.
Obi too.
Obi said us he wear this watch for 30 years now. Wore this watch for 30 years.
That is a lie. Don't mind this.
Alasoludu. Only black cloth.
What is it? Osita Shidoke said on I think it's Twitter or
on Twitter, yeah, I saw that tweet.
That they share the position they didn't remember Southeast.
Southeast, I saw that.
Come and say dragging, both obedient and they be Batify. All of them went straight to the juggler. Man, they roasted this man. I was like, man,
I saw it. I just passed through.
It's a terrible thing, man. If you are a faint-hearted person or you are a thin-skinned person, you just don't. Ooh, they will deal with you to the point that, man, you will regret it posting.
But the way things is going now, if Tinubu can continue for 6 months, even obedient, anytime people will be talk, they will want to stone him.
That will be no moment.
The movement's already dying. You can see people are already moving on with their life.
People are already moving on.
It just is. It will. I think it will just die a natural death.
And he made the part of the speech he made yesterday. He said, "If you are a sore loser, you do not deserve victory in any future."
It's a jive.
I mean, I said, man, that's a heavy one. He actually threw that shit.
Between them, they attack.
I think he also attacking Atiku as well with that statement as well, not just Obi.
No. It's really digging at Obi. The words go straight to Obi.
Don't you say a lot of funny thing happened yesterday? One of the representatives said, I'm from Labour Party, but sorry guys, I have to vote for people are voting for I have to join the queue. Like just everybody is voting, and he voted for Abbas.
Wow!
He was expecting the backlash from the video,
and he said it openly.
Openly. One of them said, "Everybody the pride." He said, "My president called my name, and you expecting me to not vote for the party for that party? If you see the pride, the guy don't even care. My president called my name when we are in meeting."
Everybody just use that party, just a vehicle to get to somewhere. Give them 1 year. Come and say a lot of. They will change party like what
they will defend. They will defend. Yeah.
Even PDP will because they know the momentum cannot be there in the next 4 years, so they will defend before that time. They know what they are doing. They are not stupid.
Of course.
Remy, what are you talking about? When did you know what Fayose said? He said if they were to contest the next
it's Fayose brother. It's Fayose
brother.
That is not Fayose.
He said if they were to conduct election again now, Obi will not get 2 million votes.
2 million.
It's actually true.
You are talking about 4 years.
Even this same guy that was talking, he voted for Obi.
He said it. He said he voted for Obi. He said it.
Yeah.
He said he voted for Obi.
Before that video, yes, before the election, he brought out a video. Pressing Obi is going to vote for Obi. Now they regretted everything. Now
most of them regretted it.
He said he regretted.
Go and check comments on YouTube, Twitter. Majority of them they are apologizing to Tinubu that we are sorry we don't vote for you.
The guy even said that Baba Blue Baba we no get leg, we cannot work, we cannot do this.
The man not shake anymore.
That man gets bad mouth. That Isaac, he get bad mouth.
The guy can deal with them. They can't come for that guy. They know he will give them back to back.
Not how can you come for people like this Fayose family that their mouth is they don't care, they can say anything.
Rufai to try. I come for you today. Don't try me.
Really? You can see that interview. That Fayose man, in fact, now wow.
Yeah. He said Rufai, I came here fully. I fully loaded.
I want to come to you. Ask your senior. Ask Dr. Abbas. I told Dr. Abbas that if your boy, that guy's, I don't want that guy. But they said, don't worry, he will behave himself. If fire,
the guy don't ask more than one question. This one.
Have you ever wondered why they always have the presidential interview and they never take Rufai with them?
Yeah.
True.
They never take him with them. They always
because the guy don't know how to conduct himself. That's his problem. He get too.
You cannot just be talking to people. Are you their father or are you their grandfather? You can't be asking questions authoritatively. Who are you, for God's sake?
No, you can't be asking a question as if you are an opposition.
Apart from
Thank you. That's the right.
If we ask questions that it will make you feel bad that you.
Remember when the guy was interviewing at your fire Shina? He said the first thing he said was, "I know you rigged election before. I know you are in election." I'm like, why would you start a question like that? I mean, was the guy convicted of rigging?
I should give it back to him. I should give it back straight away.
I mean, that's when I lost respect for him. It's like no, I know,
but they talked about the police issue.
The traffic.
If you want us to go there, let's go there. What about
he said, Ruben, I told you when you call me, I don't want to deal with Hussein Rufai. That is why I didn't come to your station since this while. You assure me, do you want us to go there? He even mentioned is the traffic problem when he was laughing with police.
Because you are a journalist. First of all, Ayofaje was not convicted, so it's not a factual statement that you are making.
You know, Mike,
so you said you rig election. How can you accuse someone of something that's not factual? You know, proving.
Mike, initially I thought that he always had this question from his mind. Then later I got to know that he is totally fully obedient.
Yeah, he is nice. He's a panderer now.
Very biased. So, oh my God! And he will be on TV station like a saint. You are a terrible liar.
But Remy, let me say this: should be the interview Daddy. Why can't he ask him how you rig election?
They won't ask him that kind of question. They will be giving them stuff like they will be.
Oh my God!
They have their. You know what? They have their. It's like they have their predetermined plan. He said that we support this one or we support Atiku. And I think that was the brief they get from the owner of the station. That
they both support Obi and Atiku. Yes, anything coming from Asiwaju place, they must go against it. That's the policy.
That is why I also know that. You know, Ruben Apati is a PDP guy. You understand? He's a PDP guy.
The owner of the channel 2 is PDP.
Yes. So
Ubani, what they call the name?
Yeah, it's from all this south.
Alaye Obagbena.
Obagbena, yeah. Oh my God, that is called sack Daddy for rigging an election. But if they interview him, they will never ask him that.
No, they will never ask you. How would you? Do you want their mob to attack them online? They can't do that. They are being controlled by certain elements of the social media.
2 weeks now, they've been looking for Asiwaju mistake.
Oh, yeah. Do you know that Rufai came on Dr. Damage's show now? So that already tells you that okay, this guy, your obedience, man. I mean,
full-blooded mistake, or they are not looking for their mistake. That Labour Party,
because all those Igbo guys, all those Igbo people, all these people that are sponsoring Obi campaign, they are giving the guy money.
They are paying him all the ra.
They are enjoying what he's doing, and they are sponsoring. They are giving him money.
You know the funniest thing, the people, some of those guys will be watching this show. They'll be listening to this show now. That's why they can't stand their one man. They say one man is
big gods.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the platform don't. I enjoy this platform because
the thing about Southeasterners, if you are not pandering to them, if you don't want to be 100% aligned with them, even if you are 99% aligned with them, that 1% they will hold it against you.
Go back to your bigots. Go back to your bigots transform your platform. One man platform.
Guys, All right, guys, listen.
You see this
the-
Rufai that's pandering to them. Didn't Rufai will make one step and not align with them? They will attack
Oh
him.
my God!
The
Even
day
there's
you
another
make
guy.
just one statement that they don't like, they will attack him.
There's one Yoruba guy.
Thomas,
They've been
guys,
dragging that guy
one
since 3
second,
days
please.
now.
That's why me, I don't even give a
second,
shit about them. I
Hold
don't
on. Hold
care how
on.
they
Yeah.
feel about.
I
1
think
second,
Progressive
please.
want to say something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's hear
sorry.
from
You see,
Progressive. Yeah.
this is exactly the problem that we have. Like I don't one of our brothers just make a comment now that the thing with our southeastern with the southeasterners, that for me that is too generalized. You know, it's not everybody. You have a
It's not
section.
everybody. Yeah.
No one
You
with common sense will say that everybody of entire group is one way. No one will know that. Go by
but
general
the way you put it,
perception of.
you make it look like it's everybody. The thing with the southeasterners.
It's not everybody. But majority, 80% is 80%.
I don't know why people do. You know what frustrates me about Nigeria? When we are having conversation about Fulanis, nobody will ever say, "Hey, it's not
Nobody's ever
everybody."
say.
You know what I'm saying? When they are on their when they are having conversation about Yorubas, you know, it's not everybody. It's always whenever it's a conversation about the Southeast, and it's always a Yoruba person that will do it. And when they talk about you, they don't say it's not everybody. They will just
This night, we criticize Sunday Gbowo this night.
Exactly. I follow different platforms. I follow Southeastern.
I don't buy 100% of what Sunday Gbowo was doing that time. I don't buy it at all.
Nobody, no Yoruba, no any Yoruba.
I don't buy it.
Remy, I said it now. I said it's a thug. It's a political thug. I call him that.
Nobody supports him. Nobody.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this: we are not. Look, whenever I'm anywhere, all right. If something that I would not accept to be said about me or my people, all right, in a way, I will always defend it against other tribes. It doesn't matter whether it's Fulani, whether it's Igbos or Yorubas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, we respect you, yeah, but we already told you it's not everyone that we are talking about.
I believe that there are good and bad elements among every one of us. That is how it is.
Progressive. If you have been following this platform very well, you can see that a lot of people have sympathy for the Southeast, even including me.
Especially Thomas.
I felt very bad that our brothers were being killed just like chicken like that in this new generation. They deserve not to die. If you have been to their place before, you can see that.
But Remy, sorry, have you heard people saying we are the one killing ourselves? What concern you? We are the one sitting at home. What concern you?
That is what baffles me again. When you are here,
Thank you,
Thomas. They just pick you up like that. So what can you do?
That's a good question.
Thomas, these are the voices of individuals. But don't forget, you have somebody like Ekene come on this platform as well. But Ekene does not talk like that, does not behave like that.
Ekene is different now. Ekene has brain.
But Ekene is from the Southeast as well.
You are right, Progressive.
Because Ekene is doing business in Lagos State.
So do
because Ekene is doing business in Lagos State, that's why.
It doesn't matter.
Majority, it matter. Let us be honest. It matters.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time, please. Yeah.
This one matter.
No, the thing is,
majority,
when you want to make it, when you want
mentality of people.
One at a time, please. One at a time. We can't hear anybody if you are speaking over each other.
Let me explain. Majority mentalities of Igbo, especially the ones coming from Southeast, they have that mentality. You understand me? About what we are talking tonight. The one that doesn't have the mentality is the one that's doing business in Lagos, doing business in Akwa Ibom. You understand me?
You can't say that.
To me, I won't agree with
I'm telling you. I'm 100% because I'm dealing with them.
You're entitled to your opinion, but I disagree with you. I'll leave it at that anyway.
But the truth must be said. With a lot of people felt a little bit of pity or what is happening to that region is not good. People killing one another over there. But when you try sometimes to it's not that the rest of Nigeria, they are not happy with what is going on in the Southeast now. Look at Northeast. You will not believe your eyes if you go to Borno today, or you go to all those places that Boko Haram have done a lot of terrible things. The places are looking clean and neat. with new set of schools, hospitals, roads, everything is just coming up. Everything is coming up. I do not see any reason why you say you are agitating for your people and you are killing the same people also. I don't understand that kind of logic. You are killing
No, it's Yoruba and Fulani that was killing people. They don't know, yeah.
They know they are just pretending. So that is the point that I'm asking. Why should you kill the same set of people like you want to protect? That was the last time I said that. You want to govern Nigeria and you also want to set the country ablaze. You want to set Nigeria on
because
fire.
it's their right. It's their right. That's the issue. It's their right.
So I think what happened to them this time around is a lesson for everybody. You cannot be in a confused state. You have to go for one thing out of two. Do you want to secede or do you want to become president of a country? You have to take one. They want both at the same time. You can't have.
They want both.
Then you get zero at the end of the day. That's exactly what happened.
They want presidential and they want to intimidate others. That's the thing.
And they will continue to lose that if they don't play their priorities very well. If they don't play their priorities very well in the next 16 years, I can bet it. South will become they will get that president.
South is already gaining the ground. South, they are gaining the ground.
No, but they have time to revenge themselves. They still have time to come together. They have to come together as a bunch. The Yoruba people will also play this regional politics during the time of AD, but they were quite organized. They were not just splinter like this. We don't have.
But Remy, why you guys? I'm there too. Why we guys always say 16 years? They still have chance in the next 4 years. It's open to any Southerner.
Thomas, we are not. Let's call it spade a spade.
No. That is a fact. No. Remy, that is the fact. Forget about Tinubu going second term.
The thing that can affect the second is that first, if Tinubu drop dead and destroy Shetima, that is the only thing that can. I'm telling you the truth. That can guarantee we not get that 4 years because he will work hard for this first 4 years and guarantee we get that vote.
But I'm telling you, if Tinubu is still there, it's still open. I mean, the second term of Tinubu is still open to every Southerner. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, not open to any Southerner because the Northern people they are not crazy. You give it to
no, you didn't get me. Hold on, listen to me very well before you respond. The next 4 years is still open to all Southerner. Nobody's going to give Tinubu automatic presidency. So I'm saying it's still open to the Southeast. No. Now, I disagree with you.
Northerner will give. Let me tell you. Northerner they will give. They will not want to go and give another Southerner at the flesh. You understand me? They will support Atiwaju to complete. It's coming to them. That's how the game. That's how the game. That's why Atiku fight. That's why the Atiku fight that battle.
You can ask yourself a good question. In 2019, why do a lot of Yoruba people still voted for Buhari? Because they knew that after 4 years,
it's coming to Santana.
Tinubu knew that he has to support him too.
Yes, so they will support.
But Adewale, what I'm saying now is you guys don't get me. 2020, what's the next election? Today, 2027. Yeah, it's still open to Southeast to contest.
Of course, everybody knows it's open, but can they get it?
It will consolidate that power, and then the election. It will make sure that he wins the election. You can't compare how Buhari handled election with the way Tinubu will handle election. He will do it in such a way that it will be.
But Adewale, what I want, wait. What I want you to concede to me now is that it's still open to the Southeast.
Listen,
I said it's open. You guys should agree with me. It's open.
See, APC will not field another candidate. That is for sure. But as long as Tinubu can still work with his two.
But what I'm telling you, Peter Obi can still go to Labour Party and still contest. That's what I want to say. Yeah.
Northerner will not support him.
I don't care it's going to win. I don't care it's going to win. But it's open to any Southeasterner. Yeah,
anybody in the country can contest, anybody. As long as
That's
your
what I want.
party shows
That's what I'm saying. I don't care maybe it's winning or not. Yeah.
Look at something. Look at how Tinubu is consolidating on his power. I will tell you. Now, the South get the Senate presidency. Sure vote from Akwa Ibom. Now, he gave the Northwest 2 important positions in National Assembly. Deputy Senate President and the Speakership position. In North Central, they already have 2 positions. The chairman of the party and the secretary to the federal government of the federation. The Northeast already have the vice president. The Southwest also have the presidency. So this guy, any move he's doing is consolidated on his power. It's shocking. Look at the chess he's playing. And when the result will manifest in the next 4 years, you guys will be shouting, it's rigging again. There's no rigging. He's already from day one. Look at how the game is playing. When his political appointment, ministerial position will come out now, you will see we consolidate more. And then that is how a good politician plays. You don't wait till the last time.
Nope.
You start from the base again. I started lining them up one by one again. So
number one, you have the National Assembly officers. Already, they are his favorite candidate.
Ali Ndume said that Tinubu sneak out from the presidency to go and meet some people and beg them to vote for his candidate.
Yeah, he said, I saw that.
So, can Buhari do that? Look at the way this man is playing politics.
Buhari don't care. Buhari don't care about anybody. Yeah. Buhari doesn't care about anybody. Buhari is one entity.
So you can see the way he's playing politics. You also mentioned that the president of NAN go and meet him, and he had a very fruitful discussion with him. Do you know that Falana, the same Falana we are talking about, has already met Tinubu? He went to meet last Saturday. So he's calling to meet them and discuss with them. This guy they say he can have meeting upon meeting. He's a workaholic, and when you ask a workaholic as a president, they never get tired. Though they can have meeting with you with sound mind at 2 a.m.
In fact, the last time student union met with president, probably that was during the military era. I haven't heard any military, student union.
Can you imagine?
No.
I'm not trying to praise him here, but this guy came well prepared, and he's a workaholic, and he knows what Nigerians want because he has been part of this.
The Labour Party rep, that guy cannot hide his feelings anymore. He can't.
So when they attack him too much in Labour, we just defect one day that they want to kill me in Labour.
The guy cannot. You say my president. I don't know. He can't prepare. My president. You see how this guy is intelligent. How this guy is talking.
The guy is also a political novice. See, you don't go around praising opponent.
Other opponents.
The guy is a new guy. He's a new guy now. He's a new guy.
That's why I said it's kind of naive, kind of. You know, that excitement you could see. See, that guy has a price. It's just a matter of knowing what he's worth. Then you buy him completely. Now it seems he's bought now because looking at him the way he was talking about Tinubu.
But Adewale, are you saying they will offer that guy to come to APC?
I partly disagree with you because most of these guys, they are already in other political party before and they didn't get the ticket.
Because they don't get tickets in their own party.
They went to Labour and Labour didn't do good primary. Just give it to anybody that like. You can see the so-called that the guy in Lagos that won, they voted against Bank W or what.
It's just something.
So they just get the ticket. So they
That's
know
why I said he already have his price.
Yeah. So, you know, that guy, he knows that sooner or later his APC is going back home.
They already gave him his price. You see, I'm telling you, see that way he was smiling sheepishly. I knew that. See, this one is already it's a gunner. He said his best day of his life. When he said, "Oh, I never knew. Where were you? Under the rock? Give me a break." It's just a matter of how much is your price. We will pay you. You remember
my president.
You see the way the Apabio prosecuted this his assertion to president presidency. You would think that as if it's more than president of the Senate. They spend money, not be small. No be small, oh. Money.
That's why money. That's why money. That's why money.
Money exchange
Because
and
that is why opposition use that Yari because they know Yari loaded. Yari
of
have
course.
money.
He just left
Yari
his
have money.
governorship now, so
Of
but the
course,
money
And you
no.
know that
and he also bankrupt that Samfara room for it to
yes, especially that gold mining. You know that's the
he
reason
has
why you see Biden.
they say the millions of naira exchange hand easily like that. Oh my God. Just be a senator, you're already rich before you even start
Be-
delegating the
and Wike do a lot of the Wike try. All those senators from River State, from other parts of South, Wike
I
convince them.
think I think what Tinubu is using is like, okay, you want this position, justify it. He gave you a simple test. If you can accomplish it or do it, then
No, usually when a president is selecting cabinet, the way this was done during Obasanjo, you remember Obasanjo era was government of national unity, right? At least the first 4 years was government of national unity. So normally what it plays out is that you have a power block, in any what do you call it? Any position. So the presidency will consult with those quarters, and they are the one that will forward the name of their preferred candidate. And sometimes he will hand pick, but he still has to consult with the party formation in those states, and then the power that been in those states to see that the person being put forward would not be having problem after being selected and approved. Because it happens, I believe it happens in Lagos State. Was it Lagos State? Yeah, it was in Lagos State during the Obasanjo era. I think it was it Shegun Rusewe or Ogunlewe? Someone was picked that it was probably from PDP, and the Tinubu make the last person's life. Hey, I think it was Ogunlewe. I think it was Ogunlewe. Make that person to the point that when Ogunlewe is coming to Lagos, Lagos traffic and all that. When after he left the ministerial position, they make sure that they dealt with it until they went back to Tinubu's camp. So they usually have people being seconded or being forwarded to the presidency. The presidency will now make their choice on who they really think they can work for them. But during the era of Jonathan was not in charge of who he actually picked. He just picked people. Buhari was confused. He was bamboozled, and in fact, that's the reason why it took forever and ever before he could even put list together. Now talk about people approval. Approval usually take longer, especially when you have longer or bigger cabinet like that. So, in this scenario, Tinubu will also have some key ministerial position that he himself will be the behind will be the person
Monitoring,
behind
right?
picking those candidates. But of course, the big party apparatus in the state will also seconded the candidate, because that is how the actually party can also make money, because you have somebody being nominated for ministerial position. Of course, apart from their uh, party membership fee that they will pay, they will also find a way to make sure that the party at that state level also have money to run the party at the state level. So that is how it's been done. And most cases they usually send like 2-3 names to the presidency, and the president will now decided to pick among those people that are being forwarded. And it's also sometimes the president also make his choice based on likeliness and all those other factors and so it's possible that some people will be working in Tinubu's cabinet, but not necessarily his first choice. Let me put it that way.
yeah,
But
yeah.
it's not the option is now left for him to know those key ministerial position that you really want people, at least it's loyalists, the
Yes,
loyalists, the way you
yes.
can put those people so that they
I
won't
think
fall in.
Tinubu is not going to do with Ministry of Finance, maybe Ministry of Power, maybe
Yes.
Works and Housing. Even if I
Yes.
see he gave Wiki Works and Housing, I don't mind, because that guy, he will file.
I'm looking forward if Tinubu is going to appoint Minister of Petroleum full time.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm looking
I
forward to it.
second.
I'm really looking forward to it. Or else he's going to try to play like his predecessor. I want to see if it's going to make a difference
I think he's going to appoint a minister.
for petroleum.
Yeah,
at least somebody we can
because
hold
you want to
accountable.
use, yeah, you can use them for that Niger Delta, I believe.
Well,
Maybe NDDC. I'm also thinking BK probably the mess of NDDC.
See,
is it NDDC or petroleum?
you see that NDDC, when I was still working in the bank, early 20s, one day I came across somebody showed me, then we were still using a computer printout. Or you remember those computer printouts that would look like a green
Yes.
sheet like this? Somebody showed me an account, and lo and behold, the money was for NDDC. Truly, it was transferred from NDDC's account because they have accounts in so many banks, and they put it in an individual's account for short-term investment. I was shocked. The money actually belongs to that. It was one of the allocation being spread across all those mushrooms bank accounts, and the person individual put it in his own personal account for that 30 days investment, and then 60 days, and then take it back. That is how rotten things were, and it still is. NDDC was created to give boys money, to silence people with money, not necessarily build bridges. Build projects like the PTF. Was it PTF? Yeah. PTF was also used to give boys money, but
do you think Wiki can perform if they are appointing an NDDC?
Wiki? Who is Wiki? Oh, Wiki.
Yeah.
You see, that agency will take Jesus Christ to revive it to the standard that it was created. The reason why it was created. You see, NDDC is for money to flow to the boys, not necessarily to build project. Whoever is heading that agency will make any difference. Look at Akpabio. Akpabio almost have his reputation, smug in the mud because he was heading the agency. You hear the revelations coming out to the point that he was telling, off mic and all those things. So it is just an avenue. It's just like a special vehicle agency.
Off the mic.
Yeah, it was a special vehicle agency, so that money can flow to the boys, legitimately without anybody raising an eyebrow or something like that. Other than that, I don't. It should be scrapped in the first place because it's more or less like a duplicity. You already have Ministry of Niger Delta. Why are you having NDDC? Doesn't make any sense, right?
I think the NDCC was created to develop that region, just like the Northeast Commission too was also created. I think what you have just said now, Dewali, now depends on the people. I always check what is going on in Nigeria, especially through YouTube, and I can see a lot of improvement in Northeast. I think the problem the South people have is that they are not coordinated, and everybody think that this is our money, we should just share it.
Yep.
No, you are right. It's just to share. And some of them are using it for their political interest. Some of them are just siphoning the money. There's a lot of money that they should have upturned that place a lot.
Yep.
Without giving anything, South supposed to be the at least a little Eldorado of Nigeria.
Correct.
Look at Rivers State, for God's sake. And when you look at River State and what you see Wiki doing in space of 4 years,
Akwa Ibom is okay.
Akwa is okay during Akpabio. I don't know whether the present governor did something or not, but
he did. He tried a little bit.
Okay, look at that Delta, for God's sake.
No, that one. Delta Bayesha.
I've only been to Agbo. I've never gone beyond Agbo before. But nevertheless, I just didn't see any difference between Agbo and Ekiti State. Yeah, all of them look like, But the bottom line is that some of these states' executive lack creative way of making money. It's just like an adult child refuse to grow up and refuse to leave his father's house. So every month, the father will give him pocket money to sustain and to survive. I don't see a reason why. And was it which governor said that they can't tax their people because they are poor and all? I was like, look, a good soup requires money, right? You have to buy the ingredient to make sure that soup is completely loaded, right? So when you have people, resident of a state, that are not willing to part with their money to create a beautiful environment and enabling environment for themselves, then that state is not ready to be a state. But if all they could do is to wait at the end of the month for a crumb from the federal allocation, then only to use it to pay salaries, to pay other expenditure. Capital project is completely pushed to the back
Then
burner.
you better
Education
ask
is
the
not
people that voted Adeleke here because that's what they want. Just pay salary and everything.
just pay salary.
Or should
Unfortunately, states should not should. I mean, every state in Nigeria should have at least 1/4 of their staff strength in the workforce, nothing less than 1/4, so that they will be able to divert that money to something more tangible. I don't see reason why government should be the biggest employer in the country. Why?
Right. In America, yeah, it's the private sector, private company.
I
I
work for
always tell
the
people,
I work for the government, right? I work for the government, but it's about taxpayers at work. Taxpayers at work. I get paid by the taxpayer, and
yeah.
even increase salary for the federal government, state government, at any level, it has to go through legislation. They don't just say, you know what, we increase salary or this. No, there's no ghost worker. Every single one in the government, whether federal or state level,
Do you see
is
a
accounted.
lot of ghost workers now? They are recovering and they are discovering.
Lagos State, oh yeah, Lagos State eliminated ghost worker. There's no ghost worker. Ghost waiting.
That's where all these Awusa will fight as Iwaju. I believe they are coming for you.
Well, there's a
Especially
way
those workers.
I think there's a way you can do it. What Ashiwaju did was to make sure that civil service was cleaned up, and then created, employment and other agencies like NAFDA, LASMA and some other, expand the other agencies to be able to accommodate some of those people that are being left out from, or, that probably won't be part of the workforce because of their status. So it enabled people to join so that at least you will have something to feed your family with. Because at the end of the day, people that are feeding fat from those ghost worker thing, they also knew that their game was up, and there's no point uh, pouring water into the basket when you know that you have limited resources. So, having said that, I think something that they should look at in the federal civil service in Nigeria, because and we also have workforce that are not doing anything. They resume every day. You just stay in the office. Some of those offices, you look at them, it's like, man, people work here, terrible conditions. So, yes, it can't be, collecting money from federal and all you do with it is just paying salaries every month. Education, you can't finance. Building, infrastructure, you can't do that. Now that the federal government has given power to the state to be able to generate their own electricity, I wonder how my state will be able to do that. The immediate governor went and built a cargo airport, and I was scratching my head. Who is transporting cocoa from Ekiti to is it Switzerland? Where do they even make
But
chocolate?
this new Ekiti go, people are coming. They say the man is trying now.
I mean, it's following this footstep of producers, so they are in the same camp. It was installed so that they can, continue with his legacy, and
But
you
people are
want,
so happy.
yeah, because it just got there, right? The euphoria is still, in the air, and it continued with what we see. The first time it came to power, people didn't really dig fire, not that per se, but it's easier to bamboozle people back there. You
Because
remember, if
I have like two brothers. They just came back. They just come back from Nigeria, and they
I
say a lot of
I
going
know
processes to
Ogbeni
get back.
will argue with me about what I just said now. It's easier to just bamboozle people back in Ekiti State or Osun State, because some of those folks that live, they actually live in a rural setting, not necessarily at the state capital, right? So
Yeah.
little development is enough to make them feel that what, yes, they are also getting the development and that they desire. I mean, something that been done in Lagos State, if it's replicated in Ekiti State, it would look as if they are in El Dorado, right? So But Ekiti State, for crying out loud, Akure is even much closer to, you know, Ado Ekiti. I have no wonder why they will use money to build. Since that airport has been built, I haven't heard that any aircraft landed
Nothing, it
there.
doesn't add any value. Nothing,
You
doesn't
know,
add any
it's just
value.
an
They just
elephant project that somebody will, and then being celebrated for the optic. So that is the kind of things we're talking about. If you build a very good network uh, uh, across the
See
state,
that this Kwara State governor, the guy is
I think in reduction in the workforce, one, have a creative way of generating funds for the state. Um, I mean, we can make the state known for something. If it is about um, agriculture, hey, empower your farmers. Let them have a mechanized farming. There are lands everywhere. The money spent to build that airport can be diverted to agriculture to have at least mechanized farming. If it is just 15 farmers that you will sponsor, that will be able to feed the state, the entire state. At least you've taken, hunger away from the state, right? I mean, those people will also employ people. Now you are generating employment for them. But you went and build Elephant Project. Since that time, no aircraft has ever landed there or taken off.
no.
So to me, it's just that state like that you also think better. But you see, people always wanted something more tangible, something tangible that they can easily point at. Oh, this is the handwork of this is also governor and all that. State like Oshun or the Kitty shouldn't have even been created in the first place. I kept arguing about it. It's about stealing money. People that agitated for it were just to pocket their own pocket. Simple as that. You know, federal government federal government need to employ us. Look, when there were time in Nigeria when a son of a blacksmith was going to school and able to pay his fees and tuition. I've seen carpenter building houses, sending kids to school, farmers, you know, building houses. Tailor, there was a time in Nigeria that tailors were building houses, doing good.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That was when we have the textile factories and all that. People, tailors were building houses, buying cars without stealing. There was no Yahoo or anything at that time.
You are right, Adewale, because when I was growing up, we only have one tailor. My father, all the children, my cousin, everybody take our clothes to this guy.
Yeah.
We already know our measurement. No need to measure us again. And any size is still for us, we just accept, okay?
Yeah.
And it's a family tailor. This is very common when we are growing up. A lot of Yoruba people, I don't know what is transpiring now. And sometimes I'm even baffled. You'll be talking about your state. Your state have the highest number of professors in Nigeria. The state, they are well read, and they are agrarian society. Instead of building a airport or a cargo port, they should have built something like a lot of warehouse in preparation to export their product to the different part of the world, including Nigeria as well too. So I don't know what is really, and we thought you have a lot of good people. Fire me the second time, didn't do nothing, jack, zero. And you still want to become minister again. They're already fighting against him from Ekiti already. So if Tinubu did not pick him, so don't be surprised, okay?
I haven't been seeing him around Tinubu lately now.
Yeah, because there are already a lot of petition against him that he's so defrauded. Do you know if people can write petition too?
That's what they are known for.
Yes. So they are started writing all this petition, and if I mean, you're already a guest at EFCC already, and more is still coming.
Oh, they've invited him now.
Yeah, already. They've invited me already.
His wife did the 60th birthday over the weekend. But you see,
a small state, I don't know if you still go to
that state should have given at least, let's say, give it to your party members, at least empower them to go into agriculture.
Yes.
Or take 20 of their children to say, go into farming. It's enough to fill fill the state and feed. See, this thing is not much. But
this thing you are saying, that's what the Northern always do.
Yes, so
That's what they always do.
if you
That's
go
why you
to,
see. That's what they do.
if you go to all the major markets in the southwest, you will see different truck of onion, of beans, of millet coming from the north every day. And we are doing in the south. We'll be talking grammar every day. What are we doing?
They are not they are illiterate, and they are feeding us.
If you see the maintenance farm, tomatoes, everything from the north, tatache from the north, we'll go from the north. What are we doing in the south? Every day we'll be criticizing the government.
The anchor borrower, they borrow a lot of money. They never return shingba.
No,
they don't
they
return
borrow and
shit.
marry second wife or third wife. Or they borrow the money
Yeah.
and buy a car, and you know one buy a party going to buy everything like that.
They gain a lot from Buhari government.
You know, Remy, you
Not that they
said
gain a lot. The people there are also like I think they are very cooperative they cooperate among themselves. They know what they want and they go for it. The Southwest.
That's why you see them. They are not happy with this Akpabio. They just take it.
In Ondo, in Ekiti for farming. The people from time memorial, we know that the cocoa is always come from Ondo, Ekiti, and the rest. Where are they today? And we know that most of the professors in my university, they are from Ekiti and Ondo, and they are very strict. Where are those people?
You see, education doesn't make somebody.
No, I'm just saying, at least in Yoruba land, we know this for this kind of people that in one family, 7 professors. I think they are well read. They're supposed to at least help the state. What are they doing?
That's what affecting Yoruba. That's what affecting Yoruba.
They will say, "What can we want? What can we want?
More than reality skill or something like that. Just show me the certificate. Oh, I have 5 master degree, or I have 2 PhD. What are you doing?
Especially Ondo Ekiti, those 2 states.
Remy, in year 1991-92, there was a discovery of a gemstone in my hometown. A gemstone. This gemstone is being, exported out. Very, very beautiful gemstone then. And it was discovered in my hometown in Ekiti State. You know what happened? So we had a newly installed king then. And this thing happens. And people now started coming back home to mine that gemstone. I mean, if you have a gemstone of the size of a computer mouse, you're already a multimillionaire.
Yes.
As at that time, you can buy houses, build houses and buy cars, and people were coming home. And the northerners, some of those abandoned mud house in my town there were becoming more profitable. Families were renting it out to this northern because northerners were good in mining, they're good in hard labors. And there was a direct, lorry from Kano to my hometown at that time in 91, 92. What happens? The federal government at that time happens to be military, right? They didn't have foresight. They were not foresight enough to plan around this. And the newly installed king was helpless. So what happened is that people were doing illegal mining. Till today, it's still happening. And they were destroying lands, properties, to the point that they were blasting, just like when they blast the land and now started digging. People were dying because they had no knowledge about how to mine, with security and in a normal way. So what I want to bring out is that the states, of course, it was not Ekiti State was not established. There was still Old Ondo State. The then governor was, because of the way they also wanted to chop things, they looked the other way.
Of course.
Right? And they were destroying lands. What I want to bring out is that mining is still ongoing now. They were still mining that gemstone, but it wasn't as big as when it first started. But then, because now those younger ones are now destroying the property, even encroaching to the main city, to the main town rather. So, and up to now, a state as Ekiti will have looked into it and said, look, we need to make sure that because the state, not the federal, the state have control over it. I don't think federal government is actually paying attention to it. So the state can also, and then we have a minister of natural. Who was the immediate past natural resources minister?
I can't remember. Sorry.
I can't remember. It's a very known name. I want to remember what that person is. And a state like Ekiti State that knows it has a limited source of income will have tapped into it and find a way to, create direct mining. Yeah, in such a way that people mining will have to have license, in such a way that they will try as much as possible to make sure that they're able to control and manage.
They can also buy all those mine gems from them. The state can buy
and
them,
resell it. Exactly, and create that middle so that they will be able to generate funds for the state. But no, they throw it open to the point that anyone can go to my town today and start mining. I think they're trying to find a way to, create that, limit that chaos. But what I want to bring, a serious state will have looked into it. Look at Ikogosi Warm String, which happens to be a tourist attraction. Yes. The immediate governor, I think I already found she kind of try, but the last video that I watched on YouTube that was still recent about that resort, you and I would not even.
It's still on Tad. It's still on Tad Road.
Who's never stayed there for a night.
Still dusty.
So in my head, I was like, it's all about sharing a location. There's nothing creative in the head of any governor.
God so loved that country that he gave every state. Look at Ondo State sitting on bitumen, the third largest in the world.
But I think what you mentioned about that in the campaign, I don't know what he's going to do about it.
When Asiwaju became governor of Lagos State, he knew that the Lagos State was sitting on a pile of money. But how do you dig it out? Yes. And the federal government was, when you you have nukes on your neck. And he knew with the number of workforce he has, it will be just a matter of time before people started throwing sachet water at him. So what could he do? See, he knew if he had used the Lagos Inland Revenue Service, it was as if you are just pouring water into the basket, because those folks would take bribe.
Adewale, sorry for both coming in. I think tourist attraction in Nigeria, we are not making use of it
at all.
Why do I say that? My mom has like a 10 acres of land close to my hometown. They call the place Adoawaye. There is a lake. I don't even know what they would call it. Like a mountain. It has the water inside. It is like a
waterfall.
The water doesn't. No. The water doesn't have end. It's the mountain. No, the water inside a mountain, very deep. It doesn't have end.
Are you talking about Are you talking about Lumiri waterfall?
No. This one is your state. This one they call it Adoawaye.
They are extremely
lazy. They said the whole is infinity.
Infinity, yes.
Yeah.
This mountain I'm talking about. If you are in my mother's land, you will be looking at that mountain like this. Okay, Yake. Go and Google it. Just press OK Yake at Adoawaye or your state. That is the second in the whole world. Let me repeat myself. Second in the whole world. The white man that went inside that water, he didn't come out. It doesn't have end. They said that water linked to somewhere.
Not only the white man. They just submarine they use for discovering. At the depth of, I think the highest is at the depth of 3,000. I don't know. It never came back. I saw it when I was doing research on history. I saw it. That was like 3 weeks ago. I was reading about it.
It's like kilometers to my mother's land in Adoawaye.
That will have been. I never had it before.
In fact, maybe they should just cancel federal allocation to God. They just cancel.
Yeah, so they will.
Yeah, you don't make them. They are not curative.
There are so many tourists all over Nigeria, man. Nature. So many natural wonders.
Instagram. All the Instagram. Many people, many places you will never believe that it exists in Nigeria.
Thomas, I never heard that about that one you just mentioned now. But
He's
you see,
behind my mother's land
I'm
in
from Oyo
Oyo
State, and I
State.
never hear it. I never hear it. I swear.
That's
Okay,
Nigeria
Biake,
for you.
you
go
know,
and
for
browse
We
it.
don't learn about
Biake,
ourselves now. We only learn about Paris. We learn about Eiffel Tower in France.
That's what I'm
We learn
saying. But I don't
about
know. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
Trafalgar Square in London. And this is what you learn in school. Or you learning rubbish about.
If you guys have time to go to Paris Museum, you will see a kind of more that is how they call it deal a bit hand this thing. This one ants used to be what they call it. Ant will build it in your farm. It will be red. It will high. Ant I forgot the word they use for English, but I guess understand. I guess people understand what I'm trying to say. It's kind of an ant house for the soldier ant. They build it. It will be red, big,
Yes.
right?
Oh yeah, I remember. I know the one you're talking.
There's one they took from let me say South. It's a French museum. The ant this thing,
You
but
guys
there's
are
a
even
oh,
talking about France. I'm talking about what about people? What of you that
I'm talking
that
about
grew up in?
Nigeria. I took it from Nigeria. It's a France museum, so you can go do your research.
From that Nigeria now.
We used
So
to have Lekki Sun Splash. There was a water park in Tony Street in Allen Avenue in Ikeja. You guys remember that, right? Those are the tourism attraction where people go to on weekend taking their children to. They are no longer there anymore. How many people even go to beaches this way?
I'm telling you,
Some of those beaches
urban.
have been built in good houses.
Part of the problem is that some investors or some business owner will start a business. The people they employ, an average Nigeria have this stupid mentality that if it's Latin gem, what am I jail?
You see that one is easy, Remy. If that is the case, that
That
one
is
is
kill.
easy
That
to
is
control.
kill small business.
Yeah, but you see, you yourself that you are creating that kind of business, you know any loophole, people will exploit it. See, I won't blame it on the workers, I blame it on the owner who failed to identify those loopholes and deal with it. It is possible, but if you go to any any attraction here in America, especially those places, people that are manning those spots, they don't. If you ever gone to what do you call it, Disney World with your children, the moment you enter, they will give you this what do you call it? This ankle bracelet that you strap on. Yeah,
To identify you.
on that strap, you have all your money loaded into it. So anywhere you want to go, even if you want to eat in a restaurant, any attraction you want to you want your children to participate, you already have everything loaded in that straps. You can. That's why they want you not to lose it, right? Even if you want to stay in an hotel within that resort, you can also use that to make payment to do whatever you want to do. So the loopholes of money, cash exchanging, and it's no longer there, and there's no way you can smuggle in people because people that are there that are monitoring you and all that. However, that is common. But what is actually killing that industry per se is that federal government never protect them. There's no protection in our constitution. No laws has ever been made to protect those people.
Okay, what
Because
about
number one,
this festival they always do in Kosovo? That big festival.
Guys, let me be honest with you guys, man. See, one thing we need to understand in Nigeria is this. There are things that need to be done sometimes. It's an opportunity for individuals. What individuals can do is see the vision, right? And just start organization, start a company, start as a business. Like all these places you guys mentioned, start as this is my tourist company. And then you approach the government and you partner with government. But what we don't do in Nigeria is we talk about all these potentials and we just say, these governments are not serious. Look at all these potentials. We're not doing anything with it. A president sitting in office has so many things in his play. He can't go and be setting up tourism for these things or setting up. It's we, the Nigerians, that need to start looking at our potential and begin to capitalize. It's an opportunity for us. Like my brother Thomas just say, Thomas, if you told Darryl Cohenson, opportunity for me at here.
Somebody just wrote in the he said suspended lake in Oyo is at the back of my mother's house. Let me shock you, my brothers. I never been there. But if they told me transfer back here in New York, I will use my money. I'll go and watch it. I'm looking that lake like this. I go there every time before I left Nigeria. I've never been there. I was just looking at it.
Tom, what's the person saying from? Is the person saying it's not existing or what?
No, it's just
no, it's just
corroborating what he
confirming it.
said.
It's
Oh, okay,
confirming
yeah,
it.
yeah,
He
yeah.
suspended it.
It's true now. It's true. Do you know that we have
Yeah,
a
there's so many,
desert
yeah, there's so many
in
wonders.
Niger
What
State?
I wanted to tell you guys before you, God, Wale came in. This, technical, this is engineering, pure engineering. Today, the French scientists are still studying how we did it. It's a sound, this red sound of ant hill. Then there's a circle, there's a in between, like they now put a hole in between. In between, there's water from the down to the up, not up to the down. From water come from down to the up, and there's a eel. I think that electric fish eel that swim in that water. As soon as you get to up, you come down, you come out at down. You guys understand what I'm saying?
I understand. Yeah.
Like water party is supposed to go from down to up.
Mm-hmm.
As in, water party will come from down to up. Now this thing like this is not pouring from up. It's pouring from down to up. The water is coming from down to up, and does not have anything like pipe under. The armhill, inside armhill, and there's a hole inside, and the hill swim inside all that water. Is in the France Museum. Till today, they don't know how our forefather did it. Wherever you can go to France Museum, is there. Taking in southwest, taking in the western part of Nigeria. That's how they describe it.
You know what I was telling Mike is, if it's easy to conceive all this beautiful idea, but you see, I don't know if you ever have anybody that have anything to do with government official. It will frustrate your life to the point that you, in fact, to even get license to operate, you have to grease somebody's palm.
Adewale, do you know before people just walk into this mountain in Abeokuta? I forgot the name now. Oh my God.
Olumorok,
Olumorok before Begadane transform it, carve it,
yeah,
commercialize it, and it's Ogun State is making a lot. On Olumo, I've been there. I've been there before. I didn't pay. The next time I went there, I pay.
I have to
We
pay.
pay to enter. It's a tourist attraction now for Ogun State.
Opposite Gbemisola Street, where MK Abiola used to live, was where Water Park was in Ikeja. Very popular. They had a huge water slide, swimming pool, everything you name it there. But you know, it used to be a very good attraction in Lagos State. Everybody goes there on weekend. And they usually, Fela has played there before, Femi played there before. Some of the musicians played in that water park in the 80s and 90s. Now, they have to close down not because they were no longer having customers. Of course, people still go there. But you see, there's no law that protects them. When you have a company like that is going under, their cash flow is reducing. Now, to extend, they have to spend money. Tell me which bank, the kind of commercial bank we have today, that will look at you and say, well, you bring business proposal. What do you operate? I operate water business or water park. Oh, sorry.
They will just laugh at you.
They would need somebody who is in oil and gas. Oil and gas, come down here. Or you're into real estate. Oh, come down here. You see, they want something like that. And government will be able to protect them. Perhaps maybe they will have to have certain fund being allocated for people that really, really have interest in creating hospitality or attach them to hospitality, because, for example, during COVID, that kind of industry will be in comatose because they won't be able to operate. They need crowd to come and use the facility for them to be able to make money, right? But in 2 years during the COVID, I don't think they also. So it's possible that for not having the protection, some of them were leaving. Some of them die off naturally. And today, I can't find any in a big city because it goes a long way. It's only during the Christmas you will see all these banks have a Christmas light decoratives and people will be bringing their kids to come and admire lights. In the past, people used to go to Bar Beach, Eco Bar Beach then. They used to have different activities. Well, there's no longer Bar Beach now. Even Lekki Sunsplash then was a big eat, right? You have, what do you call it? Shows, taking off every Sundays in the Lekki. So,
Adewale, do you know there are some countries what they feed on is on tourists?
Oh yeah,
like Fiji.
Oh yeah,
VG is close to me here. Bali. Do you know how many people go to Bali from Australia for holiday just for attraction? They are making hell of money. VG. And it's not expensive if you want to go there. If I have like 5,000 Australian dollar now, I will go to VG, enjoy my life, get the 10-star hotel. That's what they are feeding on.
Look at my my profile here. You will see that cathedral that I put up there, right? This is a church built thousands of years ago, right? Right now, I think the fire burned part of the church down. They're now rebuilding it, right? What do you call it? I forgot the name of this cathedral again. Jesus Christ! But I paid to enter this building. I took pictures inside this cathedral, right? Not that I've never been inside any churches before, but I did. And if in Europe, you always find a cathedral that looks like this in replica, like this exactly. There are many, very many across Europe, right? But they kept this edifice because they knew how much it's generating for them. Not because of the history about the building, but the fact that it was a source of revenue for the entire country. That's why they kept this monument here, and it's still under construction. They are rebuilding them back to its original status. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a country that is serious about it. I don't see a reason why we cannot make, at least if it is one country, one state designated as a tourist. I mean, we have, is it Akwa Ibom where you have Obudukatu Ranch?
Adewale, just to buttress your point, do you know how many billions of dollars Asian countries are making from local tourists alone? You guys, I employ you when you want to have your holiday, Thomas. Please go to country like Thailand. Go to China.
I really want to
go to Japan.
That's on my bucket list.
I want to even go to China, but my wife likes Chinese film. So, oh my God.
I lived in China for quite a long time.
It was so bad, we have to buy two television
the
for his China film.
Billions of dollars. That country is super rich. You guys don't know nothing. The only thing that affects that country is because they don't play the international politics, and because English, they cannot accept English to be their national language or something like that. That country, oh my God, the local tourists alone, that they move around. The country is so large, just as big as America. Even tourists from Australia, every day you go to the airport, you see tons and tons of people coming to the country from every part of the world.
To come and see China, the China war and that Beijing, the First Dynasty.
Forget the China war. China was just one out of several.
No, I know. I'm just calling things that they have.
Anywhere you go in China, if you go to the capital city, Beijing, you can also go to some nearby city like Chengdu.
Yeah,
so many tourists.
That Red Temple, the First Dynasty Temple in Beijing. I've been there. I've been to that place.
Even Obama took his family.
Like places like Chongqing. I've ever been like Shandong, Guangzhou, Shenzhen. So many places that you can.
I've been to Shanghai and Beijing.
I lived in Shanghai for a long time. Shanghai is so super beautiful. You cannot believe your eyes. So I think at the end of the day, if we as Nigeria or Nigeria as a government, the local tourists with over 150 million population moving around,
Thomas,
enjoyment.
Is it being real?
Yeah, be real. Please, I want to beg you for something, brother. I greet the whole house. Good morning, brothers. Good afternoon for wherever one day, brother. I want to speak with I'm calling from Germany. I am connected with Jet from Germany. So please, can I ask a favor from you, Oga Thomas?
Yes. What do you want, my brother?
I want to speak directly to War Peace.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. Why not?
So War Peace. War Peace.
Alpha.
I please, in a small thing here in Norway, because for quite a long time, almost 3-4 years now. But I was a moment to ask you because you have any information to give you. It's little information to give you, man, from Japan because Oteme not generally Tokyo, not same man. Almost 20 something years ago in Tokyo. So I want to ask you some information. Imagine the Yarichi where I say now in that common. Oh, hey,
yeah. Give me your number for private chat. Just put your number for private chat now. I will collect it now. Add it for WhatsApp. Then
okay,
I'll
okay.
private chat. Okay.
I bet God, I love vex. So Thomas, I bet and thank you, thank you. God bless you, my
No, my brother. We are one, my brother. We are brothers.
Thomas, the reason I came into this topic, let me quickly say it now. You know, you guys are talking about this stone mine, this mining that's going on in Southwest. When I was schooling in Singapore, I was in school in Singapore. I had my Yoruba friends. One of them, I call it Suji Bele. Maybe he's hearing me now. Was into mining. That guy told me a lot about mining then. Then I knew that they use these gemstones for aircraft, for TV. All this color TV you are watching today, without those gemstones will not function. Those colors you are saying, it's from those gemstones, whatever. So the guy was telling me that thing was a very big money in the West. But the problem he said is going on in the West because now some traditional don't know that thing has money. But they were mining locally, as Ogadore was saying. They started changing history. What I mean change history? Who not supposed to be will not be value of that area. They'll just appoint somebody to be ballet. There's some area who does not have there's some area that don't have ballet. You understand? Just people or they have area, they have their way to do their things. Then they'll just come and appoint one ballet, they raise it to all, but the guy just speak one story, then illegal money will start in that area. The problem is the history changing. If, as Ogadon was saying, everybody knows their history, know who owns that area, the government will develop that place very well and people will make money. But everybody's illegally mining it because they are saying things for their own favor so they can mine it illegally. That's far back 2006. I knew about this mining that's going on in Oshun. The one that happened recently, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it was a big problem. They took over the town, it's a community in Oshun there. They took over it, appointed one guy to become Bale and became, before you know, they raised him to Oba. The guy sold that area for 4 billion to Chinese corporation, including the shrine that was there that the people were worshiping for years, centuries to centuries. He sold it and he went to Lekki to buy a house and Rolls Royce and open a palace. They call his own palace and all that, causing problem in Lagos too. So you see, all these things is bringing problem to the development of that area, and for the government to make benefit from it, it will become problem because everybody is now mining illegally, creating history to mine illegally to claim ownership or the area to start mining that place, those area. We must, or the West must stop this because there's a lot of gemstone in the West. Not only gemstone, there's gold. There's one time they have to stop Julius Berger. If they give Julius Berger contract in North, they'll come to Oshun to be mining. Before the area governor discovered they are mining gold in Oshun, pure gold. Pure gold. Even this guy talking about it. This one I'm talking about has been there for 5 years. Just last month here, I've been last 2 weeks here. Professor family was talking about it that they are mining now. If you in Zamfara in North, if they give corporation, mining company, corporation to try road, they'll go to other places and go and create yard. The yard, black people cannot go in there. Only they have white people there. They are mining gold. Even washing the gold inside hotel. Mining our resources.
And you know that they have gold detector. They can detect where there is gold.
They can detect where there is gold. So they just give them a contract in one place They'll go to the next side in West to be mining. They'll say they are in construction. They have to carry quarry, they have to carry rocks. Meanwhile, they are mining gold, diamond, precious stone. They'll mine billions more than the contract away from the land.
But Adewale, Wapis, do you remember one time they said the guy who owns Tesla, there are some things they want to use they have something in Nigerian material. Yeah. That the minister turned him down. That thing, yes. And you know now, nobody will man it now.
Mining it is what we know. Yeah, but is this is not for battery, lithium? Who told you they're not mining? Who told you they're not mining? People that have the experience to mine illegally. You know that people mining, people taking our crude legally. You know they're having people are building illegal refinery. After one time, we started busting them in Port Harcourt. People are doing most things illegally in Nigeria. Illegally, gold, diamond, any resources we have, people are mining them illegally. People that have the knowledge and the idea. You know, that brings another problem. They'll leave the ecological effects, because everything has side effects to the community to be suffering it. They won't do it on the proper channel because they don't have the right equipment. Everything we have in Nigeria, everything we have in Nigeria is being mined illegally by those that have the knowledge. It's a pure truth. I'm not sure about that. And every was it the same about somebody was saying that every state has resources to develop that state.
To develop that state.
Every state. And this was talking about China just now. And I want to ask people, they quickly go to the idea of Benin Moat and Benin Wall. They'll think is a joke that is not existing. Benin Moat and Benin was actually longer than Benin China Wall. It's still there in Benin. Google, you see there. It's a tourist attraction that will bring money, but we are dominating ourselves. If we don't value what we have, how will somebody else respect us? There are so many things to make money. And this thing you're talking about, this Okira, you're talking about that water. I read about it 3 weeks ago because I have this research this committee I
wow, I don't even know you know about it. It's just
anything about that Nigeria, about tradition, culture. As a community I'm sponsoring, they always go do research about our lost history. So they brought that, I saw that too. They sent some facts, some things they're saying like, okay, there's this thing, water from the most deepest.
The second most deepest in the whole world. In the whole world. Hey, my brother. That
will generate a lot of money. All the scuba divers. You know, in Japan here, 2019, the total of tourists that came to Japan was 26 million people. You know how much is that for only ticket alone? It's a record in 1 year. 26 million before COVID strike.
26 million.
26 million. That was their record. That came in 1 year.
Do you know how much that we generate for the country?
Hotels spring up like crazy in Japan that time. Chinese most of them was Chinese. That is, you go to pharmacy, you won't see drug. They will buy everything out. Everywhere you go, you not see Chinese staff in every shop, corner shop. You see Chinese staff to translate to Chinese customers. You know.
Wow.
So it's not easy.
Oh my God. When my mom was to bought that land, somebody just told her, Mama, buy this land. This will be something in the future. I know somebody will wake up and turn that place to a tourist attraction that will really attract people to that place in the future. It may be 10 years, it may be 20 years. No. We have all it takes in that country. Thank you, guys. I think we have to shut down now. This is 8 hours, almost 40 minutes.
Ambode clock 60 today.
Oh, happy birthday to him. Oh, that's good. I hope Tinubu will.
Which time for this? Former governor.
Same Ambode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a clock.
Is it that old? Is that old? I thought it was like in his 50s.
It's 60 today.
Wow.
Really?
If I had something that I would say it's like 55, 53, 52, thereabout.
He's a young man. A clock 60 today.
He's a young man.
Young man, this is not young, that's old, though. For how about this looking like?
It doesn't look 60 though.
Anyway, it doesn't look it anyway.
It doesn't look 60. That's what I'm saying. Maybe he's not taking that ganja. He's not taking ganja.
You should look like my head. That's.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Yeah, see you guys.
See you guys.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Adewale, we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Remy,
much.
catch you later. Thank you so much, everybody.
It has been a nice section on another day, another dollar, as one man always say. One man always said, we are here to just for you guys. Without you guys, we will not be here saying all we are saying here. You guys have been amazing all through. Yeah, thank you guys. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you guys.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Piafra. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.